Chapter 52 Nymeria Fudley. Chapter 52 Nymeria Fudley. Looking at the ruins of the old Tengshi town from a distance is completely different from looking at it up close. Only when you really stand in front of these ruins can you truly feel why the Green Party and the Black Party fought for it during the Dance of the Blood Dragon. Here, the Highgarden warhorse under Linda's crotch was unwilling to continue walking outside the town. Apparently, the animal's intuition made it feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the ruins. On the contrary, Glory became particularly excited, jumping back and forth, unwilling to be quiet. Come down. Lind had to tie his horse to a small tree outside the ruins and then walk to the ruined castle at the top of the hillside. The moment he entered the town, Glory couldn't help but start to devour the resentful soul energy floating in this area, and the energy that couldn't be swallowed was introduced into Linda's body. Because he had already experienced it once, Lind was able to cope with it very well, but his face still became very pale uncontrollably. Lind walked very fast, and soon he arrived outside the ruins of the castle. At this time, he saw a very weak fire flashing inside the ruins of the castle, but he had not been able to detect it in advance because it was blocked by the wall. Who is it? Apparently the person who lit the fire in the castle heard Lind's footsteps and asked, "Woman." That was a woman's voice. After hearing this, Lind couldn't help but be stunned. It was obviously unreasonable for a woman to appear in the deserted ruins late at night, so he put on the hood of his cloak and covered it. He looked at his face that had turned pale due to the energy of the resentful soul, and said, "A traveler who came here to pay homage to the site of the Dance of the Blood Dragon." After hearing Lind's self-introduction, the woman in the castle ruins was silent for a moment, and then said like a master, "Come in. This is just a ruin, not something worth seeing." Upon hearing this, Lind waved to Glory, indicating it to stay outside, and then walked in alone. The moment he entered the ruins of the castle, the first thing that caught Lind's attention was not the ruins, but the woman standing in the ruins. So tall, so strong. When Lind saw the woman for the first time, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. It is no exaggeration to say that this woman is at least 2 meters tall, about 30 to 40 meters tall. Standing in front of her at Lind's height would be a head shorter. He suspected that this woman had the blood of a giant in her body. After all, in ice and fire in this world, giants are real. Through the weak firelight, Lind saw the appearance of this tall woman. Although she could not be called beautiful, she was pretty decent. Under her golden hair, she had a pair of bright eyes. Her high and raised nose was a little crooked. She must have been injured but not healed. She has some small freckles on her face, but they are not ugly. In addition, her facial features are somewhat tough, which makes her look more masculine and heroic. I don't know why Lind thought this woman looked familiar the first time he saw her. After thinking about it quickly, he realized what made him feel familiar. The figure and appearance of the woman in front of him are very similar to the female Nord warrior who killed a werewolf with one hand in the promotional animation of the game The Elder Scrolls Online that he played in his previous life. The only difference is that now, this woman is only wearing a uniform. Ordinary peasant clothes, while the female warrior wore armor and held a large axe. However, even if this woman is not wearing armor or holding a weapon, she is still extremely intimidating. No wonder she dares to come to this supposedly haunted ruins alone at night without fear of the arrival of a strange man. While Lind was observing this woman, the woman was also looking Lind up and down. And to the woman, Lind was also very weird. To say that he is weird does not mean that he deliberately wears a cloak and hood in such a dark environment, nor does it mean that the exquisite leather armor and combat boots on his feet are not at all what a traveler should wear. What really makes women feel weird is, Lind was actually equipped with 4 swords. In addition to the 2 swords on his waist, he also carried 2 swords on his back. The woman is also proficient in various weapons. She can easily tell from the details such as the hilts that the 2 swords on her back are half-hand swords. What really caught her attention were the 2 knight swords at her waist. Although she could pick up and swing the 2 knight swords at the same time with her strength, she could never use them freely. The stranger in front of her who claimed to be a traveler seemed to be wielding two swords, because from the position of the two knight swords on his waist, it was easy to tell that he used two swords. She really couldn't imagine using both hands in a battle. What it's like to fight with a knight's sword. Crazy, was the woman's first comment when she saw Lin dressed like this. Or a fool, came the second comment. You are not a traveler. The woman spoke very directly. She picked up the logging axe that had been placed aside and looked at Lin. You are not a farmer either. Lin had already vaguely guessed who this woman was, so he bowed slightly and saluted, and said, Countess Nymeria Fudley. The woman was not surprised that she was recognized by Lin. After all, her figure and shape were so prominent that anyone who had heard of her reputation would have a hard time admitting her mistake. Who are you? Nymeria asked in a deep voice. Lin did not hide his identity and said, Lin from Bai Village, but now I have a name. Lin Terra. Lin from White Village. Nymeria was stunned for a moment, as if she thought of something, and said, Lin the Bear Hunter. Apparently the Bear Hunter's song should have spread here as well. That's right. Lin bowed and admitted. Nymeria once again clenched the axe handle in her hand and said in a deep voice, Are you here to kill me? Lin was stunned for a moment, very surprised by this question, and asked, Why do you think, Lord Earl, that I am here to kill you? Nymeria seemed to feel that Lin had no ill intentions, and relaxed a little, and said with a slightly teasing tone, Maybe it's because I am the illegitimate daughter of Prince Luin, the martyr of the Targaryen dynasty, or maybe it's because I occupy a great place that makes people jealous. Quote, Lin smiled and said, Prince Luin's illegitimate daughter is just a rumor, and even if you are Prince Luin's illegitimate daughter, King Robert will not take his anger out on you because of a dead person. You know, even if he can accommodate the fearless Barristan, how could he not be able to accommodate you? As for occupying a good place and making people jealous, this is possible. Quote, You seem to know something. Nymeria was very smart and heard some hidden information in Lin's words. Know a little bit, Lin admitted. Nymeria looked at Lin and said in a deep voice, I have heard the Bear Hunter's song about you, but you are not very similar to what is told in the song. People change, Lin explained. I think the Bear Hunter's song you heard, Lord Count, should be the old version. After what was told in the song, a lot of things happened. For example, I'm a knight now. Knight. Nymeria also had a look of surprise on her face. Although she was destined to be a count from the moment she was born, she also knew very well how difficult it is for an ordinary person to become a knight, so she couldn't help but be curious. Asked, Can you tell me about it? Of course. Lin did not intend to stand and speak, but found a suitable large stone to sit on, and then he became the knight attendant of Fortimo Klein on the recommendation of Joel Flower. Then he went with the Tyrell family team to King's Landing to participate in the tourney, and some of the things that happened in the tourney were abridged and told to Nymeria. You beat up the king, and then the king made you a knight and invited you to join the Kingsguard. Nymeria's face was full of disbelief when she heard King Robert made him a knight. Lin smiled and said, Our King Robert is not a qualified king, nor is he a qualified noble. But he is a good warrior. Nymeria didn't seem to agree with Lin's words, but she didn't refute. She then asked Lin, Then why are you coming to this remote place of mine now? Don't tell me that you really came to see these ruins. Quote, Lin did not hide anything and confessed directly, I came here this time mainly because of the order of Duke Tyrell to eliminate the bandits in this area, and the location of Tangshi town is very suitable as a central stronghold. Suppressing bandits. Did you bring the army? Nymeria hesitated and asked. Lin said frankly, My cavalry team is currently staying in the dense forest not far away. There are 200 official combat personnel, all of them cavalry, and there are dozens of people in the logistics team. You want your people to be stationed here? Nymeria frowned and confirmed. I do have this idea. Of course, it depends on whether you are willing, Lord Count. Lin saw Nymeria's thinking look and added, However, before that, I think there are other things to do. Quote, What do you mean? Nymeria obviously misunderstood Lin's words and clenched the axe in her hand again. Lind said calmly. When I came here, I wiped out a group of bandits called the Blood Shoe Brotherhood. I think you should know their origins, Lord Earl. Nymeria was stunned and said, Brotherhood of Blood Shoes. Isn't that the bandit group on the Golden Road? Lind nodded and said, yes, but Duke Tywin recently sent troops to eliminate them, and their remnants fled to the area east of the Mander River, which is your territory. It seems like I should thank you. Nymeria raised her eyebrows and said, although the actual territory Nymeria controls is only the small village of Tengshi Town, the land she nominally controls is very large. The large areas of land on both sides of the Mander River, leading to the Rose Avenue and the Golden Avenue, are nominally owned by the Fudeli family, ASOIF. It's just that since the Dance of the Blood Dragons, these lands have begun to escape the control of the Fudeli family, so that Nymeria now does not regard these lands as her own territory at all, and Lin Deching wants to destroy those who are entrenched on them. Robbers can't produce any special emotions like gratitude. No, that's not the point. Lind emphasized and said, later, I obtained some information. The information mentioned that more than a dozen bandit groups are now gathering together to form a bandit group called the Poisonous Scorpion Society. The Bandit Alliance. Their goal is to loot Tengshi Town. Nymeria said with a surprised look on her face, plundered Tengshi Town. Are they all stupid? Are they here to steal stones? While being surprised, Nymeria also felt a little confused. The bandits in this area knew very well how poor Tengshi Town was, so they basically would not waste manpower and material resources coming here to grab things. The poisonous scorpions were also entrenched in this area. Logically speaking, the bandits in this land should know the actual situation in Tengshi Town and should not make such a decision. Lind continued, the dozen bandits gathered by the scorpions are all from bandit gangs near the Golden Road. They are also the targets of Duke Tywin's suppression this time. Nymeria was very smart and quickly realized what Lind wanted to say, and confirmed. You mean Lord Tywin wants to use these bandits too? Nymeria did not continue speaking. She knew very well that some words could not be explained too clearly. She was silent for a moment, picked up the axe, walked towards the ruins of the castle, and said to Lind, follow me. Lind did not refuse, stood up, and followed Nymeria out of the ruins of the castle. After walking for a while, Nymeria suddenly stopped, raised her axe, stared at the shadow of a ruined wall next to her, and reminded at the same time, be careful, over there. Don't be nervous, Lord Earl. That's my partner. Lind stepped forward and stopped Nymeria's attack. Then he saw Glory walking out of the shadows, coming to Lind's side, and rubbing against him he rubbed Lind, and then looked at Nymeria curiously. Glory's reaction also surprised Lind, because this was the first time that Glory didn't bar his teeth at anyone other than him. You should know that even if Raoul, who is responsible for feeding him every day, approaches it, he will show his fangs and make an attack move. Is this a shadow lynx? Nymeria was stunned and confirmed. Yes. Lind nodded. Are you a shapechanger? Nymeria couldn't help but asked curiously. No. Lind shook his head. Perhaps she felt that if she continued to inquire, she might touch on Lind's secret, so Nymeria did not continue to ask. After taking another look at the shadow lynx, she continued walking down the mountain. They quickly walked down the hillside and arrived at Tengshi Town. Although it is only a village-sized town, there is still a tavern here. From the sounds coming from the tavern, it is easy to tell that many people have gathered there. Nymeria walked directly outside the tavern, signaled Lind to tie the horse at the door, and then led Lind into the tavern. Just as Lind guessed, the tavern was full of people, but what surprised him was that the people in the tavern were not farmers from Tengshi Town, but a group of Dornishmen, wearing armor and weapons, and among these Dornishmen there were some of them looked familiar. Lind seemed to have seen them at the tourney. They were Martell warriors, sent by Dorn to participate in the tourney. Among this group of Dornishmen, there is one person who is very special. He has short, black hair, angular facial features, and looks a bit similar to Nymeria, but his eyes are colder, and combined with his lazy look, he feels like a venomous snake entrenched that looks harmless but is actually deadly. Red Viper. Seeing this Dornish man with a special temperament, a name came to Lind's mind. Chapter 53 Red Viper. While Lind was observing the people in the tavern, the Dornish people who were playing and drinking in the tavern also stopped, looked at Nymeria invariably, and then stood up and saluted. Perhaps it was because Nymeria was too tall and blocked Lind from behind, so the people in the tavern did not see him for a while. It was not until they raised their heads after saluting that they saw Nymeria. Lind came out from behind Ya, with a surprised expression on his face. The reason why they were surprised was exactly the same as the reason why Nymeria was surprised when she saw Lind. Lind's dress was really weird. He wore 4 swords, and 2 of them were knight's swords, and these the 2 long swords were still hanging on his waist. If Lind hadn't been tall enough, these 2 knight swords would have been dragged to the ground. However, the surprised expressions of several of these people after seeing Lind were not because of Linda's dress, but because of Linda's identity. The Dornishman who recognized Lind came to the ear of the young leader and whispered a few words, as if they were introducing Linda's identity. After hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up and he looked at Linda. His eyes were like seeing some novel toy. Although the voices of the Dornish people were very quiet, Lind was still able to vaguely hear some content with his extraordinary hearing, but the other party spoke the Dornish language, which he couldn't understand at all. After Nymeria entered the tavern, she walked directly towards the young man and asked directly, "You came here suddenly because you knew that Duke Tywin was going to attack me, right? I heard some news, but I'm not sure yet, but now I'm a little sure." The young man sat up lazily from his chair, then looked at Lind and said, "Bear Hunter Lind, I've been waiting for you recently. The name I hear most in the southern tavern, is it Duke Tyrell's order that you come here? He is also interested in this land. The order I received was just to suppress bandits, Prince Oberon." Lind responded with a natural expression. Red Viper was not surprised that he was recognized. What surprised him was that Linda's attitude towards him was too bland. "How many people did you bring?" Perhaps she was worried that the Red Viper would embarrass Lind, so Nymeria took a step back, stood in front of Lind, and asked the Red Viper. The Red Viper pointed at the Dornishman in the tavern, counting almost 20 of them. Nymeria frowned and said, "With only this few people, how can you help me deal with the intruders?" The Red Viper shook his head and said, "No, I'm not here to deal with the intruders. I'm here to knock you out with someone if necessary, and then take you south by boat." Nymeria was very angry and shouted at the Red Viper, "I will not go to Dorne. I am Count Fodeli of Tengshi Town, a count who can't even protect his own territory." Red Viper smiled disdainfully, then his expression became serious, and said, "You should be very aware of how important the location of Tengshi Town is. It happens to be in the west, on the river the border between the Bay Land and the Royal Territory is not far from the Storm Land and the River Land. No king would want this place to be ruled by a powerful lord, so since the Dance of the Fire Dragon destroyed Tengshi Town, this place has been they haven't rebuilt it. Is it because the Fudeli family doesn't want to rebuild it? No, it's because the surrounding lords don't allow it." Nymeria couldn't help shouting, "In this case, let's just let it continue to be abandoned like this. There is no need for you to yell at me." The Red Viper pointed in the direction of King's Landing and said, "Your enemy is over there, my cousin." "Shut up, I am Fudeli, not Martell." Nymeria yelled, extremely displeased. The Red Viper looked at Nymeria calmly and said, "You have Dorn Martell's blood in your body, which has been there since the day you were born. No matter how much you deny it, it is impossible to change this fact." Red Viper's words seemed to have touched Nymeria's taboo. Her expression immediately darkened, and her anger quickly subsided, replaced by cold eyes and tone. "Get out of my territory now, I don't need you. What can you do for me? I just want you to leave my territory immediately and go back to Dorne." The Red Viper could tell that Nymeria was not just talking, but really wanted to drive them away. The lazy aura on her body suddenly disappeared, and her whole person became much more aggressive, like a viper raising its head. The surrounding Dornishmen also stood up at this time, and invariably put their hands on the weapons on their waists. It seemed that as long as the Red Viper gave the order, they would attack Nymeria. Seeing this scene, Lind didn't think much. He crossed his hands and grasped the hilts of the swords at his waist respectively, maintaining the starting position of the swordsmanship of the Lost Knight. Since he wanted to use Tengshi Town as his stronghold, he naturally needed to do it. What do the lords of Tengshi Town do? The moment Lind put his hand on the hilt of the sword, the Red Viper's attention shifted from Nymeria to Lind, because at that moment, he instinctively felt the danger. That kind of danger had never happened before, as if he made even the slightest abnormal movement, death would befall him. Not only the Red Viper was like this, every Dornish person in the room felt the threat of death, but they couldn't clearly feel the source of the danger like the Red Viper. On the contrary, Nymeria, who was standing in front of Lind, did not feel the death threat from Lind. She was just a little confused by the nervous expressions on the faces of the Red Viper and the Dornish people. The Red Viper did not make a move, but raised his hand to signal. When the Dornishmen around him saw the Red Viper's gesture, they all relaxed, removed their hands from their weapons, and then walked out of the tavern in silence. After all the Dornish people left, the Red Viper stepped out, but when passing by Nymeria, he paused for a moment, slightly raised his head to look at his giant-like cousin, and said, "You'd better not use it. The people hiding in that valley have been targeted from the beginning. They are Jon Arryn's bait. Once you dare to contact them directly, King's Landing will have reason to take action immediately, unlike now. Even if you want to take action, you can only do it secretly." He paused and then said, "I will leave a team of people near Kuchao. If you..." "No, there are no ifs. Even if I die, I will die in my territory." Nymeria interrupted the Red Viper and said firmly. The Red Viper said nothing more and walked away, but as he was leaving, he looked at Lind and Glory, who was baring his teeth at his feet. "Why don't you leave?" After the Red Viper left, Nymeria gradually calmed down. She turned to look at Lind with a gloomy face and said angrily. Lind said calmly, "My lord, you have not agreed to allow my people to be stationed in your territory. I need you to give me an answer so that I can decide what to do next." Nymeria said disdainfully, "Are the Tyrells planning to use this method to annex my territory? To clear out the bandits? Of course not." Lind shook his head and said, "If the Tyrells really want to take action against you, they don't need to do anything. They can just wait for the situation to become a big deal and then come out to seek justice. After all, the Tyrells are your lords, and if I remember correctly, the Fridolin family also has a branch of blood-holding positions in the High Court. Once something happens to you, the Tyrells, as lords, will support the Fridolin family. It becomes a matter of course for his side bloodline to inherit Tengshi Town." While talking, Lind suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Perhaps the Tyrell family would really use this method to deal with Tengshi Town in the future, because in his memory, Tengshi Town would be destroyed more than 10 years later. It has almost disappeared. Even if it sometimes makes some noise, it is just with the Tyrell family. If the Nymeria in front of me was still the lord of Tengshi Town at that time, it would be absolutely impossible for her to do that. And with Nymeria's figure and appearance, it is impossible for her to be completely unknown more than 10 years later. At least her reputation should not be much worse than that of the beautiful Brienne, so Nymeria might have been dead at that time. Nymeria did not notice the subtle changes in Lind's expression. Instead, she was thinking carefully about what Lind said. Although she is only the illegitimate daughter of Prince Levine upholds the tradition of Dorne, and the cultivation of Nymeria is not inferior to that of any male descendants. This makes Nymeria have extremely high political accomplishment and wisdom. He was able to quickly analyze that everything Lind said was very likely to happen. Lind looked at Nymeria and said solemnly, "Don't worry, even if such a thing is possible, Duke Tyrell is unlikely to do it." Nymeria questioned, "Why wouldn't you do this? You are not the Duke of Tyrell." Lind said eloquently, "The Duke's advisor, Maester Morith, once made a suggestion, that is, for you to marry the Duke's second son, Garland Tyrell, but it was rejected because of the Dorne bloodline in your body." Quote, As if she had been stabbed in a sore spot, Nymeria turned her head and glared at Lind, as if Lind would be thrown out if he said one more word. However, Lind was not affected and continued, "But in my opinion, this is just an excuse. The real situation should be concerns." "Concerns?" Nymeria asked in confusion. "What concerns?" "Dorne. Of course not, it's the Iron Throne." Lind explained. It took Duke Tyrell a year to clear away the impact he had caused in the Usurper War and make the Iron Throne trust him again. At this time, if he will if Stonetown occupies such an important place, what will King Robert think of it, what will Lord Tywin think of it, what will the Stormlands think of it, and what will the Riverlands think of it? Roses are too delicate and need to be taken care of carefully. The only one who doesn't need to be on guard is the Tyrell family. Nymeria listened to Lind's analysis and was silent for a long time. Then she looked at Lind with a strange look and asked, "You seem to be a hunter only. Why do you know all this?" "Knowledge." Lind smiled and said, "You are not the first to ask me this question, but I don't want to answer it anymore, because for everyone who asks me this question, I will make up a set of excuses. There are too many excuses and there are too many loopholes. Although this will not cause me any trouble, it will still have some adverse effects. Do you trust me so much? You tell me these little secrets, aren't you afraid that I will spread them out?" Nymeria asked, a little confused. "These things are not important, and it doesn't matter if they are spread out. What's more, will anyone believe it if you spread it?" Lind looked at Nymeria calmly and said, "As for why I want to say this, it's because I think I should be more honest as a partner. After all, I may be stationed here for many years to come. Are you so sure that I will agree to your establishment of a stronghold here?" Nymeria looked at Lind condescendingly and said, "I can't think of a reason for your refusal." Lind shrugged and said. Nymeria looked at Lind for a long time and said, "I need to think about it." Lind lowered his head slightly and said, "This is your right, sir. If you have decided, you only need to send someone to inform you." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the tavern, but when he reached the door, he stopped again, turned to look at Nymeria, and said, "Just now, Prince Oberon told you not to interact with those people in the valley. Contact, that's a good suggestion, and I also think it was a deliberate trap." "I understand," Nymeria replied calmly. Lind looked at Nymeria's reaction. He felt that Nymeria might have doubted the meaning of those people's existence very early, so she did not come into contact with them even though they were so close to where they were hiding. Seeing this, Lind didn't say anything else, walked out of the tavern, mounted his horse, and walked towards the outside of Tengshi town. This impromptu trip to the ruins of the old Tengshi town was a great harvest for him. He not only came into contact with the Lord of Tengshi town, but also met the legendary figure Red Viper. Soon Lind walked out of the wooden fence in Tengshi town, and was about to walk towards the dense forest where his men and horses were stationed, but he suddenly pulled the reins of the horse, stopped, got off the horse, and turned to looking towards the hill to the side, towards the Red Viper who was standing there, probably waiting for a long time. He asked, "Prince Oberon, it seems that you are waiting for me. What can I do?" The Red Viper pulled out the steel spear stuck at his side and walked down the hillside. As he walked, he said, "I mainly have two things. One is to know whether you are harmful to Nymeria, and the other is I want to know if the number one swordsman in the 7 kingdoms is worthy of his name." Lind was stunned and asked in confusion, "The number one swordsman in the 7 kingdoms? Why didn't I know I had such a title? The name given to you by your admirers. After all, it is difficult for a legend to appear among low-status civilians." Red Viper chuckled, then looked at the glory at Linda's feet, and said, "It is the gift from the female shadow lynx in the story." "Yes." Lind nodded and said, "What a beautiful little guy." Red Viper said with a slightly envious tone. Lind reached out and touched Glory's head and agreed, "Yes, he is a beautiful little guy." Red Viper came to Lind, looked at Lind, and said, "Although this is the first time I met you, I think you are a guy with a sense of honor. Now I ask you, what will you do to Nymeria? Is it bad for Fudeli?" "Of course not," Lind replied directly. Red Viper and Lind looked at each other for a long time, and then said slowly, "I believe you, Bear Hunter." After saying that, he took a few steps back, played a trick, and said, "Then let's start the second round. Come on, fight with me." Chapter 54 Quartering Permit. Faced with the Red Viper's request for a fight, Lind did not hesitate and agreed directly. After all, after obtaining the swordsmanship of the Lost Knight, he had never really fought with anyone to understand what his current strength was, level, and the Red Viper, as the #1 spearman in the Seven Kingdoms and even the entire world of ice and fire, was the perfect opponent for him to test his strength. After tying the horse to a wooden stake, Lind asked Glory to go away, then came to the Red Viper and took out the 2 knight swords from his waist. And the moment Lind drew out the knight's sword, the relaxed look on Red Viper's face disappeared instantly, his eyes became extremely sharp, his body was slightly lowered, and the spear in his hand was constantly changing the way he held it. The footsteps are also moving quickly, as if looking for an opportunity to make a move. At the same time, Nymeria, who had just come out of the tavern, did not return to her lord's tower. Instead, she came to the edge of the village with a premonition, and happened to see Lind and the Red Viper confronting each other in an open space outside the village. Although Nymeria had heard the Bear Hunter's song and felt that Lind was a powerful warrior, she did not think that Lind could defeat the Red Viper. Just a few days ago, she fought against the Red Viper, and she had defeated dozens of malicious suitors. She was unable to fight back in the hands of the Red Viper. The Red Viper was like playing tricks on a person who had just learned to pick up a weapon. She dealt with every attack as easily as a child, until she fell down completely tired. That day, she knew how big the gap was between herself and the Red Viper. She also knew that the legends and stories related to the Red Viper were not stories. Compared with the story of the Red Viper, the stories in the Bear Hunter's song were not. Obviously there is a lot of difference and a lot less. While Nymeria was recalling her fight with the Red Viper, the confrontation outside the village never broke. The Red Viper constantly changed his gun-holding movements and moved his position, looking for Linda's weaknesses. However, he found that Lind was just standing like this with his sword, looking full of loopholes, but these loopholes made him feel full of murderous intent. He felt that no matter how he attacked through the loopholes, he would face a torrential attack. But he knew that if the confrontation continued like this, his fighting spirit would be completely suppressed, and he might not be able to cause any danger to Lind if he took action at that time. So, he chose the safest method, pointing directly at Lind, stabbing him with the spear, using the length of the spear to gain the upper hand, and it was also a test. However, almost at the same time as he made the attack, Lind's body also began to move. And as if he knew his attack method in advance, he moved a step diagonally at a very fast pace just to avoid the spear attack. At the same time, he used his right hand to the knight's sword, also made a stabbing movement like a spear, stabbing towards the Red Viper's chest. The length of the knight's sword itself, plus the length of the arm, is not much worse than the length of a spear. The Red Viper did not expect that someone could use one hand so easily to use the knight's sword that normal people need both hands to barely dance. In order to avoid the thrusting sword, the Red Viper had to dodge and roll quickly, just in time to avoid the thrusting sword tip. This dodge seemed a bit embarrassing, but in fact, while he was rolling, he also retracted the spear in his hand, followed by a lunge, and stabbed towards Linda's thigh again. However, Linda's movements were more agile and he jumped up directly, rolling half a circle in the air with unconventional movements. At the same time, the 2 knight swords in his hands also slashed towards the Red Viper. The falling knight's sword had a huge attack range, and Lind's movements were so fast that the Red Viper had no time to dodge. He had to raise his spear with both hands to try to block the blow of the knight's sword. Although the steel gun body of this spear could not be cut off by the knight's sword, the huge force of the chop still bent the gun body and deformed it. The huge force was transmitted along the Red Viper's arm to his body, causing he had to kneel on the ground. And his sore arms could no longer make any defensive movements. He could only watch. Helplessly as two knight's swords were crossed on his neck. Lind did not hold the two swords on the Red Viper's neck for too long. He quickly moved the sword away, retreated, sheathed the sword, and then stood there quietly, waiting for the Red Viper to return to normal. Although it was certain that he had lost, the expression on Red Viper's face was still full of disbelief. Before fighting Lind, he never thought that he would lose, let alone that he would lose so completely and so quickly. He carefully recalled the swordsmanship performed by Lind. It was not a particularly mysterious swordsmanship, it was just a simple thrust with a straight sword and a slash with two swords. And he, the Red Viper, who was the best spearman in the 7 kingdoms, lost to this on simple moves. However, the Red Viper is a Red Viper after all, and he quickly analyzed the reason. Although the swordsmanship performed by Lind is very simple, Lind's speed and strength are far beyond normal people. In particular, he can hold two knight swords and roll in the air to perform swordsmanship. He has never seen this kind of attack method pass. In addition, he can be sure that even if he now knows the opponent's attack method, he will probably lose quickly if they fight again. After all, in terms of speed, strength and moves, the opponent is much stronger than him, and they are no longer on the same level. Unless he uses poison, it is almost impossible to defeat the opponent. Who taught you swordsmanship? Red Viper stood up from the ground, threw the damaged spear aside, and then asked Lind. Warrior. Lind made a prayer gesture to the 7 gods. Red Viper raised his eyebrows with a speechless expression, turned around and left without asking any more questions. Watching the Red Viper leave, Lind had a satisfied smile on his face. With the Red Viper as a test standard, he already knew that with his own strength, he no longer needed to fear any opponents on the frontal battlefield. The only thing he needed to worry about was other people, means, such as poison. Lind turned around and mounted his horse, pulled the reins, and was about to leave. At this time, he saw Nymeria on the hillside in the village, who was overlooking the side. He bowed slightly towards Nymeria and saluted, and then he clamped his horse's body and drove towards the dense forest in the distance. At this moment, Countess Nymeria, who was standing on the hillside, was still immersed in the shocking emotion. She had no idea that the Red Viper had lost, and lost so completely, which made her wonder if she had seen a vision. The illusion, this shocking emotion stood on the hillside for a long time and never calmed down. Sir, there's news from over there again. At this time, an old man dressed as a bachelor, without a chain around his neck, walked up to Nymeria and said seriously, "It seems they are a little impatient, have already adopted a threatening tone, and I already have some suspicions that before the so-called bandits arrive, they will dress up as bandits and rob us." Quote, "No, Bachelor Ives, the bandits will come. They are already very close to us." Nymeria said, "Seriously, distribute the weapons. At least they can resist when they encounter danger." Quote, "Yes, my lord." The bachelor sighed and turned to leave. "Wait, Maester." Nymeria stopped the old Maester again and said, "Draft a document authorizing the bear hunter Lind of the Tyrell family to use the old castle as a bandit suppression base for a period of 4 years. The Tyrell family." The old bachelor was stunned for a moment, then saluted Nymeria and left. The next day, after receiving Nymeria's document authorizing the use of the old castle as a stronghold, the scouts sent by Lind discovered the current location of the bandits' alliance and other information. The bandit alliance is currently about 50 miles northeast of Tengshi town. They are traveling very slowly and make no secret of their whereabouts. It is expected that it will take about a day or so to get here. At the same time that Lind's scouts discovered these bandits, other people also discovered the whereabouts of these bandits, such as Tengshi town and those hiding in the valley. In addition, the scout team also discovered that there was another force following the hundreds of bandits. There were about 300 people in total. They were equipped with long contradiction cards and wore leather armor. They were well equipped and their marching methods were very good. They are all marching in the same way as the army, but they don't have any badges or other marks on their bodies, so it's hard to tell where they come from. However, this is not particularly difficult for Lind to guess. After all, there are only a Handful of great lords in the surrounding area who have the ability to train such a well-equipped secret army. In addition, coupled with the fact that he is interested in Tangxi Town, then the identity of the Great Lord has already appeared on the paper. Scar Eye, you lead the 2nd Cavalry and the logistics team to build a garrison camp in the ruins of Old Tangxi Town. Lind handed the permission order in his hand to Scar Eye, then turned to the craftsman supervisor of the logistics team and asked, "How are the preparations for the arrows going?" The head craftsman replied, "Sir, it is enough for each person to have 4 bags of arrows. But only 3 bags are made of iron arrowheads, and the remaining 1 bag is made of stone arrowheads. Where's the short bow?" Lind asked again. "Each person can equip 2. Take them all," Lind ordered, then turned to look at Bryn, Raoul and others and said, "Go tell them that we are going hunting." As Linda's order was issued, except for the people of the 2nd Cavalry, everyone else equipped all the arrows that could be equipped. Each person was equipped with 2 short bows and 1 long bow. In addition to in addition to the dagger, he is also equipped with a horn hammer specially used to break armor. Originally, Lind planned for everyone to be equipped with a moderately heavy scimitar or broad-bladed sword, but making either a scimitar or a broad-bladed sword was very cumbersome and time-consuming, requiring a large number of craftsmen, and using it takes a long time of practice to get started, otherwise it will be difficult to cause direct damage to enemies wearing armor. Therefore, Lind cancelled the sword and changed it to an angle hammer that was easier to make and use. For ordinary people, there is almost no threshold for using the angle hammer. They can just hit people with it. Even if they are wearing armor, they will be hit. An angle hammer will be injured if hit, and when riding a war horse and using an angle hammer, you don't need to swing it too much to cause great impact and damage. After being equipped, Lind led the more than 100 cavalrymen and rushed out of the dense forest where they were temporarily stationed, and galloped towards the direction of the bandit alliance. Because Lind did not hide anything, people in Tangxi Town and the valley outside Tangxi Town saw the departure of Linda's cavalry. The people in the valley were shocked because they had no idea that such a group of well-equipped cavalry was hiding so close to them. The people in Tangxi Town were confused and didn't understand why Lind would leave after getting permission to establish a stronghold. However, as Scar Eye led his people to establish a stronghold in the ruins, Tangxi Town confirmed that Lind was not leading the team to leave. Although she had a foreign aide like Lind, Nymeria did not intend to rely entirely on Lind. She still mobilized people in the village and quickly formed a team of 200 people. Although the equipment on these 200 people was left over from the Dance of Fire Dragons period, it was still as good as new. It seemed that all the lords of the Fudeli family had maintained it. In terms of quality alone, it was definitely not inferior to the standard equipment of any great lord's family. In addition, these 200 people are not entirely farmers. It is obvious that Nymeria consciously trained these people in the past to have a certain degree of fighting power, at least it seemed that way. Almost at the time Nymeria was mobilizing the people from the other side of the valley sent someone to summon her again, saying that as long as Nymeria accepted them as people, they were willing to fight for Nymeria. However, to their disappointment, Nymeria ignored their summons at all, as if they didn't exist. At noon, at the foot of a hillside dozens of miles away, a team of 300 people marched slowly toward Tangxi Town along the path trodden by their predecessors. Except for a few people on horseback, all the others in the team were infantry. These infantrymen seemed to have undergone strict training. They all walked with their heads buried and no one spoke. In the team, Bert Falwell adjusted his somewhat collapsed saber belt, then took off his heavy inner chain armor and threw it to his entourage. He only wore a light leather armor on his body, and then quickly followed "Get on your own team." As the second son of Sir Rhys Farwell, he was originally one of the horse riders. Unfortunately, he was so unlucky. When he was climbing over a hill, his horse suddenly lost control when it encountered something unknown, fell to the bottom of the cliff. If he had not jumped off the horse in time, he might have also fallen off the cliff. Originally, the people in the team didn't like him very much. When they saw his misfortune, they wanted to step on him, let alone ride with him, so he had to walk on his legs like everyone else. Having never gone through such a march before, he was exhausted before walking for too long. He had to take off all kinds of sundries on his body. Even at the end, the plate armor and chain armor used for protection were replaced with he bought a leather armor used by ordinary soldiers, and had followers and soldiers to support him as he marched, so that he could barely keep up with the team. The old knight Torin Leffert, who was simply responsible for leading the team, had a good relationship with the Farwell family. After seeing that Bert's physical strength had reached the limit and the rest of the team also showed tired looks, he ordered stop traveling, rest where you are, and eat. Bert, who was exhausted to the limit, thanked the 7 gods and couldn't wait to lie down on the ground. Then he asked his followers to fan him and his men to block him from the sun. Perhaps because of extreme fatigue, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept. He suddenly heard a cry, and then something heavy hit him. He quickly opened his eyes and was impressed. What he saw was his own frightened face, with an iron arrow passing through his eyes. Chapter 55 Annihilation of the Secret Troops. With Linda's cavalry speed, it only took more than 3 hours after leaving Tengshi town to encounter the bandit alliance brought together by the poisonous scorpion. However, Lin did not attack the bandit alliance. Instead, he checked the status of the bandits' equipment and personnel on a hillside from a distance. Then he bypassed the team of hundreds of people and headed towards the equipment group at the rear. The elite team moved over. About an hour later, the scouts from the front came back to report that the elite team of 300 people was only 1 valley away from them. Lin did not meet them head-on, but took a long detour to the rear of the team. The person leading this team obviously has experience in leading troops. He knows that, when marching, he must send out scouts, and he also knows that he must maintain formation during the march to avoid being attacked by surprise. However, his attention was all on the front and he completely forgot about it. Regarding the security of the rear, not only did no one be sent to the rear to check the situation, but in order to maintain the marching speed, they did not care at all about the difficulty of the rear logistics convoy driving in the mountains, resulting in the logistics convoy being completely disconnected from the army in front. Although there were dozens of soldiers in the logistics team protecting various baggage, under Linda's sudden attack, none of them could withstand the first round of mounted fire. And they were all shot into hedgehogs. After easily taking down the enemy's logistics team, Lind was very satisfied with the cavalry team's mounted shooting performance. He did not leave the field, but handed over to Raoul and Bryn to lead the team. The two executed their circumnavigation cavalry and archery tactics very well, leading the cavalry to circle and shoot arrows outside the enemy's logistics team. Although some people in the cavalry still cannot shoot well while riding horses, at least the arrows they shoot will not deviate too far. Through the dense covering of arrows, there will always be a few falling on the enemy. After briefly tidying up the battlefield and taking back the arrows that had been fired, Lind transported all the supplies for the logistics team to the nearby woods, slightly camouflaging them with leaves. After the battle was over, he would send people to pick them up. Perhaps it was because Lin Deli's rules had left such a deep impression on the riders that they did not snatch anything this time. All the valuable things they found were handed over to John for statistics and to be included in the battle achievements. After a slight repair, Lind continued to lead the cavalry to catch up with the secret army under a certain great lord from behind. Lind did not attack immediately, but followed behind. The team in front did not notice the danger from behind. After climbing over a small hill and arriving at a flat land with a slightly flatter terrain, the person leading the team announced to rest on the spot and at the same time sent someone to notify the logistics behind to catch up as soon as possible and prepare food. As a result, as soon as the man rounded a forest, his throat was pierced by 3 arrows flying out of the woods beside the road. After getting rid of the messenger, Lind did not launch an attack immediately, but continued to waiting for the army to completely relax. That would be the time to Attack. This opportunity did not wait for too long, because the previous rapid march had reached the limit of physical strength, and the journey was too smooth without encountering any obstacles, which made the soldiers in this team become careless and lax. After being given the order to rest in place, they sat on the ground completely relaxed, and soon most of the people fell asleep, although the commander of this team also cautiously sent soldiers to the nearby highlands. To monitor the surrounding situation, Lind sent people to those highlands ahead of them and directly killed the enemy soldiers when they arrived. Then he put on the clothes of those soldiers, disguised himself as one of them, and secretly told Lind about the situation of the team at the foot of the mountain. "Remember what I told you." When the time came, Lind turned to Rahul and Bryn to remind him, "Surround the perimeter and shoot arrows, don't hit directly." Rahul and Bryn repeated. Lind nodded, turned to look at John Bulway, and asked again, "Do you really want to charge into battle with me? It will be safer to be with Rahul and the others." "Sir, I am your steward and I should be by your side." John put on his helmet, drew out the long sword from his waist, and said, "Please don't worry, I have participated in several battles with Lord Roger. This little scene won't affect me." Seeing this, Lind said nothing more, picked up his helmet, put it on, and ordered to the 10 assault cavalry he had carefully selected, "Let's go." Under the leadership of Lind, the assault cavalry team composed of 10 riders who were proficient in horseback combat rushed out of the team and galloped forward along the mountain road. Rahul and Bryn also immediately led the remaining cavalry and archery teams and divided them into the 2 teams followed closely. Because there were only 12 riders, the sound of horse hooves was not particularly loud. When Lind and the others passed through the dense forest under a small hill and came to the team resting at the bottom of the hill, the sentry in charge of the team was still on guard. He didn't notice anything unusual, and even when he saw the cavalry galloping over, he thought it was the logistics team behind him that was delivering food first. However, when the 12 cavalrymen ran up to them, a sentry noticed the difference in K's clothing and saw the weapons in the hands of the overcoming cavalrymen. Enemy. The frightened sentry was about to shout a warning, but an arrow shot directly into his mouth, penetrated his head, and nailed him to the tree behind. Lind put the short bow in the saddle's bow sheath, quickly drew out the knight's sword from his waist, drove the horse, and rushed into the crowd who were still resting and completely unresponsive. Lind's sword swing was extremely fast, and the blade of the sword also had the illusion of distortion due to its extremely fast speed. The impact of the galloping horse and the power of the sword itself easily split everything in front of him and around him. The cavalry who followed Lind formed a fan shape and harvested those who were not affected by Lind's sword. Everyone who stood in their way turned into corpses, leaving a trail of blood. Enemy attack. The team commander who discovered that he was under attack immediately shouted a warning, and quickly recognized that Lind only had 12 people. Perhaps he felt that he could deal with Lind and the others, so he drew his sword at the same time. He led the guards and knights around him to greet Lind. Soon the 2 sides were fighting each other, but before the commander could swing his sword, he saw a flash of light passing through his body, followed by half of his body falling to the ground, and then the other knights and bodyguards who were fighting with him fell off their horses one by one. Some of them might not be dead, but they were already unconscious. The 12 cavalry led by Lind were extremely fast and without any obstacles. It only took a few minutes to cut through the team of 300 people like cutting a cake, leaving a trail of blood and nearly 100 bodies. The corpses were lying on the ground, including all the knights and officers who could command this team. This was the purpose of Lind's personal charge. The soldiers in this team were all stunned after they woke up from their sleep after hearing the enemy attack warning, before they had time to figure out what was going on. Around them, Lind's 12 cavalry had already passed through the team, and they were used to when they searched for their respective captains and commanders, they saw nothing. When the chaotic people took out their weapons to prepare for defense, arrows were shot from all directions, penetrating their leather armor and piercing into their bodies. Some were lucky enough to raise their shields in time to block the arrows in front of them. But They soon discovered that it was useless to just block one side. Arrows came from all directions. They could get lucky once, but as long as they made a mistake, they would be injured or killed. Because of the loss of their commander, they were unable to form an effective defensive position. Each one of them focused on their own defense. This defense was full of loopholes and could not effectively resist the incoming arrows. Raoul and Bryn faithfully carried out Lin's orders, perfectly demonstrating the effect of training on horseback shooting during this period. They were like a pack of wolves besieging their prey. They moved quickly around their prey and kept shooting arrows at them. Because the prey were all crowded together, they didn't even need to aim too much, they just needed to pull. Just open the bow and shoot the arrow quickly. Soon no one in the 300-man team that was surrounded by cavalry stood up anymore, and the cavalry only used more than one bag of arrows. Stop! Stop! Raoul and Bryn shouted orders at the same time. Then everyone put down their short bows and put them into the bow pouch next to the saddle. Then they picked up the angle hammer hanging on their waist, slowed down their horses, and started walking one by one. Their faces were full of excitement, waiting for the next order. For anyone, this can be regarded as an amazing victory. Facing 300 heavily armed troops, they wiped them out without any harm, which gave them a sense of accomplishment that they had never experienced before. Some people who were originally suspicious of Linda's constant forcing them to train in horseback riding and archery all expressed their belief in Lind now. They originally admired Linda's superior strength, but that was just admiration for his personal strength. They were still full of doubts about whether Lind, who was a hunter, knew how to lead troops in war. But now that doubt has completely disappeared. They only have admiration and respect for Lind in their hearts. At this time, Lind also led the people who had just finished charging to the edge of the position. He calmly looked at the corpses in front of him and ordered in a calm tone, "Clean the battlefield." After hearing the order, everyone was stunned, because in their memories, after winning such a big victory, those adults would make some grand speeches, but Lind behaved so plainly, as if such a big victory was achieved. Victory is as simple as drinking water and eating. Didn't you hear me say that I was cleaning the battlefield? Lind frowned, looked at the people around him, and ordered again. After everyone heard this, they got off their horses one after another and began to clean the battlefield, recover arrows, pull off the leather armor of the corpses, and help those who were not dead to rest in peace. Because Lind had specially trained to clean the battlefield, and asked one of them to clean and two to protect him, so even if someone pretended to be dead and tried to fight back, when the cavalry approached, someone would find him immediately and launch a fatal blow. "No, don't kill me. I am Bert Farwell, and my father is Reese Farwell, the great merchant in the western region. My father will definitely be willing to pay the ransom for me." Bert Farwell pretended to be dead. He rolled to avoid the falling angle hammer and begged for mercy loudly. Linda's order was to clean up these people completely, so the knights ignored his plea for mercy. Two of them had already held him down, and the other raised the angle hammer in his hand, preparing to smash his head. "Wait." At this time, John Bulway suddenly stopped the soldiers, turned to look at Bert Farwell lying on the ground, and said in surprise, "Fat boy Bert. Why are you here?" "Here, John." Bert also looked surprised, and then said happily, "Seven gods, hurry up, let me go." "Let him go," John Bulway ordered. Several riders looked at each other, and one of the middle-aged men looked at John with a serious look and said, "Lord Linda's order is to clean up everyone, including your friend, John. Sir, you are just a business officer and have no right to order us to do anything." Only then did John remember the rules set by Lind, and realized that the order he had just given had violated the rules, so he immediately changed his words and said, "I am not ordering you, I just hope that you will not do anything to him for the time being. I am now. Just go and ask for Lord Linda's order." Several people looked at each other and nodded. John signaled to the panicked Bert, and then ran towards Lind. Soon he came to Lind, saluted Lind, and said, "Sir, there is someone among these people who it can be used." Lind looked at John and said, "That man is your friend." No, the relationship is closer, they are relatives and friends. John immediately explained. That person is Bert Farwell, the second son of Rhys Farwell, and Rhys Farwell is the former Earl of the Farwell family in the West. The legitimate son of Lord Rowlett Farwell, but because Lord Rowlett Farwell offended Duke Tywin in some matters, after his death, the title was given to a branch, and Sir Rhys Farwell was banished. Quote, exiled to the south, Lind guessed. John nodded and admitted, yes, Sir Rhys Farwell has lived in the south for a long time and got married and had children. His wife is my aunt, and Bert Farwell is my cousin. Now your cousin has become a member of the secret army of the Western Territory. Lind frowned and said, you should know very well that if I let your brother go, then the news of our annihilation of this Western Territory army will be lost. It is very likely that the news will reach Duke Tywin's ears. How do you think Duke Tywin will react when the time comes? No, sir, I am sure that Bert joining this army was just an accident. Their family has no good impression of Duke Tywin. John quickly explained, although Sir Rhys received the pardon 4 years ago, he returned to the Falwell family, but he never stayed in the Falwell family for a long time, or even stayed in the Westerlands for a long time. He spent most of his time at sea, because he did not dare to let Lord Tywin know that he still had any influence on the Lannister family. There is hatred. At this time, Bryn also came over and said, I have also heard the name of Rhys Farwell, a famous sea merchant in the Western Territory. There are many land merchants in the Western Territory, but sea merchants can achieve his level very little. As he spoke, he came closer to Lind and said, didn't Moose say that it's hard for him to buy something suitable? Maybe we can. Lind thought for a while, nodded and said, bring that Bert here, I hope he survives and won't cause us any trouble. Chapter 56 Easy Solution. Are you Bert Farwell? Lind asked, looking down at the short and fat knight in front of him. Yes, sir. Bert responded, lowering his head. Lind sat on a stone, pointed to a stone next to him, motioned for Bert to sit down as well, and said, tell me the purpose of your army. Bert looked at John and saw him nodding to indicate that it was okay, then sat down opposite Lind, and then carefully replied, the order we received is to follow the bandits of the Scorpion Society and wait for the opportunity. What time? Lind continued to ask. I don't know about this. Only Sir Torrhen Lefford knows about it, but now. Bert turned his head and looked at the old sir who had been split into 2 pieces by Lind in the distance. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes and he said, I should be speechless now. Has your army been the only one sent to the western region? Lind asked again. We are the only one now, Bert replied. You mean there will be other armies coming from the west in the future? John couldn't help but interjected and asked. Bert nodded and said, when I left, I saw several armies gathering, but I don't know if they were sent here. John asked again, how big is the army? Bert looked at his cousins and said, when we left, the several armies that gathered were similar to ours, but they are still gathering. The final army will be formed, and the number of people should be much larger than ours. Lind frowned. This news is not good news for Lind. If Duke Tywin really continues to send troops here, and the number is still increasing, then Duke Tywin is not just testing, but really want to capture Tengshi town. Although after the battle just now, Lind was confident that he could deal with the bandits here, and he was also confident that he could deal with a small group of lords, army, but if Duke Tywin used the troops of various nobles in the Western Territory, then he would only be able to retreat. However, he thinks this possibility is unlikely, because Tengshi town belongs to the Reach. After all, if the Western Territory sends out troops with great fanfare, it will eventually lead to a war between the Western Territory and the Southern Territory. This is definitely something that the Iron Throne will not allow. Therefore, Duke Tywin gathered the army probably for other things. Due to the lack of sufficient intelligence, Lind was unable to make any effective judgment. This also gave him the idea of establishing an intelligence network, but he knew very well that it was too early. Now, Lind asked again, how many spies from the western region are in the bandit groups convened by the poisonous scorpion? I don't know much about this. Only the old knight knows this. Bert replied. Lind looked at Bert and asked, "Why did you join this army?" "With all due respect, Lord Bert. You don't seem to be good at fighting. The Farwell family needed a few people to join the army, and I was unlucky to be chosen." Bert shrugged helplessly and said, "If I hadn't joined the army this time, I would have gone to Old Town to study by now." "City. Are you going to study in the city?" Lind asked. Bert answered truthfully, "Yes, I have loved reading since I was a child and want to be a bachelor." Hearing Bert's words, Lind suddenly thought of a person named Samuel Tarley. The two were similar in stature and personality, and were equally interested in knowledge. "When things here are over, I will let you go to the school city to study." Lind made a decision and said, "However, before that, you can only stay with me. Bert Farwell has temporarily dead, do you understand?" Bert knew that he would not die. A happy smile appeared on his face, and he was so excited that he thanked Lind for his kindness. John was happy that his cousin could survive and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. Lind added, "However, I don't keep idle people here. Before you leave, you need to do something for me. For the time being, you can be my steward together with John." Bert was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Lind added, "By the way, you don't seem to know who we are yet. John, take him down. Introduce our situation, and tell him what needs to be done." "Understood, sir." After John heard this, he took Bert aside and introduced their situation. In fact, the moment Bert saw John, he already knew that this team was from the Tyrell family, but he didn't know Lind's identity. Even when John introduced Lind's name, he had a look on his face. At a loss, there was no big noble named Tara in his memory. In fact, he had lost contact with the outside world a few months ago. He had always stayed in the army, either in the military camp or on the road, so he knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world, let alone Lin. Germany is a legendary figure whose reputation has spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. It wasn't until John carefully recounted Lind's experience that he truly realized that Lind did not belong to the old aristocratic family he knew. At the same time, he was also surprised by Lind's luck. Yes, Bert was surprised by Linda's luck, not Linda's strength. He has read a lot of books, and he has also read a lot of legends and biographies of the Seven Kingdoms from ancient times to the present. And any book he has read, no matter how much the author exaggerates the protagonist in the book, it was never so exaggerated that a commoner with a hunter background could be canonized as a knight by the king in just a few months. And more importantly, Lind was qualified to lead troops on his own just after he became a knight. And from the little information revealed by John, it is not difficult to see that the Tyrell family attaches great importance to Lind and even gives him considerable autonomy. Such as you can recruit your own soldiers, allow expansion of a certain amount of troops, etc. Even the old nobles in high court may not have such great power, but Lind now has it, which makes him extremely curious about Lind. Originally, he regretted that he could not go to the academy to study immediately, but now all the regrets in his heart disappeared. Going to the academy to study was not as interesting as directly observing the rise of a legendary figure. Cleaning up the battlefield was quickly completed. All the items that could be taken away, from the leather armor and clothing to the weapons and equipment, were all exposed. Only naked corpses were left on the ground. When Bert saw this scene, he couldn't help but said, "Sir, this is really unseemly. At least, they should leave a piece of clothing on them. I am very poor now, and I will not let go of any materials I can use, and..." Lind looked at Bert calmly and said, "Everyone is mortal, since he came to this world naked, and let them leave naked, which is very appropriate." After saying that, he ordered Bryn Hewen to lead his first cavalry team to transport the loot, together with the supplies of the previous logistics team to the Tengshi town stronghold. He continued to lead the army to pursue the bandit alliance in front. "Sir, are your number too few? There are 600 or 700 bandits," Bryn said, worriedly. "That's enough. They are just bandits, and they are bandits whose courage has been broken. The guards have enough manpower." Lind shook his head, then seemed to think of something, turned to John and Bert, said, You just follow Bryn to transport the loot. You don't need to participate in the next battle. Yes, sir. The two men responded quickly. Let's go. Lind looked at the guards who were ready to go and ordered. As the order was issued, the cavalry that had just rested, led by Lind, quickly moved towards Tengshi town along the traces left by the bandit alliance in front. The team was moving very fast, and logically it should only take an hour to catch up with the slowly walking bandit alliance in front of them. However, Lind seemed to be in conflict with the land itself. Ever since he entered the land, it had been raining continuously, hindering his march. Now when walking on the road, he would encounter flash floods from nowhere, and he finally had to choose after taking a detour and wasting several hours. They finally caught up with the bandit alliance in the evening. Now this place is less than 5 miles away from Tengshi town, separated by 2 hills. The bandit alliance did not attack Tengshi town overnight. Instead, they stayed here to recharge their batteries and eat all the remaining food, prepare for a big fight tomorrow. The leaders of these bandits were somewhat capable. Before they were stationed, they knew to send sentries to the surrounding mountains to prevent sneak attacks. It's a pity that the people they sent out were not as diligent as they thought. After several days of marching and the shortage of food, these people were already very tired. After guarding for a while, they all found them one by one. He found a place to rest and waited for the people below to bring him food. This rest was an eternal rest. After getting rid of these sentries, Lind stood on the hillside and looked at the situation below. Although the sky was a little dark, he could still clearly see the situation at the foot of the mountain. He saw the bandits sitting on the ground scattered, even unloading their weapons. After taking off the equipment, they were completely relaxed and defenseless. Just like the previous team. How could Lind let go of such a good opportunity? As he led the cavalry down the hillside, the same scene appeared again a few hours later. The same group of unprepared people. The same valley with a similar shape, and the same ending. The only difference is that he did not wipe out all these bandits. It's not that he can't annihilate all these bandits who have lost all fighting spirit, but he needs some words and someone to publicize his arrival. He needs to make the bandits and savage tribes entrenched in this area feel fear, so that they listen to themselves calmly. What a glorious victory! I have been a soldier in the Tyrell family for almost 10 years, and I have never seen such a clean and tidy battle. Raoul gasped, wiping the blood on his face with his hand, and looking at the battlefield in front of him, he praised. That's because you have seen too few wars. Lind did not show too happy expression and said, these are just some defeated armies defeated by Lord Tywin, a group of ragtag people. Before they took up arms, they are just ordinary farmers and civilians. Although they are large in number, they have no fighting power. They are not as good as the previous army. They are barely enough to threaten some villages with few people, but perhaps feeling that it was not worth mentioning, Lind did not continue and asked. Instead, how many people did we lose? 2 people died and 11 people were injured, Raoul said. Lind was stunned and asked, 2 people died. How did they die? Raoul said with some embarrassment, it's a stupid way to die. I didn't sit properly on the saddle, fell off, and was trampled to death by the horse behind me. Lind was silent for a moment and said, remember to train harder. I hope that in the next battle, no one will fall off his horse and be trampled to death by his own people. Yes, sir. Raoul bowed his head and said, these bandits have reached the end of their rope. Except for the people of the poisonous Scorpion Society who still have some valuable things on their bodies, others only have weapons in their hands that are of some value, but these weapons need to be resmelted before they can be used again. Although Lind looked confident and sure of victory, he had no idea about the battle that would follow from Tengshi town, because this was the first time he led an army to fight. Not only in this life, but also in the same was true in previous lives. Until now, he gradually let go of his hanging heart. Now everything is developing much better than he expected. His attempt at mounted archery was very effective. Although some flaws were exposed in the battle, such as the short bow was not strong enough to penetrate through the shield. Another example is that the size of the saddle is not suitable for freeing The hands. However, these are all technical problems that can be solved by finding skilled craftsmen. The most important thing now is the issue of army expansion. He needs cavalry and archery tactics to reach a certain scale before they can really work. The attack power generated by his current more than 100 people is far from enough. He needs to expand to at least about 500 people, can maintain the coverage of arrows and have sufficient lethality. However, there are really few suitable soldiers. The savage tribes, mountain people and bandits who are entrenched here may be able to conquer and recruit them, but that will be a matter for the future. Now he needs to find a source of soldiers that can be recruited immediately. Maybe those people in the valley. Lin thought of the people in the valley outside Tengshi town. Those people were indeed suitable sources of soldiers who could immediately participate in the battle after being recruited, but their identities were a big problem. Until the issue of their identity is resolved, Nymeria Fudley cannot contact them. And he cannot contact them either. After all, he now represents the Tyrell family. While Lind was clearing the battlefield, Breen's 1st Cavalry had returned to Tengshi town. They passed in front of Tengshi town with cartloads of loot, transported it to the ruins of the old castle, and then armored them piece by piece, and weapons were moved to a temporary warehouse converted from ruins. Have they won? The old bachelor stood on the hillside and looked at the trophies in surprise. Something is wrong. Nymeria Fudley's eyesight is much better than that of the old bachelor. She can clearly see that among the trophies transported, many of the armors are complete standard armors, and the weapons are also very sophisticated. Like the weapons and equipment a group of robbers should have. Perhaps we should ask them. The old bachelor was about to give advice when he saw a fast horse rushing down the hillside not far away and rushing towards Tengshi town. Sir. Yes, Vic. Upon hearing this, Nymeria immediately ran down the hillside and came to the entrance of the village. Just as the man drove his horse nearby, the moment he saw Nymeria, he got off his horse and panted, saying, "Sir, all destroyed, all those thieves were wiped out." Chapter 57 Cooperation with Nymeria. I didn't expect you to solve my big trouble so easily. Nymeria Fudley met Lind, who had just returned from the battlefield, in her tower house, her tone full of disbelief. Lind said solemnly, "It's just good luck. They didn't expect there would be a team like me. They thought Tengshi town was all they had to deal with. What are you going to do next?" Nymeria asked again. After building the stronghold, rebuild the dock first. It is too troublesome to transport supplies from the road. There are too many mountains, canyons and hills here. It is difficult for carriages to travel such roads. In addition, the old roads have been abandoned for too long. Many places they are all damaged. If they are not repaired, they are not suitable for carriages. Lind briefly introduced his thoughts, and then asked, "You don't mind if I demolish some ruins and use those stones?" "I don't mind. If there weren't very few people here and there weren't many houses needed, those ruins would have been demolished long ago." Nymeria pointed to the current tower house and said, "This is built with the stone of the meeting hall. It's very good and has been standing for hundreds of years." "Thank you, sir," Lind said. "No, I should be the one to say thank you." Nymeria bowed to Lind and then said, "I think, Lord Lind, you still have a lot to do, so I won't waste your time. I hope you have time. You can tell me about the battle. My Lord Earl, are you eager to fight?" Lind did not leave immediately, but asked with interest. Nymeria turned to look at the double-edged giant axe hanging on the wall, and admitted directly, "Yes, I am eager to fight, but unfortunately my identity determines that I cannot fight freely." Quote. Lind looked at the double-edged giant axe. It could be seen that this weapon was made of plenty of materials, and the steel chosen was not much worse than Garland's two knight swords. It was not difficult to see from the state of the weapon that it had been regularly maintained. The last maintenance was just these 2 days. "Is that okay?" Lind asked, pointing to the double-edged axe. "Of course." Nymeria nodded. Lind walked over, took down the double-edged axe, and waved it casually a few times. Although Lind could swing it easily, in terms of weight, this double-edged axe was much heavier than his knight's sword, almost as much as the combined weight of the two knights' swords. I can see that you don't know how to use an axe. Nymeria saw that Lind was swinging the axe easily, but his movements were very clumsy. She stood up with a smile, took the giant axe from Lind's hand, and then, like the demonstration usually, started dancing inside the tower house. It has to be said that Nymeria's double-edged axe technique is very clever. It is completely created to match her body shape and strength. It is very suitable for fighting in battle, especially in group attacks. Her axe can easily sweep over. The attack caused a large amount of damage, but because the movement was too large, it was not conducive to individual duels. Who taught you to fight? Lind asked curiously when Nymeria stopped. Nymeria calmed down her somewhat chaotic breathing, put the giant axe back on the shelf, and said, "A competitive champion from Marine, someone paid a big price to teach me how to fight." As she said this, she seemed not to want it. Continuing this topic, he turned to look at Lind and said, "I watched you fight the Red Viper last night. You defeated him easily. Do you think the Red Viper is weak?" Lind asked. "No, if the Red Viper is weak, then what am I, like a child in front of him?" Nymeria shook her head and said, "I hope you can train me and teach me how to fight. Your fighting skills are already very mature and are very suitable for you. You don't need to be taught by others. The only thing you lack is actual combat." Lind shook his head. When Nymeria showed disappointment, he changed the subject and said, "If you don't mind, I can be your sparring partner." A smile appeared on Nymeria's face and she said, "Thank you, Lord Lind. In that case, I won't delay Lord Lind from doing your work." Lind did not stay here anymore and turned around to leave the tower house. When he passed by the village, the people in the village looked at him curiously. Apparently, the news about him annihilating the bandits had spread in Tengshi town. Lind also took a look at the people in Tengshi town. He found that the people in Tengshi town were all strong and more like soldiers than farmers. Judging from the walking movements of some people, they should also have received certain training. For military training, these people are undoubtedly a very suitable source of soldiers. The only drawback is that these people have masters. Lind, who returned to the ruins, ordered John to write down everything that happened in the past few days, especially Duke Tywin's plan, the remnants of the dragon family hiding in the valley, and the attitude of Countess Nymeria Foudery. Written down. After writing, stamp it with a seal it with wax, and give it to John, asking him to bring a few people to deliver the report letter to Duke Tyrell immediately. In order to avoid accidents, Linder did not let John take the land route. Instead, he asked the fisherman in Tengshi town to buy a small fishing boat and let him sail down the Mandar River. After reaching Bitter Bridge, he switched to horses. After John left, the position of steward was handed over to Bert. Although Bert may not be very good at fighting, he did a very good job as steward, and he also gave great advice on building a stronghold. Lots of useful advice. Because of the ready-made stone materials and foundations, the camp houses were built very quickly. It only took 2 days to build a prototype of the camp. Facilities such as barracks and stables would still take some time to build. However, there were some problems with the construction of the pier. Although the Mandeb River is a gentle river, even from the mountainous and hilly areas in the upper reaches to the plains in the middle reaches, the river water is very gentle, and there is almost no difference in height. However, no matter how gentle the river looks, there are still differences in heights in the water, so it is very difficult to use a boat to go upstream to Tengshi town upstream. In the past, the unique method of long oar boats and trackers was used to allow downstream cargo ships to reach Tengshi town smoothly. However, after Tengshi town became ruins, the long oar boats and trackers disappeared on the Mandar River, so it is impossible for the materials on the Kuchao side to be transported to Tengshi town through the Mande River as Lind expected. They can only take the land route, so some people feel that there is no need to waste time and energy to rebuild the dock. Bryn and Raoul both hold this idea. They feel that Lind should focus more on suppressing bandits and training the army. Things like rebuilding the docks waste precious manpower and have no substantive effect on suppressing bandits. But as a half-outsider, Bert believed that rebuilding the dock would be of great help to Linda's career. Because after the dock is repaired and the abandoned road connecting Tengshi Town to Rose Avenue is cleared, a more convenient one-way trade road can be formed. Although the tax revenue generated by this trade route does not belong to Lind, Lind has tax exemption rights, so he can use this trade route to do freight business and earn military expenses. From Bert's point of view, Linda's huge sum of more than 20,000 gold dragons seems to be a lot, but if there is no income, he will not be able to maintain an army for a long time. Whether it is salary, post-war rewards, etc., it is very important to Lind. It's a big burden, to say the least, so Linda's top priority now is to make his wallet full. Although what Bert said made sense, he actually didn't know much about Linda's actual situation. He didn't know that this army of 200 people did not require Lind to pay wages, and even the daily consumption of grain, grass and other supplies was not required. No money is needed from Lind. But Bert is right about one thing, that is, Lind really needs to keep his money bag full. Because he will definitely need to expand his troops, and half of the military expenses for the expanded troops will need to be paid for by himself, as well as food and grass. Part of the funds, plus rewards and other miscellaneous expenses, combined into a large expenditure. And more importantly, he didn't want to just recruit some farmers like other lords, armies, and then let the farmers prepare their own weapons for the battlefield, and then disband and go home after the war. He wants to train a group of professional soldiers who will completely obey his orders. Even after the bandit suppression mission is completed, he can still control this army. Only with enough military power can he have enough voice, so weapons and equipment, etc. He needs to be responsible. Faced with such a large expenditure, 20,000 gold dragons are really stretched. Although there are some problems, the matter of rebuilding the pier has not changed. Lind still feels that the pier should be rebuilt, but he does not intend to rebuild it alone. You want to repair and rebuild that abandoned dock? Nymeria couldn't help but be stunned after hearing Lind's proposal, and asked doubtfully, there were no merchant ships coming and going more than 100 years ago, so what's the point of rebuilding it now? There are no commercial ships coming and going now, but that doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Lind explained seriously that after rebuilding the dock, he would clear out the abandoned road connecting Rose Avenue and remove the bandits and gangsters entrenched on both sides of the road. The mountain people and the savage tribes were cleared together, so that a group of southbound caravans could be diverted from Rose Avenue. After Lind finished explaining, he said, "This is also good for you. The tax revenue brought by the caravan is a large amount of income. You can also build warehouses, trading centers, etc. here. I believe it will not take long. Stone Town can regain its former prosperity." After listening to Lind's narration, Nymeria looked at Lind with a strange expression and asked confusedly, "Lord Lind, you should be a knight of the Tyrell family, right?" "Yes." Lind nodded. Nymeria smiled and said, "But why do I feel that you are a knight of my Fodeli family? The Duke has given me tax-free rights for a certain period of time. If the Tengshi Town business road is opened, I can use the tax-free rights to gain considerable benefits." Lind explained with a smile, "I have always been, I believe, in a win-win situation, and it is very satisfying to be able to benefit yourself while helping your peers. In that case, I agree with you to rebuild the ruined dock." Nymeria did not care about Lind's thoughts, and agreed to Lind's request straightforwardly, but she saw that Lind did not respond. Then he asked, "Do you have any more questions?" "There are two problems," Lind said truthfully. "One problem is that I am currently short of manpower. Because of the need to suppress bandits, my people need to train and perform various tasks every day. There is no way to spare enough manpower. Come and rebuild the pier." Hearing Lind's words, Nymeria couldn't help but laugh and said, "It turns out that you just talked for a long time, but in the end you still asked me to rebuild the dock." Lind responded, "I can pay the people involved in rebuilding the pier. No need. Since the dock is mine, I will naturally pay for it." Nymeria shook her head, rejected Lind's kindness, and then asked, "What about the second question?" Lind continued, "The second problem is the problem of ships. Ordinary ships can only go down the river. If you want to go upstream from the middle reaches and return to Tangxi town, you need the special long-oared boats of the past. Before Lin could finish speaking, Nymeria interrupted him again and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Some old people in my territory also know how to make this kind of long-oar boat. I heard that this kind of, unless a long-oar boat carries too much cargo, it can return to Tangxi town from the upstream by rowing alone. In this case, then the matter is settled." Lind promised, "I will also clear the abandoned road as soon as possible." "Wait, Lord Lind." Just as Lind was about to leave, Nymeria stopped him and said, "Sir Lind, although you have finished speaking, I still have something to say." Linda's expression was startled, but he quickly returned to normal and said, "Please tell me." Nymeria said, "I hope to cooperate with you to suppress the bandits." "Aren't we just cooperating now?" Lind asked, confused. "The cooperation I'm talking about is military cooperation," Nymeria said with a serious look. "Sooner or later, the Tyrell army you lead will leave here and return to Highgarden. If I need to keep trade routes open in the future, I will inevitably bandits need to be cleared out regularly, so I need to prepare in advance." She paused and said in a deep voice, "I will personally lead troops to participate in every subsequent bandit suppression operation." I have to say that Nymeria's proposal really moved Lin's heart. After all, he had been thinking about how to recruit farmers from Tangxi town 2 days ago. Now Nymeria has taken the initiative to send it to his door, and he does not need any additional help. Paying wages is a good thing no matter how you look at it. However, he did not agree. Instead, he thought about it and said, "Although I don't know how many residents there are in your Tangxi town, I made a rough calculation and found that there are probably no more than 2,000 people. Between these 2,000 people, more than half of them are old, weak, sick and disabled. Among the remaining hundreds of people, there are probably less than 200 who can take up arms and fight immediately. Moreover, these 200 people can be said to be the most important labor force in Tangxi town, cultivating farmland and planting crops. We all need them. If there are a lot of casualties, it may affect the stability of Tangxi town. I don't want any trouble in Tangxi town as the rear." Nymeria smiled and said, "Lord Lind, you made a mistake. Although I only control Tangxi town now, I have 37 villages in my territory. It has a total population of more than 70,000 people and can mobilize 10,000 young men." Quote, Chapter 58 Win-Win. Lind was immediately shocked after hearing Nymeria's description. He didn't expect Nymeria to be so powerful. But he soon discovered that something was wrong. If Nymeria was really so strong, how could she allow bandits to run rampant in this area, let alone rely on the people sent by her father to protect the safety of Tangxi town? Lind, who found the doubt, thought about it for a moment, and soon realized the trap of Nymeria's words. He looked at Nymeria, who turned her face aside and did not want to look at him, and said, "Earl sir, are those 37 villages under your control? Not to mention recruiting soldiers, can you collect some taxes from those villages?" Ahem. Nymeria coughed twice, relieved her embarrassment, and then said a little bit harshly, "Those villages just broke off the relationship with Tangxi town because of the bandits, and they are not under my control for the time being. Once the bandits are wiped out, those villages will definitely come under my command again." Quote, "So that means it's not that you led the troops to help me suppress the bandits, but that I led the troops to assist you in regaining the lost territory." Lind directly pointed out the relationship between the two, and then couldn't help but smile. "Excuse me, Lord Earl, did you come up with this idea?" Yes. Now that she had made it clear, Nymeria had no need to hide anything anymore. She nodded and said, "Actually, this approach is also good for you, Lord Lind. I am not the only one who can do it, Prophet. Tell me about it." Lind gestured. Nymeria asked, "Lord Lind, you should know how the Kingsguard wiped out the Kingswood Brotherhood, right?" "I know." Lind nodded. "At first it was difficult for the Kingsguard to completely wipe out the Kingswood Brotherhood. That was mainly because the villages around the Kingswood provided cover and supplies to the Kingswood Brotherhood. They could almost be said to be the logistics base of the Kingswood Brotherhood. Nimili Yahweh recounted. Later, the Kingsguard changed their strategy and decided to capture those villages first, and then win over those villages through bribery and profit sharing, so that those villages would no longer provide supplies to the Kingswood Brotherhood, and no longer provide services to the Kingswood Brotherhood. They use cover to completely wipe out the Royal Forest Brotherhood. Lind said, "You mean that the situation in those villages is the same as that of the villages around the Royal Forest? They are all providing cover and supplies to the bandits wandering around this area. It's not just about covering up and providing supplies. People in some villages are usually just farmers, but once they see the caravan, they will become bandits." Nymeria smiled bitterly, as if she felt that the villages under her rule were like this. Dishing was a little embarrassed, but she did not stop talking and continued, "If you want to wipe out the bandits here, you must also deal with those bandit villages. This does not conflict with the cooperation I proposed, and with me joining, you are right, it became justifiable for those villages to take action." It has to be said that Nymeria's words are very reasonable, and Lind can't find a point to refute for the time being. After thinking for a moment, Lind extended his hand towards Nymeria and said, "I think I have no reason to refuse this cooperation, Lord Earl." Nymeria also showed a little proud smile on her face, shook Lind's hand and said, "In this case, we have made an agreement." Lind nodded and said, "Yes, that's what we have agreed. Of course, if you need to sign an oath contract with me, you can." "No need. I never believe in any oath," Nymeria said with a look of disdain. Afterwards, the two briefly discussed the general direction of cooperation, and after determining the key issue of Lind taking the lead in the bandit suppression operation, the subsequent details were left to Nymeria's bachelor and Linda's affairs officer to discuss. After returning to the ruined camp from the tower house, Lind told his subordinates the process of his discussion with Nymeria. Although the matter was a foregone conclusion, he still wanted to hear their opinions. After hearing this, Bryn Huen couldn't help but sigh. This countess is really not simple. I seem to see the shadow of Countess Sheila Hayen of Harrenhal in her. They are all declining. Nobles. We are doing everything we can to keep the family going. Raoul and Scar-I didn't know much about these high-level politics, but they just instinctively felt that this matter would be beneficial to them. On the contrary, Bert thought for a moment and then said, "The 37 villages mentioned by Count Nymeria should not be all villages east of the Mander River, right? There should also be many villages west of the Mander River. It belongs to Tengshi town, and Duke Taiwan's army is currently operating there. If we help the Earl regain those villages, we will definitely conflict with Duke Taiwan's army. Doesn't this go against your original intention, sir?" Hearing Bert's analysis, Lind couldn't help but frown, and everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Bert suddenly spoke again and said, "Actually, we don't have to worry too much about the villages west of the Mander River." "What do you mean? Are we going to abandon those villages and let people from the western region occupy them?" Raoul said, displeased. "Of course not." Bert shook his head and explained, "Actually, we can just focus on dealing with the bandits east of the Mander River and those villages that have escaped the control of Count Nymeria. After these villages are recovered, we can let Count Nymeria wrote a public letter of thanks to Highgarden, thanking Highgarden for sending Lord Lind to help Tengshi town suppress the bandits and regain the village. By the way, he mentioned in the thank you letter that the army of the West now occupied those areas west of the Mander River villages, and those villages are lands that belong to the Reach." "I understand," Bryn said with a look of surprise at this moment. "You want to force Gao Ting to die?" Bert shook his head and was about to explain. Lind seemed to have seen through Bert's thoughts and said, "No, he is not forcing High Court to die, but forcing High Court to write a letter of accusation to the Iron Throne." Bert smiled and nodded. "It is taboo for any noble to enter the territory of other lords without authorization and occupy other lords' villages. If you do it secretly, it will be fine if you are not caught. But if you are discovered, the nature of the matter will change. Once the High Court writes a letter of accusation to the Iron Throne, no matter how strong Duke Taiwan is, he will not be able to withstand the accusations of the other 6 kingdoms. In the end, he can only withdraw the troops sent and give up the villages that have been controlled. The only way the problem is that it is not known whether the villages that were released can still be kept intact. With Lord Taiwan's character, he would definitely be willing to destroy them completely. And he would never give them up to anyone else. However, this is not a bad thing for Nymeria. After all, those villages have been out of the control of Tengshi town for many years. The villagers have long been separated from Tengshi town. Even if they are recovered, it will take a long time and energy to regain these villagers. It is impossible to get the loyalty you want even by spending a lot of time and energy. After all, these villagers did not need to pay taxes before. Once they are taken back by Tengshi town, the due taxes will definitely be indispensable. Therefore, if Duke Taiwan can completely clear out these villages and leave only the land, Nymeria can recruit free people to farm, which will make it easier to gain the loyalty of the new people. And it's not just Nymeria who benefits, Lin can also get a stable source of troops. In the following days, Nymeria led 100 villagers selected by her to the ruins of the camp as agreed, and conducted cooperative training with Linda's cavalry. In fact, the coordination training is very simple, that is, the cavalry team surrounds and kills the enemy through riding and shooting. When the enemy's army is completely defeated, Nymeria leads her warriors to charge into the formation and finish. Although these warriors of Nymeria were farmers not long ago, this does not mean that their strength is poor. In fact, Nymeria consciously trained them in the sword and shield skills of Essos in the past. These farmers are already considered warriors. Like Nymeria, what they lack is actual combat experience. So after completing several cooperation trainings, Lind arranged for the cavalry team to conduct actual combat training with these soldiers. What's interesting is that if they fight alone, Linda's cavalry can easily defeat Nymeria's soldiers, but if the number becomes a 10-man team, then Linda's cavalry has almost no chance of winning. The sword and shield skills of the Tengshi town soldiers cooperated with each other to form a battle formation effect, and easily suppressed Linda's cavalry. Of course, the premise was that the cavalry did not ride horses and were not equipped with bows and arrows. The performance of these soldiers undoubtedly gave Lind a great surprise. The only problem was how to make good use of Nymeria and her men. In addition, Linda's geographical intelligence has been greatly supplemented by the addition of Nymeria. As a lord, Nymeria also has a certain grasp of the situation in her territory. She has provided a lot of information about the activity areas of thieves' gangs, mountain people, villages and wildling tribes, and she has also marked thieves and mountain people who can be attracted. Came out. As for the savage tribes, they were all marked as non-negotiable. Lind had different views on the nature of the wildling tribes. Although Nymeria was very smart and knowledgeable, and was a qualified lord, when it came to the wildlings, she was different from the other noble lords of the 7 kingdoms. There is no difference in perception. They almost equate savages with beasts. However, as a foreigner, Lind knew very well that the savage tribe was not inaccessible to communication. Especially the savage tribe that had been living in the south for a long time. Could not only communicate with each other, but also accept employment. More than 10 years later, the little devil hired a man. A wildling army fights for Lord Taiwan. In fact, in Lind's view, the completely tamed savage tribe may be more in line with his requirements than the ordinary soldiers hired with money, because the single-minded savage tribe is not easy to betray. After learning that Lind had the idea of regaining the savage tribe, not only Nymeria looked at him with a strange look, but even Bryn, Raoul, and Scar-I couldn't help but show strange expressions. Bert looked thoughtful. "Bert, you seem to have a different opinion," Lind asked after seeing Bert's expression. Everyone also looked at Bert, because of his recent performance, they already regarded Bert as one of their own. "Yes, sir." Bert nodded and said, "In fact, I spent some time with a savage tribe a few years ago. At that time, I injured my leg and was abandoned by my companions in the forest. If it Hadn't been for the savage tribe to save me, take me and take care of me until my wounds are healed and I may be dead. As he said that, he looked at Nymeria and said, I think the outside world is too discriminatory towards the savage tribe. In fact, the famous nobles and lords of the 7 kingdoms can trace their ancestors back, and they are all from the savage tribe. There is no difference between the savage tribe and us. I think your idea of regaining the savage tribe is feasible. Lind nodded, turned to look at Nymeria, and asked, Lord Earl, do you know where the closest savage tribe is from here? Although I still don't think the savage tribe can be recovered, I have no objection if you want to try. Nymeria thought about it seriously and said, continuing upstream along the Mandar River, there is a tribe of savages in Butui Ridge. They migrated from the riverlands more than 10 years ago. They now number about 3,000 people. They usually focus on fishing and hunting and rarely attack the surrounding villages. If you want to choose a target to recover, the savage tribe should be very suitable. I know that savage tribe, Bert interrupted at this time. I passed near that tribe when we were marching. The tribe's warriors were watching us in the woods on both sides of the team, but I don't know how many there are. If you are going to the savage tribe, you'd better bring it with you. Nymeria pointed to Glory sitting at Lind's feet and said with a smile, many savage tribes worship the shadow lynx, and this shadow lynx is so special, if you mess with it a little bit, it might be worshipped by the savage tribe as some sort of holy spirit. Although Nymeria's words had a hint of teasing, hearing it in Lind's ears reminded him that Glory might really play an extraordinary role in regaining the savage tribe. Glory is now much bigger than when he left King's Landing. When standing on all fours, his back is already at the same level as Linda's waist, almost the same size as an adult shadow lynx, and Glory's body growth has not stopped yet. As for how big it will grow, Lind doesn't know. Lind also thought about riding Glory in the future, but Glory was extremely averse to being ridden, even by Lind, the master. Although Glory can play a big role in regaining the savage tribe, Lind does not intend to take Glory to contact the savage tribe immediately because the current shock effect of Glory is not big enough. Lind could feel that after Glory absorbed the resentful soul energy from the ruins of the old Tengshi town, his body would develop again in a short period of time. According to previous experience, this development period may take about 10 days. By then, Glory's size may have grown a lot, and it will definitely exceed the normal size of the shadow lynx. In addition, Glory's unique ability to continuously change the black and white stripes on its body, Lind believes that the savage tribes will feel shocking. Chapter 59 Solving Hidden Dangers. In the open space in front of the ruined camp, Lind completed his daily combat training with Nymeria. He handed the knight swords to Bert and Raoul respectively, and asked them to use an oilcloth to maintain them before taking back the swords. Sheath. I want you to accompany me to a place. Nymeria took the towel from the old bachelor's hand and wiped the sweat on her head. Looking at Lind, who was not even breathing, a look of envy flashed in her eyes, and then said in a deep voice. Hearing such a familiar sentence, Lind was stunned. A woman also said this sentence to him in his previous life, but the follow-up to this sentence was not very good, and could even be said to be very bad. Seeing that Lind's face turned a bit ugly, Nymeria couldn't help but wonder, is there any problem? Lord Lind. At the moment when he was out of memories, Lind couldn't help but ask, are you going to break up with your sweetheart, and am I pretending to be your new boyfriend? This time it was Nymeria's turn to look ugly, and she glared at Lind angrily, as if Linda's words had brought her great insult. She even held the axe in her hand, ready to use it at any time. Prepare to give Lind a shot to wake him up. Lind quickly explained, I'm sorry, Lord Earl, your words brought back some bad memories for me. Nymeria looked at Lind with a strange look, and did not intend to ask Lind about any unbearable past events. Instead, she returned to the topic and said, I made an agreement with the leader over the valley. Go meet him. When Linda heard this, he frowned and reminded, shouldn't you go see those people? I've thought about it seriously. If the Iron Throne really wants to deal with me, even if I Don't have direct contact with those people. The fact that they are stationed so close to Tangxi town is enough to be used as an excuse. Na Melia said very seriously. Instead of waiting for the disaster that we don't know when it will come, it is better to take the initiative and solve the things that cause the disaster. Solve it. Lind hesitated and asked, do you want to? Nymeria knew that Lind had misunderstood, so she explained, no, I just want them to leave. Lind said, if they wanted to leave, they would have left long ago. How are you going to convince them? Nymeria clenched the giant axe in her hand and said, it's very simple. Their mission is to protect me. I just need to prove that I no longer need protection. Lind thought for a while and said, since you think it is necessary to do this, as a companion, I will not say anything. When the time comes, Glory and I will follow you to help you see if there are any hidden things around you. Guys who shouldn't be there. Thanks. Nymeria nodded. After nightfall, Nymeria arrived outside the ruined camp. Lind also put on his cloak, led the horse, and walked out. However, he couldn't help but froze when he saw Nymeria. Usually Nymeria wore a leather armor or an ordinary robe, but now she was wearing an exquisite full-body steel armor with a white cloak on her shoulders, looking majestic and heroic. The only flaw is that the war horse under her crotch is a little thin compared to her body. Put on my horse. Lind led his horse to Nymeria and said. Lind's war horse was carefully selected and suited his tall figure. Although it still looked uncoordinated with a figure like Nymeria's, compared to the one under Nymeria's crotch. Now, it looked like it would fall over at any time. A skinny horse that cannot stand on the ground is obviously much better. Nymeria was not polite to Lind and put on Linda's war horse. Lind did not ride the skinny horse, but took another war horse from the camp to ride. Lind smiled and said, with a figure like yours, perhaps it is only suitable to ride a Dothraki horse. Nymeria rolled her eyes at Lind, then clamped the horse's belly and drove the horse towards the mountain not far away. Lind did not follow immediately, but waited for Nymeria to walk a certain distance before leading Glory to follow her. Following Nymeria, Lind climbed a hillside, bypassed a stagnant lake, passed through a dense forest, and came to a relatively empty forest lawn. Nymeria made a gesture to Lind behind her, then rode alone to the lawn. When Nymeria appeared on the lawn, 5 warriors covered by cloaks emerged from the woods, came to Nymeria, and saluted Nymeria very solemnly. Nymeria did not refuse them to salute, but after they saluted, she began to persuade these people. Lind did not listen closely to what they were saying. When the conversation began, he dismounted, picked up the bow and arrow on the saddle, and followed Glory to inspect the situation around the dense forest. Soon, he discovered an abnormal situation. He saw more than 20 heavily armed soldiers hurriedly entering the dense forest with weapons. Lind knew the leader. He had previously seen the group of people through the eyes of Glory. I had seen him in the valley. Campan knew that he was the leader of the remnants of the Long family who had taken refuge. Seeing this, Lind picked up his bow and arrow and prepared to kill them in the forest. However, Glory leaned hard against his body, and then directly conveyed the emotion of wanting to hunt with his spirit. Leave it to you, don't make a big fuss. It was rare for Glory to show such initiative, and Lind did not stop him. He nodded and said. Glory shook his head excitedly, and with a swish sound, he dived into the dense woods and disappeared from Lind's sight. Lind did not stand still and wait for Glory to come back, but continued to follow those people, ready to take action at any time if Glory made any inappropriate noise. However, what surprised Lind was that the hunting game of Glory was so deadly and secretive. Starting from the last person, a team of more than 20 people disappeared into the dark forest one by one. When the leader was when he realized something was wrong. What was waiting for him was Glory flying towards him and its fanged mouth. In less than 5 minutes, more than 20 people disappeared silently into the dense forest. What surprised Lind even more was that when Glory returned, it wasn't until he came to the bushes next to him that his extraordinary senses came into play, allowing him to notice that Glory was back, and he doubted that he was able to detect it there. The movement was Entirely because Glory intentionally let him know about it. In the past, Glory would never be able to hide its whereabouts to this extent. This kind of hiding ability is no longer something that normal shadow links can possess, because Lind can clearly feel that when Glory is hiding, there are a lot of noise around its body. Some kind of power, this power is strengthening its hiding effect, such as blocking the sound. Such as making the body more perfectly hidden in the shadows, etc. Lind recalled that when Glory attacked the target just now, he failed to kill it with one hit. Several times. The target that was not dead also made some resistance movements, but this resistance movement did not make any sound, even in the no one else a few steps ahead heard it either. He suspected that this was because Glory's body had stimulated new abilities after absorbing the energy of the resentful souls in the ruins of Tengshi Town, just like the last time it absorbed the energy of the resentful souls in Dragon Cave, which gave it the ability to change its coat color. Glory becoming stronger will undoubtedly bring many benefits to Lind. If nothing else, at least he will be able to take advantage when attacking enemy camps at night in the future. However, because he had expected that Glory would grow greatly after absorbing the energy of the resentful soul, Lind did not show too much excitement. After touching Glory's head approvingly, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the lips of Glory. After the blood stains were wiped off, he continued to patrol the dense forest. After about half an hour, Lind had patrolled the dense forest and came back to a place near the lawn in the forest. At this moment, Nymeria seems to have used her own way to convince the guards sent by Prince Luin to protect her before his death. The 5 guard captains all need to support each other to stand firm at this moment, and one of them is full of the blood on his head. Looked like he would fall down and die at any moment. After a few more conversations, the 5 guard captains saluted Nymeria again, then supported each other and limped away. Nymeria still stood where she was, as if thinking about something. Lind walked over with Glory and stood beside Nymeria without saying anything, waiting for Nymeria to recover on her own. After a while, Nymeria suddenly said in a confused manner, "The armor I am wearing is modified from the armor he wore in Dorne. I have always hated the Dornish emblems on it, so I have never worn it. Not worn. If you don't like the decoration on it, I can ask the craftsman to change it for you, but..." Lind looked at Nymeria and said, "Is it enough to change the decoration? Do you really only hate the decoration on it? Ornaments?" When Nymeria heard this, she couldn't help but frowned, and did not continue chatting with Lind. Then she walked up to Lind, smelled the scent on Lind's body, and said, "Did you fight just now? Such thick blood taste." "It's not me, it's Glory." Lind touched Glory's head and recounted what happened in the dense forest just now. After hearing this, Nymeria asked carefully about the appearance of the leader, and then asked, "The person you are talking about should be Ballion Storm, Lord Armand Clinton's illegitimate son, Lord John Clinton. Brother, I once pretended to be Lord John Clinton to gain the trust of some remnants of the Dragon family, and attacked some nobles in the West. Is he considered a die-hard supporter of the Dragon family? Quote, Western realm." Lind thought for a while, then smiled. "I think the nobles of the Western realm that Lord Ballion Storm attacked were not friendly to Duke Tywin, right?" Nymeria was stunned for a moment, with a look of contemplation on her face, and quickly figured out some of the joints, and couldn't help but say, "You actually used this method to deal with your opponent. Isn't Duke Tywin afraid of being seen through? Who can see through it? Didn't you also think that I was wrong just now? Who would have thought that the die-hard supporter of the Long family would actually be a member of Duke Tywin?" Linder rode on the horse and said, "And even if someone sees through it, who will believe it? Can they bring convincing evidence to question Lord Tywin?" Nymeria also got on her horse and couldn't help but cursed, "It's so dirty." "Dirty? This is not dirty. This is the true noble wisdom. You can get what you want without using any force. What could be more satisfying than this?" Lind looked at Nymeria, he said. In a deep voice, "This is what you should learn from." "Forget it, I can't learn these things." Nymeria shook her head, pulled the reins, and drove the horse back the same way. At the same time, she said to Lind who was following her, They will do it tonight. They will leave, but they didn't tell me the specific route, but I guess they won't go through the reach to Dornay. Why? Lind asked. Nymeria shook her head and said, I don't know, it's just intuition. When Lind and Nymeria returned to the ruined camp, it was already completely dark. The guard at the camp entrance saw the two walking side by side emerging from the woods ahead, and couldn't help but reveal an ambiguous smile on his face. In this regard, Lind didn't bother to explain. When the two came to the gate of the camp, Lind offered to give the war horse to Nymeria. Nymeria did not refuse, but said that she would find a good horse in the future. Send one to Lind as well. Before Lind could rest after returning to the camp, Scar Eye rushed over to report the situation. The scouts he sent out to monitor the people in the valley reported back. Those people had just packed up their things and started to move. After Lind said that he already knew, Scar Eye added, Sir, where are the things those people left behind? What? Lind asked. Some weapons and equipment and money. Scar Eye replied. Lind thought for a while and said, ship all those things to Countess Nymeria and ask her what to do with them. After Scary Eyes heard this, he withdrew, then gathered people and rushed to the other side of the valley to carry things. Not long after Scar Eye left, Rahul came to see Lind again. Is something wrong? Lind frowned and asked, is there something wrong with the construction of the camp? No, Rahul shook his head, hesitated, and said, there is one thing that you may not have noticed, sir, but I think it should be mentioned. After all, it may be related to the morale of the team. What is so important? Lind asked doubtfully. Rahul hesitated for a moment and said vaguely, the military camp is full of men, and only a few of the cooks are women. These men are full of energy and have some money in their hands. Lind was stunned for a long time, realizing what Rahul wanted to say, and couldn't help laughing. You are not asking me to find prostitutes for them, are you? Even if I want to find them, where can I find them now? How many are there? Are prostitutes willing to risk being robbed by robbers and come to a remote place like Panchi town? Actually, you don't have to look for prostitutes specifically. In fact, there are ready-made ones here. Rahul carefully suggested, you can discuss with the Earl and let some from Tangshi town. You're crazy. Lind looked at Rahul with wide eyes and said, if you ask me to go to the Countess to talk about this kind of thing, I don't know if I will be chopped alive by her, but if she knows if you come up with a bad idea, then you are definitely dead, and I will never stop her. Rahul shrank his neck and said awkwardly, actually, it's okay if you don't say it. Some people down there have already done this. Linda's expression immediately became serious and he said, both parties are voluntary. Yes, it's voluntary. Rahul responded quickly. Lind thought for a while and said, pass my words on and tell those guys who can't control them below. What they want to do is their own business, but one thing must be remembered. Both parties must be voluntary and cannot be forced. Give them enough money, otherwise I won't be merciful to them if something happens. Yes, sir. Rahul hurriedly exited Linda's room with cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 60 Fundamental Purpose. More than 10 days have passed, and the ruins of the camp have been completely set up. Not only are there enough houses to live in for the current manpower, but also the houses needed to expand the army in the future have also been built. Although the overall look is a bit crude, they finally have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, which makes Linda's cavalry feel at ease a lot, and the overall morale has also improved. During this period of time, Lind has been constantly sending out exploration horses to collect information about the surrounding mountain people, savage tribes and villages. If bandits are discovered, he will follow them. However, these bandits rarely have fixed bases and only wander around a certain area, so most of them only followed them for a certain distance and then stopped following them. Lind compiled an extremely complete map of the distribution of forces in the upper reaches of the Mandar River based on the information collected by various scouts, and by comparing the information provided by Varus and the information provided by Nymeria. In the area east of the Mandar River, west of Kingswood and Rose Avenue, and south of the Blackwater River, there are 18 free folk villages, 7 mountain folk villages, 4 savage tribes, and more than a dozen large and small bandits. Although it cannot be said that all of these forces are enemies, none of them would have a favorable impression of an external bandit-suppressing army like Lind, especially given the negative impact caused by the previous armies of Bitterbridge and the Iron Throne. Kuchao sent out troops to suppress bandits. When they failed to find the bandits, they directly regarded some mountain villages as bandit strongholds. Taking advantage of the young people in the villages to leave, they rushed in, burned, killed, and looted. However, they were not very lucky. When they returned from the robbery, they encountered a tribe of savages. They were lured into a swamp and were ambushed by the savages. Most of them were killed or injured. Only a few people escaped and then made up the story of failed suppression of bandits. As for the troops sent by King's Landing, it was even more outrageous. They simply robbed all the free people's villages and then returned without any action to suppress the bandits. The bandits entrenched in this area will not rob the villages here, but will do business with the villagers here. However, the army that suppresses the bandits will bring disaster to the villagers here. Comparing the two, even a fool should know who to help. Now Lind also understands why the Tyrell family is willing to spend a lot of effort to maintain the security of Rose Avenue, even building a large number of outposts on the road, and arranging patrol cavalry for a long time to inspect road safety, rather than sending troops into this area. Suppress bandits. Perhaps in their eyes, the only way to completely wipe out the bandits here is to wipe out all the villages, mountain villagers and savage tribes. If this is really done, the reputation of the Tyrell family will be completely ruined, and after doing this, the ultimate beneficiary will not be the Tyrell family. As for why Lind was sent to suppress the bandits and given such great rights, perhaps it was because Lind had only joined the Tyrell family not long ago. If he did something wrong, the Tyrell family could still use some means to keep themselves out of the matter. And at the Red Keep banquet, everyone could see King Robert's appreciation for Lind. If something went wrong, King Robert might not impose too serious punishment. After truly understanding the actual situation in this area, Lind was extremely fortunate that he had not chosen to directly suppress the bandits before. Instead, he came to Tangxi town to establish a stronghold, established a good relationship with the Countess of Tangxi town, and brought the Countess to. He also pulled on his own bandit suppressing tank. With Nymeria, Lind has a legal basis when dealing with these resident local forces. As long as he doesn't go too far, others will not be able to find excuses to accuse him. Now Lind's question is what to do next. Should he recover the free people's villages, mountain people's villages and savage tribes one by one, or should he first deal with the several bandit gangs entrenched near the abandoned road and restore the abandoned road leading to the Rose Avenue? Roads connect Tangxi town with the outside world. To this end, Lind called his people over and asked for their opinions, and Nymeria also came after hearing the news and participated in the discussion. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another, and some chose to deal with those villages first, because there was a precedent of clearing out the Royal Forest Brotherhood, which proved that the problem of suppressing bandits could only be solved by solving the village problem. But someone quickly refuted that the way the Kingsguard dealt with those villages back then was to give money and supplies. Because the Iron Throne was behind it, it was able to go so smoothly, but Lind didn't have that much money or supplies on hand. People who buy villages. Therefore, the road should be dredged first and the trade route in Tangxi town should be operated. Only after Lind has accumulated enough funds on hand can he solve the problem of the Free People's Village. However, some people say that we should deal with the savage tribes first. After recovering the savage tribes, we will be able to obtain enough manpower, and then it will be much easier to do other things. Although what they said was reasonable, none of them were what Lind wanted. Why don't we do it together? I can take my people to those villages one by one and take back the villages in the name of the Lord. You can start with the savage tribe, take back the savage tribe, increase the manpower, and then deal with the bandits. As for the mountain people villages, we can wait until later to deal with it, Nymeria said after looking at the Regional power distribution map redrawn by Lind. Although Nymeria's proposal was very good, Lind still shook his head, as if he was not very satisfied with the proposal. Actually, we don't need to deal with all the villages and mountain tribes. We only need to deal with a few at this stage. At this time, Bachelor Ives, who came with Nymeria, suddenly said. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and all looked at Bachelor Ives. Everyone in the room was no stranger to Maester Ives. Many times when Nymeria came here to discuss things with Lind, Maester Ives would follow her, but Maester Ives had never spoken before, which made Raoul and the others think that Maester Ives was mute. In addition, although Bachelor Ives is called a bachelor, he does not wear the academic chain that a bachelor should have. This also makes everyone curious, because only bachelors who have made serious mistakes will be stripped of the chain by the city. As Nymeria, she could directly apply to the city for a formal bachelor's advisor, but Nymeria chose Bachelor Ives as her advisor. People can't help but wonder why. It is precisely because of the various mysteries surrounding Bachelor Ives that he became the focus of everyone the moment he opened his mouth. Lind was also surprised that Academician Ives spoke, but he quickly returned to normal and motioned for Academician Ives to continue speaking. Bachelor Ives pointed at several connected villages and mountain villages on the distribution map, and said, "You only need to control these villages and mountain villages. Other things can be done slowly. Flowers, there has been no problem for several years." Others did not see anything special about the villages and mountain villagers selected by Academician Ives, but a smile appeared on Lind's face. Apparently, he was satisfied with the proposal of Academician Ives. In fact, when Lind saw so many local forces distributed in various places in this area, he already had a vague plan in his mind, but this plan did not have a clear route until Bachelor Ives pointed out just now. After those few villages and mountain villagers fell behind, the vague plan in his mind finally became clear. Because he had previously solved the bandit alliance convened by the Scorpions and an army secretly sent by Duke Tywin, Lind temporarily forgot his true purpose of taking on this mission, and mistakenly decided to eliminate the bandits in this area and stop Tywin. The Duke made it his primary goal to intervene in the Tengshi town territory. But in fact, Lind's real purpose is to use this bandit suppression mission to accumulate strength for himself. This strength includes both people and money. The bandit suppression is the second priority. It can be delayed as long as it can. How long, and the villages and mountain villagers selected by Maester Ives fit his purpose exactly. Among everyone, Bert, who is almost equivalent to a bachelor's consultant, seems to have seen the meaning of the villages and mountain people's villages that Bachelor Ives pointed out, and said bluntly, "These villages and mountain people's villages are all there. Near an abandoned road. Bachelor, you want us to restore the trade road first and keep it open before considering other things, right?" Bachelor Ives said nothing and returned to Nymeria's side. Lind on the side was not sure whether Bachelor Ives had really guessed his intention. He just knew that Bachelor Ives's proposal was in line with his wishes. These villages and mountain villagers are the key to controlling the abandoned road. As long as they are captured, the abandoned road will be completely under his control. At that time, he can use Tengshi town's business routes and his tax-free rights to quickly accumulate wealth, and increase his manpower by recovering the savage tribe. As for suppressing bandits, there is no rush. Anyway, the maximum number of years given by the Tyrell family is 5 years. He just needs to make some achievements from time to time in these 5 years. Trying his best to wipe out these bandits in a short time will not do him any good. After thinking about this clearly, Lind asked Nymeria to go back and make preparations. Tomorrow, he and Nymeria would each lead 100 people to the nearest selected village to see if they could win it. That night, John, who was sent by Lind to deliver the message, returned to Tengshi town. However, he did not come back by water, but by land. He was a little embarrassed when he came back. It seemed that he had encountered bandits and was responsible for escorting John. Several of them were also slightly injured. Lind did not rush to write Duke Tyrell's reply, but asked John what happened on the road. In John's narration, they went smoothly and went down the river all the way to Bitter Bridge. Then they landed at Bitter Bridge, found a few horses, and drove through the night. 2 days later, they were still far away from New Barrel City. He caught up with the Duke's motorcade more than 100 miles away. After meeting Duke Tyrell, John immediately brought Lind to Tumbling Stone Town. He established a relationship with Nymeria Fudley, the Lord of Tumbling Stone Town, and annihilated a bandit alliance of nearly 1,000 people, and reported to Duke Tyrell about Lord Tywin. After hearing this, Duke Tyrell did not immediately give a reply. Instead, after discussing with the dignitaries of Highgarden for a night, he made a decision the next day and handed the sealed reply to John. When John came back, he was delayed for several days because of the blockade of Bitterbridge Castle. The reason for the blockade seemed to be because something happened to Baron Caswell's only son. Baron Caswell blocked Bitterbridge to hunt down the murderer. After leaving Bitterbridge, John followed the route they had taken to Tengshi Town and headed north by land. However, they were attacked not long after leaving Bitterbridge, and then encountered several waves of bandits on the road. Fortunately, they were lucky. There was no near miss, only minor injuries, no loss of personnel. After recounting this experience, John made some guesses about the hidden identities of the bandits he encountered and told Lind, "Do you suspect that these waves of bandits are disguised as Bitterbridge guards?" Lind looked at John with some surprise, and then asked, "Why do you have such suspicion?" John explained, "Although those people are dressed similarly to bandits, their temperament and some characteristics are very different from bandits who live in the wild all year round. And someone recognized that one of the bandits seemed to have appeared in Bitterbridge Castle, is a Bitterbridge guard." Lind asked with confusion, "Why did Baron Caswell send people pretending to be bandits to attack you? Did you do something when you were at Bitterbridge to offend Baron Caswell?" John gave Lind a strange look and said, "Sir, maybe you have offended Baron Caswell, and we are just implicated by you." Me. Lind was stunned, and quickly remembered what happened at Kuchow, and asked, "Isn't that incident in the past? Why is that old guy so vindictive?" John explained, "I heard that when you were at Bitterbridge, you were punished by Baron Caswell because a certain blacksmith's son injured Sir Laurent Caswell. This time you almost killed Laurent Caswell. Lunt Casway's man seems to be the blacksmith's son." After listening to John's words, Lind couldn't help but froze, and suddenly felt like he was being tricked by fate. It's not that he's afraid of Baron Casway. Even if Baron Casway sends people pretending to be bandits to come here to cause trouble for him, he can easily handle it. But the problem is that after the commercial road in Tengshi Town is reopened in the future, the Bitter Bridge controlled by Baron Caswell will become the key, because all ships starting from the upper reaches of the Mander River need to pass through the Bitter Bridge. If Baron Caswell finds an excuse to close the Bitter Bridge and prevent ships from passing through, then the trade route in Tengshi Town will not be able to operate at all. Thinking of this, Lind couldn't help but have a bold idea in his mind, to secretly deal with Baron Casway and his only son. The new Baron of the Casway family who replaced him would definitely not hate him, but would thank him. If he really gives me trouble for this reason, just shut him up completely. Lind quickly made a decision. Although solving the trouble through assassination may cause more trouble, for him, the opening of business roads in Tengshi Town is related to his original capital accumulation, and there cannot be any mistakes, even if he uses some extraordinary means. Lind did not show his decision, but motioned for John to go back to the room prepared for him to rest. After John left, he opened the letter of instructions given to him by Duke Tyrell and read the contents. After reading the content, Lind also had a smile on his face. Except for some polite words, there are only two core contents of this letter. One is to ask Lind to help Nymeria restore the water trade road in Tengshi Town as soon as possible. And the other is to let Lind not worry about Duke Tywin, as long as the Western Army enters the territory of Tengshi Town. They can take action directly, no need to be polite. Chapter 61 Unexpected. The next day, Lind and Nymeria each led 100 people as planned to a free folk village closest to Tengshi Town. However, to the surprise of the two, it was easier than they expected to regain the free folk. Village. Without any effort, the village expressed its willingness to swear allegiance to Nymeria and become Nymeria's subjects. This was not an isolated case. In the next 3 days, the two of them took 200 people along the abandoned road and visited 7 free people villages near the road. The people in those villages had no idea about becoming Nymeria's subjects again. Anyone who resists is willing to swear allegiance to Nymeria and become a citizen of Tengshi town. Later, through the words revealed by the people in these villages, Lind and Nymeria figured out why these free people villages, which had previously been extremely resistant to becoming territorial citizens, had now undergone such a big change in attitude. The reason for this was partly due to the bandits that Lind deliberately let go. When these bandits were fleeing, they also spread the story of how Lind easily annihilated the bandit alliance with a number of 700 to 800 people. There was quite a stir among the gangs of robbers in the area north of Bitterbridge. After all, although there are many bandits here, the largest bandit group only has 1 or 200 people, and most of them only have a few dozen people. Now a bandit alliance of hundreds of people has been wiped out easily, which makes them think of the imperial concubine back then. The scene of Lin Tiwei wiping out the Royal Forest Brotherhood. Later, they learned that the person who led the army to suppress the bandits this time was Lind, a legendary figure who almost killed 100 people at the King's Landing tournament. They became even more worried. They felt that Lind could easily do it alone. Killing hundreds of people, if you add the army, their number of people is not enough to crack Lindsay's teeth. Therefore, the bandits entrenched in this area either hid in the mountain forests and observed the situation before deciding the next step, or they went north to the Blackwater River to temporarily avoid Linda's sharp edge, and some simply crossed over directly. Rose Avenue went to the opposite Storm Land to seek life. These bandits have more or less connections with the villages in this area. Their movements are naturally noticed by the people in the village, and the people in the village are also affected. They feel that this time the nobles are going to do something. Let's solve the problem of bandits ruthlessly. Under the influence of this fear and panic, when the people in the village saw Lind and Nymeria arriving with fully armed troops, they dared not resist. Naturally, it was Nymeria who made any request. They agree to whatever is requested. As for whether those requirements can be fulfilled, they can't think about it. They need to get through this difficulty first. Perhaps in their opinion, even if they can't fulfill it, they can escape to the mountains and become mountain residents at the worst. In addition to the deterrent effect generated by Linda's encirclement and suppression of the bandit alliance, the people in these villages are also unable to survive. This is also an important reason why they, the free people, are willing to be ruled by Nymeria. Although these villages have grown all kinds of food, because they are not territorial citizens and have no protection from the Lord, anyone can steal their things and will not be punished by the laws of the 7 kingdoms. Therefore, they are worried that even if they have grown food, they will not be able to survive. They would also be easily snatched away. And they would not be in the mood to take care of the farmland, and the food produced would barely be enough to make ends meet. The main source of income for these villages is actually helping the bandit gangs sell stolen goods. Selling stolen goods is not just as simple as selling the stolen goods. Sometimes it is also necessary to change the stolen goods. These villages are mainly engaged in this industry and obtain part of the profits from the stolen goods. However, since the beginning of the Usurpers' War, the trade route of Rose Avenue has been in a semi-abandoned state. Even if a caravan passes through Rose Avenue, there are so many guards accompanying the caravan that they cannot grab much at all. If you can't grab something, there will be no loot. Without the loot, these villages will have no extra income. Over the past year, some of the money accumulated by these villages has been almost consumed. If they continue, they will definitely starve. Now the arrival of Nymeria just gives them a chance to solve the problem of survival. If this is the case, then I can take back all the villages without spending a single soldier. After understanding the situation, Nymeria said excitedly, "Do you have so much food? Lind poured cold water on Nymeria and said, before the autumn harvest, you need to provide food to feed them. After the autumn harvest, the food in their hands will not be there. There will be a lot, and you also need to provide food to fill the gap. Next spring, you will also need to provide seeds and pray for good weather next year, otherwise you will need to continue to provide food to take care of them. Quote, after hearing what Lind said, Nymeria was stunned for a long time and was speechless. Lind continued, of course, you can also ignore them completely and let them fend for themselves. In that case, your bad reputation will spread. When the time comes, if you want to regain these villages so smoothly, you will not too possible. Nymeria's face also became a little ugly. She also realized the seriousness of the problem, and was glad that Lind stopped her, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Not to mention taking care of all the villages now, it is very difficult for her to take care of even the villages that she has sworn allegiance to. Lind looked at Nymeria's gloomy expression and said with relief, you don't have to worry too much. We can provide work for relief to solve their living problems and also solve the problem of repairing the roads. Work for relief. Nymeria looked at Lind in puzzlement. Obviously, there was no such practice in this world. Lind explained, we can pay to hire people from these villages to repair the roads. Once the roads are repaired, the docks are restored, the ships are ready, the trade routes start to operate, and caravans use this road, these villages can be used as merchants. It will be a resting station for the team. When the time comes, they will find ways to earn extra income to support themselves, and they will not need you to take care of them. Nymeria nodded after hearing this, and then asked Lind, are you still going to those mountain villagers? Lind shook his head and said in a deep voice, there is no need to go. If those mountain people villages surrender directly like these villages, we will be really in trouble. I heard they said that the smallest mountain people village nearby has 2,000 people. Multiple people. It's impossible for the mountain people to surrender so easily. Nymeria said with a smile. The mountain people here are not as tough as the free people in these villages. They are much wilder. Either you beat them severely. He must be unable to hold his head up, or cut off his head directly, otherwise he will not be able to surrender. Quote, Lind looked at Nymeria and said, it seems that you have dealt with the mountain people. Nymeria raised the axe in her hand and said, half a year ago, an arrogant mountain leader came to be my suitor, and I chopped off his head. Just when Lind was about to ask the mountain man if there was any revenge in the village. Later, he suddenly felt someone spying on him, so he turned his head and looked towards the top of the hillside where the spying source was. Nymeria also noticed Lind's actions and glanced at the top of the hillside. Although she saw nothing, she still guessed the reason for Lind's actions. She immediately raised the giant axe in her hand and shouted loudly. Said, alert. Following Nymeria's order, the 100 sword and shield soldiers from Tengshi town immediately swarmed up, protecting Lind and Nymeria in the middle. After seeing Lind's gesture, the guards also they quickly rushed towards the hillside, taking away their short bows at the same time, ready to attack at any time. After a while, the guards soon escorted the two people down the hillside. Although the distance was a bit far, it was still clear that the two men were not dressed like free people. Mountain people, or savages. The two of them arrived in front of Lind and Nymeria. Before Lind could speak, they all knelt in front of them and said in unison, Messenger, messenger. We are messengers, we are messengers. Upon hearing the two calling themselves, Lind and Nymeria looked at each other, and then Nymeria asked in a deep voice, whose messenger are you? Our leader's messenger. One of them replied quickly. Who is your leader? Nymeria asked again. Our head is our head. Apparently the person who answered was somewhat simple-minded. Just when Nymeria asked again impatiently, Lind stopped her and asked himself, what do you want by sending you here? Negotiation. Our leader wants to negotiate with the bear hunter Lind. After one person answered, his eyes looked back and forth between Lind and Nymeria, and then fell on Nymeria, who was obviously taller and stronger. Yabadi said, our leader wants to negotiate with you, the bear hunter Lind. Seeing the wrong judgment made by the other party, Nymeria suddenly had the urge to split him in half with an axe. When she saw Lind with a smile on his face, she raised her eyebrows and gritted her teeth and asked, "Is this funny?" Lind the bear hunter. Lind did not answer Nymeria, who was a little embarrassed. He looked at the two bandits in front of him and asked, "How do you want to negotiate with us?" The two looked at each other and said, 4 days later at night, in the valley outside Tengshi town. Valley. Lind and Nymeria looked at each other and vaguely guessed where the valley was. The two bandits thought they didn't know where the valley they were talking about was, so they pointed out the location of the valley in detail. Just as Lind and Nymeria thought, this valley was the valley where the remnants of the Long family were hiding. "Let them go," Lind ordered. The rider released the two bandits. The two bandits looked at Lind and Nymeria, then hunched out of the crowd, ran towards the nearest forest as if running away, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. "What kind of messengers do you believe they really are?" Nymeria asked. Lind said nonchalantly, "There's no loss anyway, it's just 2 robbers." "I'll go with you that day," Nymeria requested. Lind looked at her and nodded without refusing. Although 8 villages were successfully recovered, the matter did not end there. Later, Nymeria would need to send people to deliver some food to these villages. In addition, she would also need to assign some tasks to hire them to repair roads, etc. However, Lind had no intention of taking care of these matters personally. When he was at the camp 2 days later, he handed over the matter to Bert and John, and Nymeria was also handed over to Maester Ives. Since there was no anti-bandit operation for the time being, Lind left the daily training of the army to Bryn, Rahul and Scar-I respectively, while he went to the ruins of the castle at the top of the old Tengshi town to take care of the evolving of Glory. 10 days ago, Glory fell into a deep sleep after eating food that was almost the same size as its body. Lind was able to sense some unpredictable changes taking place in Glory's body through his spiritual connection with Glory. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, he sent Glory to the ruins of the castle at the top of the hillside, and asked people to guard the ruins, waiting for Glory to wake up after his body transformation was completed. However, after 10 days, there was no sign of Glory waking up. If Lind had not been able to sense Glory's situation through spiritual contact, he might have thought that something had happened to Glory. Just when he returned to the camp, he sensed that the changes in Glory's body had stopped, and Glory was gradually awakening. This time, the evolution caused by the resentful soul energy seemed to be over. So he put down what he was doing and came to the ruins of the castle to wait for Glory to wake up. After this evolution, Glory's body size has grown again as Lind expected. Lying on the ground, it is already much higher than Linda's waist. If the limbs are upright, it may be the same as Linda's current height. As tall as they are, such a huge creature can already be considered a giant beast. Such a huge size reminded Lind of Arya Stark's direwolf Nymeria more than 10 years later. It seemed that the direwolf later became the Wolf King and moved around the Riverlands. And its shape was beyond extraordinarily huge. Being huge has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can give people an unimaginable sense of shock. If this kind of shock is placed on the battlefield, it may have the effect of reversing the situation of the battle. There are also disadvantages. Then, even if your body is bigger, you are more likely to be shot by weapons such as bows and arrows, and you will become a living target if you are not careful. However, Glory didn't seem to need to worry about this, because Lind touched Glory's fur and found that Glory's black and white fur acted as a soft armor, able to defend against certain weapon attacks, and the skin under the fur was even more. It is extremely tough, and it would be difficult for ordinary swords to damage it. Although the mutation of Glory's body had stopped, its awakening was very slow. Lind waited for another day and night to fully wake up. However, after waking up, it seemed that it was still not used to its enlarged body. When it saw the much smaller Lind, its eyes were full of confusion. It took a long time to confirm that Lind was its master, and he rubbed his head affectionately. Rub Lind. However, it obviously underestimated its own strength. It didn't hold back when it rubbed against Lind, and knocked him away. Afterwards, it looked at Lind with an aggrieved look, as if complaining that Lind was not getting close to it. Chapter 62 White Deer Wenda. The moment she left the ruined camp, Nymeria's eyes never left Glory next to Lind. She looked at Glory with a dumbfounded expression, and even sometimes forgot to breathe. In fact, let alone Nymeria, even Lind's men in the camp were so shocked that they were speechless after seeing Glory. At the moment they saw Glory, they felt as if they had returned to the mythical era in the old woman's bedtime stories. A giant beast that stood nearly 2 meters on all fours and was nearly 4 meters long. Counting its tail, it was more than 5 meters long. Anyone who sees it will have the feeling that they may be dreaming. While people are instinctively afraid of Glory, they also respect Lind more. Glory is undoubtedly terrifying, but Lind who conquers Glory is even more powerful and terrifying. Nymeria had also heard about the huge changes in Glory from her subordinates, but she believed that they were all exaggerations. She felt that although Glory had grown up, it was more about the huge feeling caused by the fluffy hair. In fact, Glory hasn't grown much. However, when she actually saw Glory, she realized that what she described was not an exaggeration at all. Glory was now a giant beast. Isn't it normal for it to grow like this? Nymeria put away her surprise with great difficulty, and turned to look at Lind and asked. Lind shrugged and said, I don't know. It's my first time to feed a shadow lynx. Maybe you can ask other people who have fed shadow lynx. Nymeria could hear the perfunctory tone in Lind's words and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Although she felt that Lind knew the reason for Glory's rapid growth, she did not continue to ask. At this time, Honor, who was walking aside, seemed to have discovered something interesting. He jumped into the bushes and quickly disappeared into the shadows. Nymeria also saw Glory's movements. She didn't notice anything unusual at first, but soon she realized something was wrong. The surrounding trees are very dense. In addition to shrubs, there are also some small trees 1 or 2 meters tall. In such an environment, let alone a body as big as Glory, it is very difficult for even a child over 1 meter tall to get inside and move. However, just now, Glory was not hindered by the surrounding trees and shrubs at all, as if its huge body was an illusion. Even when it was walking through the woods, it did not make any movement. It was even more so when its body had just submerged into the woods. It disappeared from sight in an instant. This made Nymeria couldn't help but think of various legends about the shadow lynx, such as the ghosts in the forest, the stranger's followers, etc. There is no doubt that the current Glory is very consistent with those terrifying legends. Thinking of this, Nymeria couldn't help but look at Lind. Lind, who was originally extraordinary in strength, was already very mysterious in her eyes, and now she couldn't help but compare Lind to those legendary figures in the legend. Linked together, such as Brandon the Builder and Garth the Green Hand, it seems that these legendary figures are accompanied by magical creatures. Is there any problem? Your Majesty, Earl. Lind saw Nymeria looking at him strangely at this time, which made him wonder if there was something wrong with the clothes on his body. No, there's nothing wrong. After hearing the question, Nymeria immediately turned her head. Her cheeks felt a little warm for some reason, and her mood was a little flustered. Then she took a few deep breaths, and after calming down, she said to Lind, You can call me by my name Nymeria, you don't have to call me Lord Count every time. Okay, Nymeria. Lind nodded without objection. Then I will also call you Lind. Nymeria asked tentatively. Lind smiled and said, Of course, we are friends, and it is normal to call us by our first names. The two of them were talking and walking in the forest. The atmosphere was not like they were going to meet the leader of a bandit gang, but more like they were taking a walk in the countryside. Soon they came to the small valley. At this time, someone had already placed their hands at the entrance of the valley. When they saw Lind and Nymeria arriving, they motioned for them to stop, and then one of them went inside to report the situation. After a while, the man came back and signaled to give way. This move made Nymeria feel dissatisfied. She frowned and glanced at the people around her. She soon discovered something was wrong. Although the people around her were dressed like bandits in the conventional sense. But their temperament is completely different from ordinary bandits, they feel more like battle-hardened warriors. Something's wrong, be careful. Nymeria whispered to Lind. Since Nymeria could see the problem, Lind would naturally not turn a blind eye. In fact, he saw more details. At first he thought these people were Lord Tywin's people, but he quickly rejected it. Because he saw a mark that had not been completely polished off on the leather armor of some of them, and Lind knew that mark, but it was only on the group of people with this mark in his memory should all be dead. The two people soon arrived in the valley. At this moment, a group of people had occupied the valley. They were building a simple camp using various things left by the previous people. I don't know whether they are brave because of their skill, or whether they think Lind and Nymeria will not attack them. These more than 100 people have no fear at all that. There are hundreds of soldiers stationed in Tengshi town next to them, and each of them looks like easy. After seeing Lind and Nymeria arriving, everyone put down what they were doing and looked at them as if they were looking at rare objects, especially when they saw Nymeria's tall figure. It even let out strange screams. Nymeria pulled the reins of the horse, jumped off the horse, took down her double-edged axe from the saddle mountain, and then yelled at the people around her, "Shut up, you guys. You wormy bastards from the sewers. If you have the guts, stand up and fight me one-on-one, or else you will be cut off from below and will just hide in the crowd like a group of court jesters when something happens." Lind did not stop Nymeria, but looked at the people around him calmly, with his hands on the hilt of the knight's sword. At this moment, Glory, who had just captured an elk, also received Linda's order, and quickly he moved to the top of the mountain near the valley and stared at the people below. After Nymeria finished scolding, the valley immediately fell silent. Although they were dissatisfied with Nymeria's wrath, no one was willing to go down and fight Nymeria. They could all see the heaviness caused by the sunken ground when Nymeria's feet landed on the ground. They could also see that the armor and weapons on Nymeria's body were all made of steel, and she was equipped with such heavy armor and weapons. Nymeria can still move freely, especially the double-edged giant axe that no one present may be able to pick up. It is swung like a toy in her hands. Anyone with a little bit of brains will clearly understand that how big is the gap between Succubus Mountain. At this moment, a thought emerged in the minds of everyone present. At this moment, they all couldn't help but regret their provocation to Nymeria. Now they seemed to be in trouble. Okay, you are just a bunch of castrated guys. Not now, you were already castrated a few years ago, very thoroughly. A woman's voice came out from the crowd, and everyone fell silent. It seemed that they were hurt by the woman's words. Their faces became gloomy, but they did not refute, but turned around and continued what they were doing, setting up a temporary camp. At this time, a woman wearing leather armor and carrying a sword at her waist walked out of the crowd. This woman was very mature and beautiful. Regardless of her appearance or temperament, she was incompatible with the people around her. She looked more like the kind of person who should lie down, a mistress in the bed of some nobleman. However, such a beautiful woman seems to be the leader of this group of bandits. After she just reprimanded these people all accepted it honestly without showing any dissatisfaction, at least on the surface. Lind the bear hunter. The woman didn't pay attention to the hostile Nymeria. She walked up to Lind, looked him up and down, and said, "Although it's just the first time I've met you, there's so much about you. I have been listening to Reputation for several months, and your bear hunter song is very good, I like it very much." Lind got off the horse, nodded slightly towards the woman, and said, "It is an honor for me to be recognized by White Deer Wenda." Wenda the White Deer. Nymeria was stunned for a moment, and soon realized something. She said in surprise, "You are Wenda the White Deer of the Kingswood Brotherhood. Aren't you already dead?" "I almost died, but I was saved before I died." Belu Wenda looked at Lind with a smile and said, "She was saved by someone we all know." Linda thought for a while after hearing this, and soon thought of who the person Belu Wenda was talking about, and confirmed, Spark. White Deer Wenda did not deny it. She looked behind Lind and asked, "Where is the little guy she gave you? Why didn't I see you taking it with me?" Lind raised his hand to wave, and then he saw the huge glory leaping down from a small cliff, landing lightly on the ground, and then came to Linda's side with steady steps. At this moment, everyone in the valley fell silent. Their eyes fell on Glory, with a look of fear in their eyes. Some people who were close to Glory were so frightened that they sat limply on the ground, looking at the huge shadow lynx in front of her. Even the well-informed white deer Wenda couldn't help but hold her breath, as if she was afraid that her breathing would be too loud and anger the giant beast in front of her. Nymeria was a little dissatisfied with the dumb conversation between White Deer Wenda and Lind just now, but now that she saw White Deer Wenda like this, her dissatisfaction had subsided a lot. White Deer Wenda quickly recovered, but she still couldn't help but take 2 steps back to keep herself away from Glory, and then asked Lind, "Isn't the albino shadow lynx she gave you a gift?" "Yes, Glory is the albino shadow lynx." Lind passed an order to Glory to change the color of his hair, and Glory's hair changed from pure black to pure white, and only now did Lind discover that this whiteness was still there. Not that kind of gray, but a white with a faint light. Especially in the dark night, this shimmering white looks particularly sacred, making the glory that just frightened everyone in the valley now feel a little more sacred. At this time, there were many people who believed in the 7 gods among the bandits in the valley. After seeing the glory of this sacred temperament, they all invariably thought of some legends and stories in the classics of the 7 gods, and they couldn't help but read the glory on the spot. The holy beasts that appeared among them all knelt down and prayed towards Glory, and even people without faith showed respect when facing the glory that emitted a faint white light, and lowered their heads slightly, not daring to look directly at the glory. The actions of the people around him also surprised Lind. He did not expect that the mutation of Glory's hair would have such a big effect. This made him think that when dealing with those savage tribes in the future, Glory's effect might be stronger. In addition, the fact that the glory caused those who believed in the 7 gods to pray was not a good thing in his opinion, because it was likely to cause dissatisfaction with the Church of the 7 gods. While thinking about the matter, Lind also instructed Glory to change the color of the fur back to the normal black and white stripes. At this moment, White Deer Wenda also looked at Lind with some envy and jealousy. She thought Linda's shadow lynx was just an ordinary albino shadow lynx, but she didn't expect it to be so magical. And she and the son of the forest, Sparks, had known each other for so long, but the other party never without giving her anything. The gap between the two was so huge that it would be difficult for her not to feel a little jealous. "Did you come to me because of the spark?" Lind asked very straightforwardly. Belu Wenda also said very directly, "Wawa told me that you can take us in." Lind was stunned after hearing this, then looked at the people in the valley and asked, "Are all the people here who survived the Royal Forest Brotherhood?" White Deer Wenda explained, "No, only half are the survivors of the Royal Forest Brotherhood, and the remaining half are new members absorbed over the years." Lind did not object to taking in the Royal Forest Brotherhood, because he knew very well that even if this matter spread, it would not have much impact on him. Although the Kingswood Brotherhood is notorious, it is already a matter of the Targaryen dynasty, and even the original Kingsguard highly respected the leaders of the Kingswood Brotherhood. Taking in the survivors of the Kingswood Brotherhood would be more beneficial than anything else. Disadvantages. But Lind still had some doubts, so he asked, "With the reputation of White Deer Wenda and the Royal Forest Brotherhood, it shouldn't be a big problem if you want to take refuge under a great lord. Why are you looking for me? It shouldn't be just because of Sparks." Introduction. Why do you think it won't be the introduction of Sparks? Belu Wenda asked back, "And what do you think will happen to me if I surrender to a certain great lord? Become a plaything?" Before Lind could answer, Nymeria gave the answer directly and said to White Deer Wenda, "A legend like you should not become the plaything of those guys." Lind looked at Nymeria, who looked a little excited. It seemed that she was stimulated by becoming a noble's plaything. Then he thought about Nymeria's origin, and it was not difficult to understand why she had such emotions. Lin thought for a moment and said, I can take you in and incorporate your people into my team, but I can't publicize it for the time being. I still need you to help me do some things. Secretly. What are you doing? Beilu Wenda asked. Lin smiled and said, don't worry, it's something you are very familiar with. Chapter 63 The Impact of Restoration of Business Roads. In King's Landing, Linda's financial officer Moose got down from the sedan chair and looked at the house in front of him with emotion. This is the Sea Trade Merchants Club in King's Landing City. A few months ago, he was a guest here, and then he was kicked out because of bankruptcy. Now he is back here, but his identity is no longer an ordinary businessman. After adjusting his mentality, Muse stepped into the house. He originally thought that his arrival would attract attention. After all, when he was kicked out that day, he was in such a mess and looked so ugly. He felt that everyone in the club was attracted by it, watching his jokes. However, now he found that he was thinking too much, whether they knew him or not. After seeing him, they just nodded slightly towards him, and then continued to talk quietly with the people around him and discuss the matter. A deal. Finding that he did not receive as much attention as he imagined, Musey felt a little disappointed and smiled to himself. At this time, a club servant waiting at the door saw the white-haired and wrinkled Musey. He couldn't help but be stunned. He knew Musey, but he only knew the middle-aged Musey, and now the Musey was dozens of years older than he remembered. If he hadn't known that Musey's father had passed away long ago, he might have recognized the man in front of him as Musey's father. Mr. Muse, Lord Reese is waiting for you, please follow me. The servant quickly adjusted his mentality, walked to Muse, bowed his head and said. After saying that, the servant led Musey to a small house behind the club, knocked on the door, and said, Sir, Mr. Musey is already here. Let him in. A man's voice came from inside. Musey pushed the door open and walked in. He saw a middle-aged man with a sea breeze scar on his face and plain clothes sitting next to a bookshelf, looking through the books in his hands. After seeing Musey come in, he put down the books, said in a cold tone, Sorry. Mr. Muse, my legs are a little inconvenient and I can't get up to greet you. Musey stepped forward and saluted, and said, Lord Reese, you are welcome. There's no need to talk nonsense. Our time is precious. Have you brought the list? Reese Farwell said slightly rudely. Bring it. In front of Reese Farwell, a large businessman, Musey didn't have any confidence at all. He honestly took out the list of various supplies that Lind asked him to purchase and put it on the desk. Reese Farwell picked up the list and looked at it. There were many items on it. In addition to food, the most important thing was horses. There were quite a few, as many as 200, and all of them had to be war horses. Naturally, their prices were not comparable to ordinary horses. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Reese Farwell put the list back on the table and said to Moose, I will collect the items on the list and hand them over to your master as soon as possible. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Reese. Moose looked happy. During this period, he had been very busy trying to get the supplies on the list. Now that Reese Farwell has taken over all the supplies, this naturally makes him a lot more relaxed. Moose then returned to his businessman state and bargained, then the price of these things, Mr. Reese, can you lower it appropriately from the market price? After all, even if you lower the price for such a large business, you can do it. Make a lot of money. Hearing Moose's words, Reese Farwell was completely stunned. He looked at Moose in surprise and asked doubtfully, What reduction? Is this the price at which we purchased these goods? Moose didn't understand why Reese Farwell asked this. He felt that his words should be easy to understand, but he still took out a copy of his collection from his pocket. Price list, explained seriously. You see, although the prices of these types of grains have increased a lot in recent times, it is only because the heavy rain in the south has flooded some fields. The big grain merchants in Junline deliberately stockpile grain. Once the Hujien if food is transported from the land and the reach, the price of food will inevitably. Wait a minute. Reese Farwell looked at Moose with a strange look on his face, and asked in a deep voice, "Isn't this list the ransom list issued by your master?" "Ransom list?" Moose asked with a confused look. "Whose is it?" "My second son Bert," Rhys Farwell said. "Lord Bert?" Moose asked even more puzzledly. "Lord Bert is now Lord Linda's affairs officer, and is Lord Linda's very reliable affairs advisor. As he spoke, he stopped and said he looked at Rhys Farwell with a dumbfounded face and said, "What did Lord Bert say?" "In the letter to you. Why does it make you think that he is a prisoner and needs ransom?" Rhys Farwell was stunned when he heard this. He quickly took out Bert's letter from his arms and read it carefully. Soon he realized that Bert's letter did not mention the ransom at all. He just told him that he was at Lynn's place now and asked him to contact King's Landing's financial officer Mus as soon as possible. From the beginning to the end, there was no mention of prisoners and the ransom thing. He knew that his second son Bert was accidentally selected by the family to join the army, recruited by Lord Tywin. However, he was at sea at the time and had no time to stop him. Then he received this letter from Bert. He had also heard about the reputation of the bear hunter Lind, and knew that Lind was a knight of the Tyrell family. Now that Bert was with Lind, it was difficult for him not to think that Bert was a prisoner and that Lind wanted a ransom from him, which led to the current misunderstanding. Rhys Farwell did not completely believe what Moose said, and asked, "Mr. Moose, please, tell me carefully about Bert's current situation." "Okay. Sorry, I have been in King's Landing collecting various supplies for Lord Lind, and I don't know Lord Bert's current situation." Moose shook his head and said, "However, from the recent letter sent from Tengshi Town, judging from the signatures of Sir Bert should be in charge of the reconstruction of Tengshi Town Pier now." Reconstruction of Tengshi Town Pier. Rhys Farwell was very sensitive to the business opportunities hidden in this matter, so he asked, "Can you elaborate in more detail?" "Of course." Moose nodded, and then said that Lind had cooperated with the Countess of Tengshi Town to repair the road from Rose Avenue to Tengshi Town, and drove away the bandits in that area to ensure the safety of the road, and also rebuilt the river terminal in Tengshi Town and restored the Monde River trade route. After hearing this, Rhys Farwell still couldn't help but confirm, "Are you saying that the river transport from the upper reaches to the lower reaches of the Mander River has been restored?" Moose nodded and said, "Yes, this matter has not spread yet, but the merchants in King's Landing should be able to receive the news in 2 days." As he spoke, he couldn't help but show excitement on his face. Smiling, he said, "By then, it should cause quite a stir among the merchants." Just as Moose had guessed, the roads in Tengshi Town were restored and the Mander River trade route was reopened. This news caused a lot of excitement among the merchants in King's Landing. Any merchant with a little bit of brains could see this. What a huge business opportunity this thing contains. You must know that caravan transportation on Rose Avenue has not yet resumed. North-south freight can only take the Esplanade from Castle Rock City to Highgarden. This not only requires a long detour and increases transportation time, but more importantly, various goods in the Western Territory business taxes are very high, which greatly reduces the income of businessmen. Now that the road from Rose Avenue to Tengshi Town has been restored, the caravans freight can go directly to Tengshi Town, and then go south along the Monde River. This not only saves time, but also pays a lot less tax, and also much safer. However, the area around Tengshi Town has always been a place where bandits are rampant in the eyes of these businessmen. Now it is suddenly said that the abandoned road has been repaired, the bandits on both sides of the road have been eliminated, and safety can be guaranteed. This makes them a little confused for a while, not sure whether the news is true or false. However, there are also some adventurous and broad-minded people among the businessmen. After they learned that the person responsible for clearing out the bandits around Tengshi Town was the bear hunter Lind, they all felt that this might be true, so while everyone was still watching, a caravan was formed to head to Tengshi Town. This caravan is not only transporting goods, but also people related to real estate, entertainment, etc. have also joined in. They believe that once this trade road is restored, Tangxi town will inevitably prosper again, and the land in Tangxi town will, the value of the house will increase exponentially. In addition, the town is prosperous, with more people coming and going, and facilities such as pubs, brothels, and casinos are naturally indispensable. If you go there now, you can take the lead. Although other cautious merchants did not join this caravan, they were not idle either. Instead, they actively prepared various goods. Once the news about Tangxi town was confirmed, they could immediately form a caravan and hit the road without wasting any money. A little time. While the merchants in King's Landing were excited about the restoration of Tangxi town. Far away in Castle Rock in the west, Duke Taiwan, who had just returned from King's Landing, listened to the reports of his officials expressionlessly, and at the same time, he put some food on the table, opening and reading military intelligence letters one by one. "Where's Kevin?" Duke Taiwan asked after hearing the relevant report. The official quickly replied, "Lord Kevin went to the Crake Hall a few days ago." "Why is he going to the Crake Hall?" Lord Taiwan frowned and asked. The official replied, "Some time ago, the Ironmen landed on the coast near Raji Hall and looted the villages around Raji Hall. A caravan of ours happened to be passing by there and was also robbed by the Ironmen." Duke Taiwan frowned and asked, "It's just that a caravan was robbed. Does Kevin need to go there?" The official replied, "It seems that a few Ironmen were captured over there at the Crake Hall, and some information was obtained from the Ironborn. Lord Kevin rushed over there." After reading the letter sent from the Crake Hall, quote, Duke Taiwan knew very well the character of his younger brother. If it was not a very important matter, he would not put down his affairs in such a hurry and rush to the Crake Hall, so he ordered, "Bring me the letter, look." The official quickly found the letter and handed it to Lord Taiwan. Duke Taiwan looked through it and his face became a little serious. The content of the letter was very simple. After the Ironborn were tortured at the Crake Hall, they learned that Balin Greyjoy was gathering men, but he didn't know how to gather men. What is the purpose of? Apparently Kevin, who received the letter, was worried that Balin Greyjoy was gathering men to plunder the West, so he went to Crake Hall to confirm the news. Compared to Kevin's concern, Duke Taiwan's attitude towards this letter seemed much calmer. Although the Ironborn plundering was not a happy thing, he did not think that this level of pirates how much harm would the plundering do to the Westerlands. Balin Greyjoy and the Ironborn under his rule were nothing more than annoying flies in his eyes. Compared with the Ironborn plundering, the thing that worries Lord Taiwan the most now is the series of plans he has made on the Golden Road and the Blackwater River. Although from various intelligence points of view, things were going very well and everything was going as planned, he still had a sense of uneasiness and felt that something was wrong with the plan. Duke Taiwan poured himself a glass of wine. After taking a sip, he turned to his affairs officer and asked, "Is there any latest information on the Golden Road?" "No," the clerk replied truthfully. The uneasiness in Lord Taiwan's heart did not disappear. Then, he picked up the relevant information and read it again. Perhaps because of his different mentality, he quickly discovered some problems. The information about the army he sent to the east of the Mander River was missing from the information. Although in his plan, that army was not particularly important, and its role was only to cooperate with the Scorpions and other bandit gangs to cause trouble on Rose Avenue and attract the attention of the Tyrell family there. However, after the tournament, Hand of the King John Arryn had some discussions with the Tyrell family, and the attention of the Tyrell family would be attracted to the Rose Avenue. Even without him being induced, so that the role of an army will be much smaller. However, according to common sense, the army should report on the situation every 5 days, but more than a month ago, this army seemed to have disappeared, and no news was reported. This is obviously unreasonable. Just as Duke Taiwan was thinking about the problem, the door was opened, and the intelligence manager who followed him walked in, and then handed Duke Taiwan a copy of the Raven letter he had just received in his hand, and said, "This was sent from Junline." Lord Taiwan opened it and looked at it, and the expression on his face became serious, even a little gloomy. "Has it been confirmed?" Lord Taiwan asked in a deep voice. "Not yet, The intelligence chief shook his head, and added, since King's Landing dares to send it, there should be nothing wrong. Duke Taiwan put the note on the table, and saw the news about the restoration of trade routes in Tengshi town on the note. After a moment of silence, Duke Taiwan ordered, cancel all plans on the Golden Road and let all troops withdraw from the territory of Tengshi town. Are you going to give up like this? The intelligence chief asked with some confusion. If you don't give up like this, do you have to wait until the Tyrells and the Fordleys file a complaint against the Iron Throne? Duke Taiwan looked at his intelligence chief with a cold face and said solemnly, in addition, tell them to take everything they can with them when they withdraw, especially people. Yes, sir. The intelligence chief responded. Chapter 64 Months of Change. Compared to a few months ago, Tengshi town has completely changed its appearance. All the surrounding woods have been cut down. The thatched houses where the townspeople used to live have also been bulldozed along with the land around the village. All the felled trees have been wooden houses were built, and the layout of the entire town was re-planned. The crisscrossing roads divided the town into different areas. Although Tengshi town is still just a prototype, it is not difficult to see from the road planning that when Tengshi town is finally built, it will not be much worse than a city like New Tong City. The citizens of Tengshi town have been members of the Fudeli family for generations. They have never abandoned the Fudeli family for so many years, which can be said to be loyal. Although Nymeria did not explain much to the townspeople about the reconstruction of Tengshi town, they did not object. After all, they could be allocated new houses and new farmland, which was very good for them. Not to mention that you can get a daily commission of 10 copper coins for participating in the reconstruction of the town, which is undoubtedly an additional income for the farmers in the town. Compared to the town that was still in its infancy, the old wharf located in the ruins of the old Tengshi town has been completely restored. All 6 docking stations have been replaced with stones taken from the ruins, making them stronger than before they were abandoned. And at the same time as the restoration, the land around the dock was also cleared, and 6 or 7 large warehouses in a long shed used for trading goods were built. As for the site, specially used to park trucks and horses, it was also designated. It's just that the horse gallery, garage and other facilities have not yet been built. Extending from the dock, the middle area between New Tengshi town and Old Tengshi town, which is now used as a temporary military camp by Lind, has not been abandoned, but has been carefully designated as roads and houses. However, Nymeria was not prepared to spend money to build this place. Maester Ives suggested that this place be handed over to the businessmen who gathered here soon, and Nymeria could sell the land here to obtain a sum of money, and at the same time bind those merchants to New Tengshi town. Although most merchants are still waiting and watching, caravans have been arriving here since Lind spread the news that Tengshi town has restored trade routes. However, the long paddle boats used for freight had not yet been built, so Lind bought the merchants' goods. The grain and grass were received into the army's logistics, and other goods were stored in the warehouse of the military camp. After the long oar boat was built and tested successfully, Lind asked John to form a caravan to transport the goods to Highgarden. More than 10 days later, John returned to Tengshi town together with 4 long rowed boats, and they did not come back empty-handed, but brought some specialties of Highgarden. Although the cargo capacity was not comparable to that of going down the river, but the quantity is still considerable, and selling these goods can make Lind a big profit. Lind did not hide the huge benefits he had earned this time. He even held a grand banquet. For this purpose, not only his men participated, but even ordinary farmers and caravans in Tengshi town also participated. All got invitations. With this banquet, the news that people can make a lot of money by taking goods through Tengshi town's business route will soon spread, and a large number of businessmen will gather here. Nymeria also stepped up the construction of long oars and doubled the dock again to facilitate the docking of ships. Perhaps seeing business opportunities, the caravans who came to Tengshi town did not resell all their goods to Lind this time. Instead, they directly rented or bought those long oared boats. The The caravans who were not able to take the long-oared boats, also the goods, will be temporarily stored in the warehouse, waiting for the new ship to be built. When John came back, he told Lind the story of the shipment. Things were indeed as Lind expected. After the ship arrived at Bitterbridge, it did encounter difficulties from Baron Caswell of Bitterbridge, who blocked them from allowing the ship to pass through Bitterbridge. However, when John met Baron Caswell directly, he told the story of the attack after he left Bitterbridge. Although it was not pointed out that it was Baron Caswell who did it, he gave hints everywhere. Later, he showed Baron Caswell the reply letter written by Duke Tyrell to Lind, and directly pointed out Duke Tyrell's relationship with him in the letter. The Mandeb River is important for water navigation. Naturally, Baron Caswell could not say anything more and could only let them go, and when the fleet returned from Highgarden, he did not create any difficulties. This made Lind feel a little regretful. He really wanted to change the owner of the Kuchau Bridge to a more obedient one. After all, the Kuchau Bridge was too important to the river transport trade route of the Mande River. It's very unsettling in the hands of someone you dislike. However, now that Baron Custer has not caused himself any more trouble and it is not easy to attack him, Lind can only keep this matter in mind for the time being. In fact, businessmen had already settled here a few months ago, but instead of buying a piece of land to build houses, these businessmen set up some tents outside the ruined military camp and started doing business with the soldiers in the military camp. Although Lind did not like brothels, taverns and casinos, he had to admit that giving his cavalry a place to spend money and vent their energy was beneficial to the stability of the army. It's just that Nymeria's mood is a little complicated, because she never thought that the first tax she received after rebuilding Tengshi town would be paid by prostitutes, and not from a certain amount of tax on the transit of goods. In the Seven Kingdoms, the transit tax on goods is the most important tax among all the taxes of the lords. For example, among the various taxes in Bitterbridge, the transit tax accounts for 1/3 of all taxes. However, at Lind's suggestion, Nymeria cancelled the transit tax. Although she didn't know why Lind suggested this, and Maester Eves also wanted to stop her from making fun of the transit tax, she believed Lind did this. He must have his intentions. Lind did not explain too much, because soon the news of Nymeria's cancellation of transit tax would spread, and the benefits of this matter would follow, and there would be no need to explain Nymeria by then. Leah also knew what was going on. Nearly 2 months have passed since he met Wenda the White Deer. He has recruited more than 100 remaining members of the Kingswood Brotherhood under his command, forming a secret force similar to the Night's Watch Rangers. In normal times, they still operate as bandits around Tengshi town, and add the road from Tengshi town to Rose Avenue to their territory, and expel the bandits around this territory to ensure the safety of the road, caravan security. As for the public statement, the lords of Tengshi town are willing to pay them a protection fee on a regular basis to allow them to maintain the smooth flow and safety of this trade road. Although Lind spent this time in the ruined military camp training troops and handling some matters related to the reconstruction of Tengshi town, it seemed that he had never left the military camp, but in fact every night, Lind would share the vision with Glory. Together activities around Tengshi town to understand the situation in the surrounding areas. Lind also tried to test the distance limit of the spiritual connection between the two, so he asked Glory to swim across the Blackwater River, enter the Riverlands, and go outside Harrenhal next to the Lake of the God's Eye. Even though he was so far away, his spiritual connection with Glory still did not weaken, as if Glory was always by his side. Through Glory's eyes, he also saw that Harrenberg also had a large amount of resentful soul energy surrounding the entire ruin-like castle. However, there was no dragon soul in these resentful soul energies, so Glory did not have any desire to devour it. He could even feel that Glory's heart was extremely disgusted with this kind of resentful soul energy, as if his appetite had been nourished. After going to Harrenhal, Lind did not let Glory go north again, but let it go south. A week ago, he went to the Kingswood and met the son of the forest, Sparkle. There is almost no need to look for glory. The moment it enters the kingswood, the tree, house of Spark, the son of the forest, emerges from the ground. When Wawa saw glory for the first time, she was shocked because she didn't expect glory to be so big and special. What's even more amazing is that she can see Lind possessing glory, and even directly talk to Lind in Tengshi town through glory. She asked about glory, mainly why glory became like this, and Lind did not hide it. He also told the story that glory can swallow resentful souls and will grow rapidly after swallowing resentful souls. Huo heard that he just concealed the fact that glory could swallow the dragon's soul. Huo didn't understand this matter, so he left glory in the royal forest. After studying for several days, he still couldn't come up with a reason. The only thing that was certain was that glory's growth had not stopped yet, which meant that it would continue next time. By absorbing the energy of resentful souls, glory can continue to grow. Although during the day, when Lind did not control glory, he would let glory hide himself in the forest to avoid being seen, but some unlucky farmers and hunters still saw glory, or it was glory that deliberately let them see it. It likes to see those people scared to death by it. After teasing those people several times, news began to spread about a black monster haunting the lands between the Riverlands, the Reach, the Westerlands and the Crown. When the news reached Tengshi town, people who had seen glory's huge size quickly realized that the so-called black monster was actually Linda's pet, and these people also revealed the news while drinking. But even if they speak in unison and swear, not many outsiders believe their words. Although Lind did not go to the mountain people villages and savage tribes around Tengshi town, Lind asked Glory to visit from time to time and appear in front of those mountain people and savages, which caused some psychological shock to these people. When he starts to get in touch with these mountain villages and savage tribes, this kind of shock will help him a lot. The reason why Lind did not go to Butt Ridge further upstream of the Mandir River and capture the savage tribe there as planned was entirely due to the unexpected appearance of White Deer Wenda. With the addition of the remaining members of the Kingswood Brotherhood, Lind had temporarily there is no need to expand one's manpower by taking down the barbarian tribe, and the Kingswood Brotherhood is much easier to use than the barbarians, at least when it comes to dealing with bandit gangs. Give these two documents to Scar-Eye and Bryn respectively. The batch of goods they are responsible for will be shipped out today. Lind signed his name on the two shipping documents, stamped them, and handed them to those who had just left the house. John walked in and asked, "Have the materials delivered to White Deer Wenda been handed over?" After taking the document, John said, "It has been handed over, but they said there is too much smoked fish. Can they change the food next time?" Lind ordered, "Then change it to bacon. The kind I taught you to make. Isn't that the same as smoked fish?" John couldn't help but muttered in a low voice after hearing this. "Is there anything else?" Lind naturally heard it, so he looked at John and asked, "Well, there's one more thing." John was about to say, but hesitated and looked at Nymeria, who was also working at the other side of the room. When Tumbling Stone Town was being renovated, Nymeria also demolished her lord's tower house and had the abandoned castle on the top of the hill in Old Tumbling Stone Town renovated. Before the castle was restored, she lived in the forest. He worked in Diz ruined military camp and in Linda's meeting hall. Lind looked at Nymeria and said, "It doesn't matter, just say it." Nymeria is both a collaborator and a friend, no different from one of us. Although Nymeria was busy with her own affairs, she was also listening to the conversation between Lind and John. After hearing Lind's answer to John's question, she couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on her face. Finance Officer Moose has contacted Sir Reese. John took out the letter he had just received, placed it on the table, and reported at the same time, but Sir Reese seems to have misunderstood that Bert is our prisoner. He demands ransom. Lind was stunned when he heard this, and asked doubtfully, "Didn't Bert write a letter to his father?" The letter was too short and the content was ambiguous, so Sir Reese had a misunderstanding. John said as he took out the manuscript document recording the contents of Bert's letter and placed it in front of Lind. Lind looked at it and felt that if he didn't know Bert's true situation, there would be ambiguity. Nymeria also came over curiously, looked at the document, and couldn't help laughing. Lind raised his head and glanced at Nymeria, then asked John, "What now? Has the misunderstanding been resolved?" John replied, "It has been lifted, but Sir Reese doesn't seem to believe that Bert's current situation is as good as what Moose introduced, so he needs to come here to take a look first. Make sure, and then decide whether to become our logistics supplier." "That makes sense." Lind nodded and asked, "When will Sir Reese arrive?" John responded, "It's here, along with Moose's letter." Lind was stunned after hearing this, then he smiled angrily and said, "Why didn't you talk about such an important thing before entering the house?" John said innocently, "When I wanted to say something, you asked me to wait aside for a while." Lind opened his mouth to curse him, but he still endured it, then stood up from the chair, turned to Nymeria and said, "As the master of Tengshi Town, it is inappropriate for you not to be here. I also happen to want to get to know this great merchant." Nymeria also nodded and said. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the room and walked towards the dock. Chapter 65 Territorial Regulations. For Bert, these few months were the most fulfilling and happiest months he had lived. He was extremely grateful that he was selected by his family to join Duke Tywin's secret army. And he was also very happy that he could be captured by Lind. Otherwise, he would not be able to use what he has learned as fully as he does now. Although nominally he is Linda's affairs officer, in fact, his authority has long exceeded the authority of the affairs officer. In addition to the empty title of reconstruction consultant of Tengshi Town, he is now also the tax officer of Tengshi Town Pier. Also the dock master. Whether it is the tax officer or the dock manager, these two positions are real positions of real power, especially the position of the dock manager. He is responsible for everything, from cargo ship dispatching to warehouse use. He has been here for the past month. Went to the dock and did not return to the military camp. "Will this batch of your goods be shipped out tomorrow? Have you found the ship?" "It turns out that we share the same ship with someone else," Bert asked routinely while signing his name on the shipment form, and handed it to him without raising his head. The businessman also reminded, "Although the water of the Mandeb River is not very fast, you still need to be careful. In addition, even if it is north of Kuchao, don't worry if the boat capsizes. Note the location of the capsized boat and we will send someone look along the route to see if we can help you find the goods." "Okay, next one. I have a batch of goods to go to Highgarden very urgently. Can you arrange a ship for me in advance? I can give you some extra benefits." A businessman came up and took out a small bag full of coins and put it in on Bert's table. It can be seen from the gaps in the pockets that the pockets are filled with silver deer. Without raising his head, Bert directly picked up the bag of money and threw it into the wooden frame aside. He said expressionlessly, "Bribery the official, confiscate the bribe. Money, put him in a solitary room for 1 day, and fine him 10 silver deer." Guard. Following Bert's call, the 2 guard soldiers standing behind him stood up, preparing to escort the person to the confinement room of the ruined military camp. But the businessman obviously didn't want to be captured without mercy, and the guards behind him also stood up, forming a confrontation. "I advise you not to resist. Even if you escape from me, you still." Bert didn't panic at all. He moved his eyes away from the goods list on the table and looked up at the businessman, just to see where he was standing. Behind the businessman in front of him, he immediately froze, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Father, why are you here? It looks like you're living a good life." The businessman standing in front of him was Reese Farwell. He looked at Bert with relief and smiled. Bert's face was full of smiles, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly thought of something. He immediately stopped the smile on his face, returned to his original serious expression, and said to Sir Reese Farwell, "Your bribery violates the laws of Tengshi Town. I want to punish you now. Please cooperate and don't resist." After that, he ordered the 2 guards, "Take him to the solitary room." After hearing Bert's order, the 2 soldiers were stunned, not knowing whether they should follow the order or not. "Didn't you hear my order?" Do you want me to emphasize the military law promulgated by Lord Lind? Bert said seriously. The two soldiers looked at each other, took a step forward, and said to Sir Reese, "Sir, please. Come with us. Don't resist." Watching this scene, Reese Farwell had a look of surprise on his face. He looked at his second son as if he were a stranger. Then he smiled and raised his hand to signal his guards not to do anything and let them return. The hotel in the town was waiting for him, and then he said to the two soldiers, "Lead the way." After saying that, he motioned to the soldiers to lead the way, and the three of them walked towards the ruined military camp together. At this moment, the merchants who were handling various matters on the dock all fell silent, and looked at Bert with a hint of awe. At the same time, Lind, Nymeria and John just walked out of the military camp and walked towards the dock. Reese Falwell, who was being escorted, walked towards them and quickly passed by each other. Lind and Nymeria looked at Reese Falwell and then turned their attention. After Lind helped Nymeria formulate the territorial laws of Tengshi town, this was not the first time that someone had been arrested for violating the laws, was fined and imprisoned. They are not worried about offending the big nobles. Most of the merchants coming here now are ordinary people or exclusive purchasers of certain nobles. Their status inherently determines that they cannot resist when faced with the laws of Tengshi town. What's more, the laws Lind formulated for Nymeria are not the chaotic aristocratic laws implemented by the nobles now. In summary, there are only 3 laws. The first is bribery, the second is fighting, and the third is stealing, something similar. There are 3 chapters in the Tengshi town edition. As for the punishment after violating the laws, there are only 2 types of confinement and fines. Generally, fines are used for minor cases, and confinement is used for serious cases. Confinement is not a dungeon, but is sent to Lind specially prepared for those cavalry and soldiers who violate military regulations. A little dark room that will definitely impress those who break the law. This is actually some testing done by Lind for his future territory. Not only the territorial regulations, but even the entire Tengshi town is part of the test. As several people passed by, John also casually glanced at Sir Reese who was being escorted. He didn't recognize Sir Reese at first, but subconsciously thought that this was just a person who accidentally violated the territorial laws, until he followed Lind. The two of them took a few steps forward and were surprised to realize that the person being escorted was Sir Reese. They froze on the spot and looked back at Sir Reese to confirm that they had seen correctly. My lord, my lord." After confirming that Sir Reese was taken away, John quickly caught up with Lind, pointed at Sir Reese who had walked away, and said, "The person who was taken away by the guards just now is Sir Reese." Hearing John's words, Lind and Nymeria were stunned for a moment, and turned their heads to look at Sir Lee. At this time, Sir Reese, who was being escorted, seemed to have noticed Lind and the others' gaze. He also turned his head to look at Lind and the others, and waved to Lind and Nymeria. "John, go ask the guards to release him." Nymeria quickly ordered. "Wait, Bert is at the dock now, right?" Lind stopped John and asked. "Yes." John thought for a moment and said, "He has been at the dock during this time." Lind thought for a while and ordered, "That's it. Let's visit Sir Reese again after he is put in solitary confinement." Nymeria asked, "Will this cause Sir Lee's dissatisfaction?" Lind shrugged and said, "If he is dissatisfied, let Bert be handed over to him for punishment. Anyway, it is not us who punish him, but his son." When John heard this, he couldn't help but mourn for his cousin. He could imagine how angry his uncle would be with Bert when he came out of the dark room. At this time, Sir Reese seemed to realize that neither Lind nor Nymeria meant to let him go. And the smile on his face froze. He could only follow the 2 guards into the military camp, and then came to a row of people who looked like in front of the small dark room of the toilet. He was locked in. Since the person he wanted to see was imprisoned in the small dark room, there was no need for Lind and Nymeria to continue to the dock. He asked John to go to the dock to inform Bert that he already knew that he had locked up Sir Reese. Something happened. The two returned to the office in the military camp and continued to deal with the unfinished matters before. The next day, Sir Reese was released. Bert took a day off and waited outside the confinement room early. After Sir Reese was released, he immediately took Sir Reese back to the hotel where he lived. In the afternoon the father and son just came to the military camp to meet Lind and Nymeria. Countess Nymeria. After Sir Reese entered the office, he saluted Nymeria first. Nymeria bowed her head slightly and saluted, and said, "Sir Reese, I still like to hear people call me Earl, not Countess." Sir Reese smiled, turned to look at Lind, and said, "Knight Lind, I have heard of your reputation for a long time, the #1 swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms." He said, with a meaningful tone, "I didn't expect to be #1. The first time I met you, I didn't see your exquisite swordsmanship, but I saw another side of you. You know, you remind me of a person." Hearing this very familiar sentence, Lind was stunned and said with a smile, "Sir, the person you are talking about cannot be Lord Randall Tarley, right?" Sir Reese couldn't help but be startled and asked, "Has anyone else said such things to Lord Lind?" Master Garland Tyrell and Lord Fertimo Crane both said similar things. Lind suddenly asked with interest, "Are I really similar to Lord Randall Tarley?" Sir Reese smiled and replied, "They don't look alike, but you can see similar shadows in certain behaviors." Seeing that the atmosphere of the conversation between the two parties was very good and was not affected by yesterday's punishment at all, Bert, who had been tense since entering the room, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then Sir Lee chatted with Nymeria for a few more words. During the conversation, Sir Lee cleverly did not mention Nymeria's rumored father, but simply praised Nymeria's mother. After a few conversations with her, she gained Nymeria's favor, thinking that he was a trustworthy elder. However, Lind, who was standing aside, looked at Sir Reese with a strange look. If he had not confirmed the identity of the person in front of him and just listened to his conversation skills, Lind would have had the illusion that he was facing Littlefinger. Everyone is the kind of master of words who can use words to make people relax their vigilance and gain the trust of others. It must be said that Sir Reese's ability to become a famous sea merchant in the western region is indeed extraordinary. However, Reese Farwell was not among those influential figures more than 10 years later. It must be that something happened in the past 10 years. Afterwards, with the conscious cooperation of Sir Reese, Lind invited him to become the exclusive purchaser of his army and Nymeria Tengshi town, and the matter was quickly settled. Sir Reese promised Lind that he could provide supplies such as food and weapons at prices lower than the market price. He could also help Lind purchase some other rare items, and even attract some merchants to Tengshi town and Lind's future territory, prompting its rapid prosperity. As for Lind, what he needs to pay is that before Sir Reese voluntarily gives up his position as an exclusive purchaser, Lind and Nymeria cannot have a second exclusive purchaser. Lind hesitated a little bit about Sir Lee's request, but Nymeria readily agreed. The reason why Nymeria agreed so readily was not because of the goodwill caused by Sir Reese's words just now, but because in the Seven Kingdoms, most of the lords, exclusive purchasers are fixed and hereditary, just like a noble family, so Sir Reese's request seems to her to be very normal and reasonable. After careful consideration, Lind did not find any drawbacks for the time being, so he agreed to Sir Reese's request. After that, the three of them signed an oath contract. Since there were no monks from the Church of the Seven Gods, they had no choice but to find a bachelor who had completed his travels and was preparing to return to the school city as a witness to the oath contract. After each of them put away the oath contract, Sir Reese said to Lind, "I have already prepared the list you asked Mr. Muse to give me before. The rest is easy to say, but the war horse is a little difficult and needs to wait for a while." "That's it," Lind said solemnly. "It doesn't matter, don't rush this, take your time, and if possible, find a war horse that suits Nymeria's figure." "Is it suitable for the Count's figure?" Sir Reese looked at Nymeria. Nymeria frowned. Although spending time with Lind and others during this period of time, she had gradually adapted to her unusually tall figure, but being stared at still made her feel strange. Sir Reese suddenly said, "I know that there is a horse that may be very suitable for the Earl's figure, but I am afraid it will be difficult to get it." Lind looked curious and said, "Tell me about it." Sir Reese thought about it for a moment, and tried to describe what he learned in as short a language as possible, and said, "I went to Sunspear City not long ago, and I listened to the people there in the tavern talking about the discovery of a man in the mountains near Divine Grace City. Among the horses, there was an extremely tall and powerful wild horse. It was said that its body was much larger than that of ordinary wild horses. Some horse catchers ran to catch it, but they all failed because this horse was very smart and could catch people. It was led into a group of wild beasts, and many horse catchers were fooled and ultimately failed to come out of the mountains." Hearing Sir Lee's words, Lind felt a little interested, but Nymeria frowned. It was obvious that she was more or less resistant to things in Dornay. Lind seriously considered the possibility of going to Dornay to capture the wild horse, but after repeated thoughts, he shook his head and said, "It will take too long to go to Dornay. And it is simply impossible here. You've been away for such a long time." He turned to Nymeria and said, "Sorry, I can't help you catch that horse." "It doesn't matter." Nymeria smiled and shook her head and said, "The war horse you gave me is also very good. There is no need to find other war horses." Watching the conversation between the two, Sir Reese seemed to see something, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Chapter 66 Discovery of Silver Mine. How many casualties are there? Lind looked at Nymeria, who was not far away and had not yet recovered from the excitement of the battle, taking off her armor with the assistance of several female attendants. Scar Eye, who set out with Nymeria to suppress the bandits, immediately stepped forward and replied, 17 were killed and 13 were injured. 3 of them were seriously injured. Even after they healed, it would be impossible to fight again." He paused and added, "The casualties are all the guards of Tengshi town, and our people are not injured." Lind turned to look at Scar Eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't say such words again in the future. The guards of Tengshi town are also our people, do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Scar Eye nodded. As Tengshi town becomes more and more prosperous, bandits from surrounding areas are also coming closer. Although Belu Wenda's people can stop some bandits, they are only 4 small groups of bandits. Once the number reaches 1 or 200, Belu Wenda will it is difficult to completely stop these bandits. Therefore, Lind and Nymeria also need to cooperate with White Gear Wenda from time to eliminate the bandits who try to approach Tengshi Avenue. At first, Lind would lead the team himself, because those bandits were too easy to deal with, and it felt like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer, so later he gave full power to the bellicose Nymeria, and he only sent out the 2nd Cavalry. Teamwork. For example, the bandit group that is being wiped out this time is a group of bandits that came from the Stormland. There are nearly 300 people in number. Many of them came from the Mandar River to the Stormland before, and this time he became the leader and ran back. This bandit suppression was also Nymeria's 3rd bandit suppression operation after the army expansion. The final result was not particularly satisfactory. The death toll reached double digits. This was obviously a sequelae caused by the large-scale army expansion. It has been a month since he signed the exclusive purchasers agreement with Reese Falwell. Due to the sufficient supply of equipment, Lind's cavalry and Nymeria's guards have also expanded accordingly. However, because Lind emphasized elite soldiers and strong generals, and the war horses had not been delivered yet, there were not many people to expand, less than 100 people, and most of them were free riders and mercenaries who came after hearing the news. These people were all incorporated into Scar Eye's 2nd Cavalry, allowing them to temporarily serve as rangers, responsible for patrolling Tengshi Avenue. This should be the last time that Lind hires so many freeriders and mercenaries. Although these people have very good skills and can immediately form combat effectiveness, they are used to being free and have a loose personality. They can no longer adapt to the strict discipline of a real army, so Lind would organize them into the 2nd Cavalry, which was mainly composed of mercenaries, rather than into the guards. Compared to Lind, who only increased his number by less than 100 people, Nymeria expanded the number of garrison guards to as high as 300 people this time, and All of these people are not residents of Tengshi town, but refugees from the Riverlands. It is not a secret that Duke Taiwan's army has withdrawn from the area west of the Mandur River. In fact, before the withdrawal, Duke Taiwan took the initiative to publicize that the bandit suppression plan against the Golden Road has been successfully concluded. Withdrawal of the army, disbanding the army became a matter of course. However, while Duke Taiwan withdrew his army, he also ransacked all of Nimeria's nominal territory west of the Mandur River, taking away everything that could be taken away and destroying everything that could be destroyed. Even the wheat that was about to mature was burned. As for the people in those villages, not a single one was left, and they were all robbed to the western region. It can be said that the land was completely emptied. However, many times people's desires cannot be stopped by orders from afar. Duke Taiwan's plunder order was aimed at Nimeria's nominal territory, but the army sent to perform this task was in. After completing the mission, he became obsessed with robbery, indirectly disguised himself as a bandit and began to rob the surrounding area. What's more, two mad dogs under Duke Taiwan, Amory Lodge and Gregor Clegane, crossed the Blackwater River directly and ran to the Riverlands to rob. When Duke Taiwan received the news, he sent when the army captured the two men and brought them back to Castley Rock. The villages in the Riverlands near the Blackwater River had been devastated. A large number of refugees poured directly into King's Landing. Although King Robert sent an envoy to order Duke Taiwan to go to King's Landing to explain the matter, he was blocked by Duke Taiwan with the excuse of recurrence of old injuries. At the same time, Duke Taiwan also sent hundreds of heads and announced to the public. These people who were executed were the rebels who robbed the Riverlands this time. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye knows very well that these more than 100 people are just more than 100 prisoners used as scapegoats, but this scapegoat is a good step up, and Duke Taiwan is also willing to compensate the losses of those lords. As for the lords, although they seemed to have suffered heavy losses, they actually made huge profits from it, because they could use the land-keeping law to determine that the fleeing refugees would automatically abandon their existing land, and all the reclaimed land was taken over by them. Take back. It seems that Nimeria's method of reclaiming the territory west of the Mandur River is similar to this method, but in fact the two are essentially different. One is an uncontrolled, free citizen, and the other is a territorial citizen who should be protected by an oath. In the end, this farce ended with Duke Taiwan losing money, the lords of the Riverlands increasing their private farmland, and the refugees having nowhere to appeal. In this process, there was another episode. Lind asked Nymeria to send a letter of complaint to the Iron Throne as the Earl of Tumblestone, and together with the lords of the Riverlands, she accused Duke Taiwan of plundering the territory. As a result, Duke Taiwan also compensated her, and most of her subsequent military expansion expenses came from this compensation. Compared with other territories that are extremely repulsive to refugees, Tengshi Town, which is regaining control of the territory, welcomes these refugees. Under Linda's conscious guidance, most of the refugees gathered in King's Landing came to Tengshi Town and became the residents of Tengshi Town. For this reason, Prime Minister John Aron even gave Nymeria a commendation order to commend her for her actions in relieving the country's worries. After all, these refugees had become a big trouble in King's Landing when they were in King's Landing, and now someone is willing to take over. The Iron Throne is naturally happy to see this happen. After those refugees became citizens, they were not allocated to the 8 villages that had been recovered by Nymeria. She accepted Lin's suggestion and redivided a piece of land to let these newly joined citizens build their own villages, and some of the young adults among these people were selected to join the garrison guards of Tengshi Town. The expansion of garrison guards will inevitably lead to a significant weakening of Tengshi Town's garrison strength. In the recent several absolutely dominant bandit suppression operations, there have been dozens of casualties, which is the best proof of the weakening combat strength. However, Lind didn't say anything. After all, these casualties were foreseeable. These casualties would continue until the expanded people completely transformed into warriors. There was a guy among the bandits this time who was pretty good. He was able to take 2 of my axes. I originally wanted to capture him alive, but to my surprise, the guy turned around and ran away. I chased after him, grabbed his nose, and he hit the rock in his face. Was smashed. After returning to the office, Nymeria wiped and oiled her giant axe with her own hands, and excitedly told Lind about the battle. This was her habit. Lind listened quietly and pointed out problems that occurred during her battle from time to time. It must be said that after experiencing the baptism of actual combat, Nymeria's combat ability improved rapidly, as if she was born to be a warrior. As long as Lind points out the problems in her combat, she can quickly correct them. The most recent time, when Lind practiced fighting with her, she performed much better than the Red Viper. When Lind used the Knight's Sword, she not only withstood 3 consecutive attacks from Lind, but also fought back. An extremely dangerous counterattack is much better than the Red Viper being passive throughout. However, this does not mean that Nymeria's strength has surpassed that of the Red Viper. She performed well only because she was familiar with Lind's attack methods, unlike the Red Viper who was only exposed to the swordsmanship of the Lost Knight for the first time. You sent people to investigate the situation on the west bank of the Mander River. Do you have any results now? Lind asked when Nymeria put the giant axe back on the weapon rack. Ruins, everything you see is ruins, not to mention people, there is not even an animal, all. The farmland has been burned, the wells have been filled, even the 7 sacred sanctuary has been destroyed by those guys from the western region destroyed. Upon hearing this question, the excitement on Nymeria's face quickly faded, and resentment also surged up. Although those free people are not Nymeria's subjects, they are more like a group of bandits who forcibly seize Nymeria's land, but the land destroyed by the Western Army belongs to her. Seeing her land being destroyed, it is reasonable for her to feel angry if someone ravages her at will. However, after she finished sulking, a smile appeared on her face and she said, "But I'm pretty lucky. Someone found some good things over there." As she spoke, Nymeria took out a short lottery ticket from her pocket and handed it to Lind. Lind took it and looked at it, and immediately became serious. After returning the short signature to Nymeria, he asked, "Who else knows about this matter? Except for the people who discovered it, you and I are the only ones." Nymeria paused as she answered, and then added, "There are also free people nearby who should also know." "The free people nearby? Are they the free people kidnapped by Duke Tywin?" Lind asked. In a daze. Nymeria nodded. Lind frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "It seems that some of our plans need to be advanced. I'm going to the Savage tribe in Butt Ridge tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" "Of course," Nymeria responded excitedly. The short note that Nymeria took out was very simple. It was that a silver mine was discovered in Nymeria's territory on the west bank of the Mander River. The entrance to the mine was covered with trees. The traces should have been mined privately by free people. Although the value of silver mines is far from comparable to that of gold mines, for a small lord like Nymeria, a silver mine is enough to grow 10 times or even 10 times. Because of those free people, Duke Tywin will know about the silver mine sooner or later. To Duke Tywin, this silver mine is nothing more than a piece of fat that can be taken away at will, so there will definitely be someone on Duke Tywin's side. Even if they don't directly send troops to occupy the silver mines, they will disguise the troops as free citizens to seize the silver mines. Therefore, Lind definitely needs to send people to protect this silver mine. However, Tengshi Town is now in dire straits. Even though many refugees have joined Tengshi Town, there are still very few manpower for the reconstruction and expansion of the entire town, and Nymeria's army maintains Tengshi Town and its surrounding areas. The security of the area is very difficult, and there is no way to send manpower to the other side of the river. As for Lind, he could also lead his own guards to station near the silver mine, leaving the 1st and 2nd Cavalry behind to help maintain security in Tengshi Town. But in this way, the High Court will definitely know about the silver mine. If the High Court orders him to mine the silver mine nearby, he may be in a dilemma. Therefore, Lind could only find other foreign aid, such as the Savage tribe. On this trip to the Savage tribe, Lind only planned to bring more than 100 people, including the guards and the 1st Cavalry. As for the Tengshi town garrison, Lind did not plan to bring them, because when it came time to fight, the garrison guards would become a liability. However, Nymeria was not alone when she followed Lind to Butt Ridge this time. She also brought out her newly formed Lord Guard. There are a total of 20 people in this Lord's Guard, half of whom are members of the garrison, and the other half are free riders and hired knights recruited with certain strength. This certain strength refers to being able to withstand Nymeria's attack. Round attack. Every time Nymeria receives Lind's battle training, she will go to her Lord's Guard to practice. It seems that she intends to regain the self-confidence that Lind was hit by her Lord's Guard, and the advantage of this is that it makes Nymeria Melia's status in the hearts of her Lord's Guards has become very high. In addition to the Lord's Guard, she is also planning to take her 2 female attendants with her. These 2 female attendants are members of a circus that passes through Tengshi town and goes to Highgarden. They are twins. They perform knife-throwing stunts in the circus, and also know some scimitar skills from the Free Castle Alliance across the Narrow Sea. In marksmanship, Nymeria took a fancy to these 2 sisters because the scimitar skills and spear skills performed by these 2 sisters came from the arena in Marine. This brought back some memories of Nymeria, so she directly proposed to recruit them as his own female attendant. At first, the 2 sisters, who were accustomed to living a free life, did not want to accept this kind of job of serving others, and rejected Nymeria's kindness until Nymeria said that if the 2 of them could meet the requirements in her heart, she would canonize them. The 2 were extremely rare female knights in the 7 kingdoms, so they changed their minds and became Nymeria's female attendants. Chapter 67 Glory of the Old God. The flow rate of most sections of the Mandeb River is gentle, but starting from Tengshi town and continuing upstream, the river becomes narrow and rapid, with a large number of waterfalls, making it impossible to sail. The reason for this is that the mountains near Tengshi town suddenly rise when they reach this area, as if there is a giant underground pushing up the ground with its back. The highest peak in this area is called Snow Deer Peak, because the snow on the top of the mountain looks like a running giant deer, while other surrounding peaks have a unified name, Lucan Peak, because the snow on their peaks is like a herd of deer surrounding a giant deer. The melted snow from these peaks turned into small streams, which converged into the valleys formed by the small hills at the foot of the mountains, gradually forming lakes of different sizes, and the terrain of these lakes is higher than that of nearby Tengshi town. There are so many mountains that they feel like lakes in the sky, so some scholars gave this mountain range the name Tianyu Mountains. Booty Ridge is located next to one of the largest lakes, which is also one of the most important source waters of the Mandar River. Because of this, people have always lived around this lake, sometimes mountain people, sometimes savage tribes. The savage tribe that Lind is going to now is called Gravel, because the founder of the tribe was born in a pile of gravel. They crossed the Blackwater River and came here more than 10 years ago. There used to be a mountain village here, but since their arrival, there have been many conflicts. In the end, the mountain village was forced to leave here and go to other places. Place to settle. The population of the settled Gravel tribe has also increased a lot in the past 10 years. From more than 1,000 to nearly 3,000, and all of them are newborns. As long as the Gravel tribe is given enough time, their warriors will become. This is definitely not a good thing for Tengshi town. Did you see that mossy hillside? That's the stone house of the Gravel tribe. White deer. Wenda stood on a rock and pointed to the hillside in the distance and said. Although Wenda the white deer had already pointed out the stone house of the Gravel tribe, Nymeria and others still could not see the relationship between the hillside on the opposite side and the stone house. That hillside is indeed full of stone houses, but they are so well disguised that you can't even tell them from a distance. You can actually look at the reflection of the lake. Compared to others, Lind is more familiar with this place, and even he was probably more familiar with it than the people in the Gravel tribe living here, and he easily pointed out the key points to see through the disguise of the hillside stone house. After hearing this, everyone looked towards the lake in front of them where the snow Water gathered. The blue lake water reflected the reflection of the hillside. From the reflection, they soon saw some of the real conditions under the camouflaged roof of the stone house. Lind turned to look at Belu Wenda and said, "Are you from the Gravel tribe?" When Lind decided to go to Booty Ridge in the morning, Belu Wenda, who was resting in Tangshi town, suddenly heard the news and rushed over, saying that she was familiar with the area of Booty Ridge and she could lead the way. Although Lind had already figured out the situation around the Gravel tribe through Glory, and even knew the situation inside the Gravel tribe very well, he did not refuse Belu Wenda's kindness and agreed to her request to lead the way. But in fact, he wanted to see what Belu Wenda wanted to do, because in the past few days of getting along, Lind knew very well that Belu Wenda was definitely not the kind of person who liked to take the initiative to find things to do. Only when he gave the order. Only then did she do it. It was the first time that she took the initiative to say that she wanted to do something like this, and it also made Lind curious about her intentions. Later, White Deer Wenda was indeed very familiar with the Butt Ridge area, as she said. Even the path Lind chose may not be easier than the one she chose. Moreover, the path she led was very suitable for the cavalry, and we did not encounter any obstacles such as gravel, steep slopes, cliffs, or canyons, and we reached the hills near Butui Ridge smoothly. At noon. Just now, when Belu Wenda mentioned the stone houses of the Gravel tribe, there was a special emotion in her tone, which made Lind couldn't help but make a bold guess. After hearing Linda's guess, Belu Wenda seemed very calm, neither denying nor admitting. "Lind, shall we go there now?" Nymeria looked at White Deer Wenda, but did not show any abnormality because she might be from the Gravel tribe. Lind shook his head and said, "No, we will go over there when Glory comes." Nymeria said happily, "I haven't seen Glory for a long time. I wonder if it has grown up." Again, Lind thought for a while and said, "It hasn't grown up. It's still the same size as before, but it's much stronger and not as fat as before." At this time, the 20 Earl guards behind Nymeria were chatting quietly, mainly the newly joined free riders and mercenary knights, asking the guards of Tumbling Stone Town who Glory was. Ever since he met White Deer Wenda, Lind had put the abnormally shaped Glory outside to roam free. Although many people saw the beast-like Glory that night and often mentioned it after that, he rarely mentioned Glory names, and few people believe what they say. After people hear it, they just treat it as absurd legends like White Walkers and Children of the Forest. When the free riders and hired knights heard the guards' descriptions about Glory, they all looked indifferent. They felt that the guard's description of Glory's body was a bit too exaggerated. In their opinion, Glory was a shadow lynx. Probably only a little bigger than the real shadow lynx. After all, they sometimes brag and like to exaggerate the physique of their opponents. About half an hour later, there was a sudden movement in the trees not far away, and everyone drew their weapons and looked over there warily. "Don't be nervous, it's an honor." Lind raised his hand to signal to everyone. Just as Lind finished speaking, he saw a huge figure in black and white stripes walking slowly out of the bushes. Just as Lind said, Honor's body has become much stronger. When walking slowly, you can see the movement of the muscles underneath through the hair. However, Lind also made a mistake in his judgment, because Honor's body shape is much stronger than if it were left alone. The front part is a bit bigger, and when standing in front of Lind, it is already a section taller than Lind, almost as tall as Nymeria. Although the spirits of Lind and Glory are connected to each other, and Lind often possesses Glory, they haven't seen each other for many days. When Glory walked in front of Lind, he couldn't wait to put his head next to Linda's. He touched his chest and urged Lind to touch his head. Lind hugged its head and rubbed it as he wished, and Glory's eyes narrowed with a happy expression. Nymeria also came to Lind at this time and tried to reach out to touch Glory's fur. Glory avoided Nymeria's hand, but did not threaten her with bared teeth, but this still made Nymeria he was very unhappy and couldn't help but cursed. As for Belu Wenda, if she gets even slightly closer, Glory will let out a threatening growl from her throat. It is obvious that Glory's character has not changed. The shock brought by the appearance of glory was still strong. Even though it was not the first time for the cavalry to see glory, the shock in their hearts still made them hold their breath, for fear that breathing louder would anger the giant beast in front of them. As for the other mercenary knights and free riders, they were even worse. They were so frightened by glory that they almost sat on the ground. If no one else around them had made any attack moves, they might have been frightened enough to draw their swords at this moment. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that their colleague's description of glory was not exaggerated at all, and was even a bit conservative, because in their opinion, glory's body shape was even larger than what they had just described. After playing with glory for a while, Lind let go of glory's head, turned around and mounted his horse, comforted the horse which was frightened by glory and had its legs weak, and then signaled the others to quickly adjust to their condition. "Let me go first." To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Belu Wenda said at this time. Lind looked at her and nodded in agreement with her proposal. Then White Deer Wenda drove her horse towards the hillside where the Gravel tribe was located. A mercenary knight asked, "Sir, will letting her pass like this allow the Gravel tribe to prepare in advance?" Before Lind could speak, Nymeria said first, "Do you know who she is?" The hedge knight shook his head blankly. Nymeria chuckled and said, "If you knew who she was, you wouldn't have such a problem." The mercenary knight didn't say anything after hearing this and returned to the guard. About 10 minutes passed, and everyone recovered from the shock of glory. Lind did not see any signal from White Deer Wenda entering the Gravel tribe, so he did not wait any longer and led directly. The cavalry team slowly approached the Gravel tribe. Glory also walked at the front of the team under Linda's order, turning the hair on his body into pure black, and transformed into the Shadow of Death, the legendary messenger of the stranger in this area during this time. When Lind and his party arrived at the entrance of the Gravel tribe, there were already warriors from the Gravel tribe standing inside and outside the entrance. At a rough count, there were 300 to 400 people, and everyone was wearing clothes made of animal skins. They wear shoes and hats, and hold simple stone axes and wooden spears in their hands. Only a few people can hold iron swords and other iron weapons. These tribal warriors did not see Lind at first, but saw Glory who was walking at the front. The moment they saw Glory, they all screamed in panic, and some even couldn't help but throw their weapons away. On the ground, he bent down and worshipped the Glory, as if he regarded the Glory as a god. Seeing the reaction of these tribal warriors, the cavalry, Earl Guard and others were all surprised. Although they were greatly shocked when they saw Glory just now, they were not as frightened as they were now. Very soon obviously the reaction of these tribal warriors was a bit excessive. However, Lind could understand the reaction of the people of the Gravel tribe. After all, a terrifying giant beast that could appear as a ghost in front of them looked like the terrifying existence in ancient legends. During the days when Lind was raising Glory, he had already begun to plan the Gravel tribe. He would often let Glory appear in the Gravel tribe late at night, and then use the hidden ability that contained mysterious power in front of everyone's sight, disappeared in everyone's eyes, and then appeared silently beside them, over and over again, and sometimes even silently killed some people who harbored ill intentions towards it. Under this situation, some people in the Gravel tribe quickly developed a strong sense of awe for Glory, and under the leadership of the tribe's shaman, they seemed to regard Glory as an old god. Although the Gravel tribe does not believe in the 7 gods, they do believe in the old gods, and most of the old gods are actually creatures with supernatural powers. In a sense, the current Glory is actually the same as the legendary old gods who control the power of nature. It matched, and it was within Linda's expectation to be worshipped as an old god. The influence caused by the Glory quickly spread among the Gravel tribe, and reached the ears of the tribe's shaman and leader. They rushed to the gate of the tribe with their men, and saw the scene at the door. It's just that the leader and the shaman saw completely different objects. What the shaman saw was an extremely eye-catching Glory, and he instantly recognized it as the recently appeared old god, so he immediately led his shaman disciples and those who believed in the tribe. The people of the old gods poured out of the tribe to worship the Glory. The reason why they are not worried about being attacked by Glory is because when they worshipped Glory before, Lind asked Glory to restrain his threatening movements and squat on the ground, accepting them like a real old god. He even pointed out to the shaman where to get food and where to get coins, but in fact, Lind had sent people to hide them in advance. Not to mention being able to guide people to obtain food and money, simply showing the same wisdom as humans is enough for people to determine the identity of the glorious old god. It is for this reason that the current shamans and believers of the Gravel tribe showed such fanaticism that he worshipped the Glory regardless of the occasion. Unlike the shaman, Kafu, the leader of the Gravel tribe, does not have that strong belief in the old gods. Although he is afraid and even awe of the glory that can appear and disappear, he does not worship the glory. In his heart, he always thinks that the glory is just something. It's just a mutated shadow lynx. So when he saw a glory just now, he quickly broke away from the fear of glory, and his eyes also fell on Lind and others behind Glory, and he was also sure that they were the army of the nobles under the mountain that Belu Wenda said. Although Nymeria, who is unusually tall and like a little giant, is the one who attracts the most attention among Lind's group, the Gravel leader Kraft's eyes can't help but fall on Lind. Because of his intuition, tell him that Lind is very terrifying, even more terrifying than the giant beast that is regarded as the old god. And just when he looked at Lind seemed to feel his gaze and looked towards him. At that moment, he felt an extremely strong death threat, which reminded him of White Deer Wenda's words. He immediately grabbed the clothes of the man next to him and ordered in a deep voice, "Quick, go to the prison and release White Deer Wenda." Chapter 68 Confident Toughness. The actions of Gravel leader Kraft were naturally noticed by Lind. Although the surroundings were a bit noisy, he could still barely hear Kraft's instructions to his subordinates and learned that White Deer Wenda should be locked up. Seeing this situation, Lind had no intention of waiting for the worship ceremony to be completed, because he knew very well that these worship ceremonies would normally take more than an hour to complete, so he sent an order to Glory. After receiving the order, Glory stood up from his crouching position and roared at the shaman who was performing a worship ceremony. Then he turned around and walked to Linda's side. Under the gaze of the shaman and others, he raised his head with his head. He leaned closer to Lind. Those who believed in the old gods were stunned when they saw this scene, because they had tried to get close to Glory before, but no matter who tried to get close to Glory, they would be threatened by Glory. Even tribal shamans, and the gods they believed in were at this moment, but they showed such a close attitude to a night at the foot of the mountain, which really made them feel incredible. Nymeria, let's start. Lind felt that the atmosphere was almost settled, so he motioned to Nymeria. Nymeria took 2 steps forward on her horse and was at the forefront of the crowd. At the same time, her 2 female attendants walked out from the left and right and shouted to the Gravel tribe in front of them, "People of the Gravel tribe, what is in front of you is Tang. The Lord of Stone Town, Count Nymeria Fudley, is also the owner of the land under your feet. Where are the leaders and shamans of the Gravel tribe? Please stand up and meet your master." When the female attendant introduced Nymeria, Linda's guards also spread out to both sides under Linda's instructions, and at the same time took off the short bows and held them in their hands. On the other side, Nymeria's Earl guards they also dispersed around Nymeria and Lind in an orderly manner, guarding the 2 in the middle, ready to take action to block possible attacks for the 2. We, the Gravel tribe, are all free people and have no masters. After hearing the introduction of the female attendant, Kafu, the leader of the Gravel tribe, couldn't help shouting loudly, and then led the people out and came to Lind and the others. He looked at Nymeria, then turned to look at Lind, and said, "I know you, Bear Hunter Lind. I heard that you are the best swordsman in the 7 kingdoms." Lind ignored the other party's greeting and asked directly, "Where is White Deer Wenda?" Gravel leader Kafu's face changed slightly, and he was about to tell White Deer about Wenda's situation, but a person behind him said loudly, "That bitch who ate the inside out is dead. She has been killed and eaten by us, and her meat is still there in the pot. Do you want one?" Damn it, people under the mountain. Lind knew the situation of White Deer Wenda, so he naturally ignored the other parties' words, but Nymeria did not know that she got along very well with White Deer Wenda during this period, and their relationship was like sisters. When she heard that White Deer Wenda was killed, she suddenly became angry. He rushed up, without thinking too much, and directly pulled out the giant axe on the saddle and threw it towards the person who spoke. The giant axe spun around in the air and hit the man directly. The huge force not only split the man in half from his shoulders to his chest, but the impact also drove the body to fly out, knocking down several people. Only one person fell to the ground. The moment Nymeria threw the axe, she also rushed out on horseback. When the opponent's body fell to the ground, she rushed to the body and pulled out the giant axe. Immediately afterwards, the people around saw someone taking action and didn't think much. They all took weapons and attacked Nymeria. Nymeria was also unequivocal. The giant axe in her hand flew horizontally and vertically, and she easily solved the 3 tribal warriors who rushed over. There was also a tribal warrior who rushed forward who was grabbed by the throat and struck hard. Just pinch and break the neck. The people around him fell silent instantly, and those who had picked up weapons to attack Nymeria also stopped. Nymeria casually threw the body on the ground, then drove her horse back to Lind's side, and asked in a low voice, "I seem to be impulsive just now. Is Wenda not dead?" "Probably not. A person as big as Wenda needs to be completely dismembered, cooked and eaten. 10 minutes is not enough." Lind analyzed Nymeria from another angle. Nymeria wiped the blood on her face, shrugged, and said nothing more. Lind turned to the angry Kraft and said, "Chief Gravel, this is the price of saying the wrong thing. You must think carefully about what to say, otherwise you will only get death." "Are you threatening me, Bear Hunter?" Kraft glared at Lind, then turned and shouted at the people of the Gravel tribe. "Are our Gravel tribe afraid of threats? Tell me loudly, are we afraid?" At this time, the people of the Gravel tribe were supposed to be shouting in unison, and then the morale that had just been knocked down by Nymeria returned to its peak. But just as Kafu's voice fell, Glory let out a very loud roar. The surrounding animals were frightened and fled in all directions. Those who originally cooperated with the leaders' shouts were all frightened and stopped shouting. After swallowing, everyone fell silent, which made the Gravel leader Kraft look like a clumsy clown who gave his best to perform, but did not get any cheers in the end. "Leader of the Gravel tribe, I'm not threatening you, I'm just stating a fact." Lind drove his horse forward a few steps and came to the front of the Gravel leader Kafu, and then faced the members of the Gravel tribe who were still roaring in shock, said loudly, "The only purpose that Lord Nymeria and I came here is to make the entire Gravel tribe become the citizens of Tengshi town. We don't need a master, we're living a good life." Someone retorted loudly, "We don't care whether you need a master or not, whether you are living well or not. I'm just telling you what we are going to do, and you only have one chance." Lind looked at the people of the Gravel tribe coldly and said, "If you give up if you have this chance, the next time we come back, we will bring you only death. There are 1,000 warriors in our tribe, and we can kill you right now." Gravel leader Kafu also recovered from his embarrassment and shouted loudly, "Yes, we have 1,000 soldiers, and we are not afraid of you people from the mountain." Someone in the crowd responded immediately, and the momentum seemed to begin to recover again. 1,000 warriors. Lind smiled disdainfully, then got off his horse and walked to the Gravel leader Kafu and said, "I am standing here, and your Gravel tribe can send 1,000 warriors to fight me. As long as you can kill me in the duel, then Lord Nymeria will recognize that this land is yours and will never drive you away. If I kill 1,000 of your warriors in the duel, then it seems like you have no other choice. How dare you make a bet with me? You are all on the favorable side of this fight, don't you dare." Faced with Linda's provocation, no one in the Gravel tribe spoke. Even those who shouted louder just now fell silent. Gravel leader Kraft knew Linda's identity and had heard of Linda's reputation. Naturally, he also knew that Lind had almost accomplished the feat of killing 100 people in a group competition in a martial arts tournament, and those 100 people were all experienced warriors. Facing such a powerful person, he felt that even if the Gravel tribe had 1,000 people, it might not be enough for him to kill. Just when the surroundings fell into silence, the shaman, who had been silent since just now, suddenly asked, "What are the benefits of becoming the citizens of Tengshi town?" "Grandma Wiz, you are crazy. How dare you?" Kraft turned his head suddenly, glared at the old shaman, and asked. But before Kraft's question could be answered, the old shaman said calmly, "Can you escape the fangs of the shadow of death?" Kraft was asked. He looked at the glory not far away with a hint of fear in his eyes. He wanted to say that he could, but he knew very well that if the giant beast wanted to kill him, even if he was hiding behind in his own cave, if he is protected by others, he will still die. Because this is the case for the leader of the Dan family in the tribe. The old shaman turned to everyone present and asked, "What about you? Can you escape the harvest of the shadow of death?" Everyone present was silent. The shock, fear and admiration that glory had brought to them some time ago were too strong. They were so strong that they could not resist at all. Once anything involving glory was involved. The old shaman turned to look at Kraft again and said, "In this case, why are you still insisting? Are you really willing to give up your rights only if all the tribes turn into bones?" When Kafu heard what the old shaman said, he seemed to realize something. He turned to look at the old shaman and asked, "Did you see something?" The old shaman did not answer, but looked at Lind and Glory, who had already walked to Linda's side. At this time, White Deer Wenda walked out of the crowd. There was nothing abnormal about her body. It seemed that she had a certain status in the Gravel tribe. Even if she was caught, no one dared to do anything to her. "Lord Earl, Lord Lind, I have made you worry." White Deer Wenda saluted Nymeria and Lind respectively. Lind, who had known Belu Wenda's situation for a long time, just nodded slightly and responded, "It's good that you're okay," Nymeria said with a smile, but the blood stains on her body made her not look friendly. White Deer Wenda then turned to the Gravel leader Kafu and said, "This is not the place to talk. Go to the stone hall. Call the leaders of all the clans in the tribe. This is not something you can decide alone, Kafu." Kafu wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to refute. He could only glare at Belu. Wenda then turned around and walked back to the tribe angrily. The old shaman did not ask what kind of treatment she would receive after becoming a territorial citizen. After saluting Lind and Nymeria respectively, she walked to Glory and saluted it, and then led the people back to the tribe. At this time, someone from the tribe also came out and cleaned up the people who had just been killed by Nymeria. When they were cleaning up the bodies, they looked at Nymeria from time to time, but their eyes were different. There is no hatred, but full of awe. Although it cannot compare with the shock brought by Glory, Nymeria defeated 4 or 5 tribal warriors in just 3 or 2 moves in front of everyone. Such powerful force was something they had never seen before. Some people in the tribe who advocated martial arts couldn't help but respect Nymeria, and subconsciously felt that it was not unacceptable to become the subordinate of a powerful warrior like Nymeria. White Deer Wenda knew that the worst situation was over, and there would be no big problem if the Gravel tribe was completely conquered. She breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Lind, and said, "I never thought that your way of conquering the Gravel tribe would be so tough and direct, sir." "This is the savage tribe," Lind replied. White Deer Wenda naturally heard the subtext of Lind, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lind, and then said to Nymeria, "Lord Nymeria, you will be outside later, Lord Lind. And I will go in." Quote. Nymeria rejected White Deer Wenda's proposal and said in a tone that could not tolerate objection, "No, I must go in. They are becoming my subjects of Tengshi town, and I must personally participate in this matter." Lind didn't say anything. He didn't think there would be any danger when entering the Gravel tribe, and even if he encountered danger, he wasn't worried about Nymeria's safety. From Nymeria's performance just now, it was easy to see that Gravel there is probably no one in the tribe who can threaten her. Even if he wants to take action, Lind does not have to worry about Nymeria and can completely let go. Later, Lind ordered the guards to stay outside the tribe, but asked them not to relax their vigilance. Although he felt that things would not change again, and conquering the gravel tribe was already a certainty, things were unpredictable and it was not until the last moment. Who can be absolutely sure? Although Nymeria did not want the Earl Guard to follow her into the gravel tribe, Lind and White Deer Winda both advised her not to do such a risky thing, which made her change her mind. After making the decision, the group entered the gravel tribe, with Glory following them. What's interesting is that on the way they were led to the gravel tribe's meeting hall, many ordinary people from the gravel tribe looked at them with fear, or to be more precise, they looked at Glory. Many of them were even standing on the roadside. He knelt down and bowed to Glory, and no one around him thought there was anything wrong with it. This is the first time I feel that my prestige is not as good as that of a beast. Nymeria couldn't help but laugh at herself after discovering this. Glory is not an ordinary beast. Lind smiled and reached out to touch Glory's head. The moment he touched Glory's head, the people around him who witnessed this action all let out exclamations and expressed helplessness. He looked at Lind with complex eyes. Lind felt for a moment that his action of touching Glory just now was a very silly move. Fortunately, the road was not very long. After climbing a few steps, they came to a stone house built under a protruding rock with a rock roof. When they entered the room, there were already more than a dozen people sitting in the room, and everyone's eyes immediately fell on Glory, as if Glory was the one who initiated this tribal meeting. Chapter 69 Accepting the Influence of the Savage Tribe. After entering the stone hall, Lind and others were arranged to sit in the auditorium, and then someone took out some food and gave it to Lind and others. After looking at the food in front of him, Lind looked at the gravel leader Kraft with a hint of surprise. Kraft said angrily, "Although you call us savages, we are not savages, we are free people. And we also understand the rights of guests." Lind did not refute, but reached out to pick up some food and ate it. Others also ate some food one after another, establishing each other's guest rights. Seeing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, how did these savage tribes understand the rights of guests? They only know that the guests have eaten the host's food, so they will not attack the host, but they do not know that the food is bread and salt. They were worried that Lind would suddenly fall out, so they prepared some food for Lind and the others to establish guest rights. Everyone knows why they are here, so I won't say more, just throw stones. White means agreeing, black means disagreeing. Gravel leader Kraft said a very simple sentence, and then walked directly to a place in the hall. Before piling stones, pick up a stone and place it in a pit next to the pile of stones that has been painted with white powder. Immediately afterwards, the leaders of other families in the gravel tribe also stood up, picked up stones, and threw them into the stone pit. Except for a few who hesitated, they all threw white stones into the pit. Seeing this scene, Linderton was speechless. He did not expect that such a semi-primitive tribe like the Savage Tribe could see this kind of selection method similar to democratic voting. But what he felt in his heart was that this kind of voting should not be anonymous. Not to mention letting the parties involved temporarily avoid it, at least they should create a shield around the stone pit, right? By putting the voting choice in front of them in such a clear way, do you believe that they will not retaliate against the person who did not vote to agree? Moreover, Kraft's account of the tribe's surrender to Tengshi town was too simple, so simple that it was not there at all. It was simply childish to assume that all the family leaders of the tribes present knew what was going on. If it weren't for the serious expression on Kraft's face, and the fact that no one else around him, including the old shaman, showed any abnormality, and even White Deer Wenda was watching the stone-throwing process seriously, Lind might have thought that Kraft was deliberately using this. This is a way to cause trouble. Now it seems that this may be the way to discuss things within the gravel tribe. Soon the results of the stone-throwing came out. Almost everyone voted in agreement, except for the old shaman who symbolically threw the stone into the dark pit where he disagreed. After getting the result, Kraft sighed, turned around and walked to the stone platform on the side of the hall, picked up a simple stone axe placed on it, then came to Nymeria and knelt down on one knee. raising this axe with both hands, dedicated to Nymeria. The others also walked behind Kafue and knelt down towards Nymeria in surrender. Nymeria didn't expect that things would end so easily. Just now, they were in a tense confrontation at the entrance of the tribe, and they would take action at any time. But after arriving here, in less than 5 minutes, the leaders of the Gravel tribe had already decided to join. This made all the arguments she had prepared to persuade the leader of the Gravel tribe useless. Although she was surprised, Nymeria did not show any hesitation. She took the axe with both hands, raised it high above her head, and read out the Lord's oath to all the leaders of the Gravel tribe, confirming that the Gravel tribe's the status of a lord and his obligations as a lord, etc. After reciting the Lord's oath, the leaders of the Gravel tribe also read the oath of loyalty under the leadership of White Deer Wenda, swearing to be loyal to Nymeria. After completing the oath, Nymeria handed the stone axe that symbolized the power of the Gravel tribe to the female attendant to put it away, and then said according to what she had discussed with Lind in advance, "Since you have become my subjects, I naturally have to take care of you. Okay, now I give you 2 choices, you decide what to do. The first choice is to continue your current life unchanged, but every year you must pay a certain tax based on your head, and send people to join my army to fight for me." After Nymeria said the first choice, the leaders of the Gravel tribe shook their heads and said they would not choose it because they saw no benefit from this choice. The second option is that I provide you with a suitable settlement and you all move to the new settlement. There is farmland for farming and lakes for fishing. In addition, there is a silver mine there. I will hire people from your tribe to mine silver mines, or cooperate with you to mine silver mines. As soon as Nymeria finished speaking, the breathing in the hall was obviously a lot faster. The Gravel leader Kafue couldn't wait to ask how to cooperate. Nymeria looked at Lind and said, "The method of cooperation is very simple. The mining of silver mines will be given to your tribe. I will only send supervisors. 95% of the output of all silver mines will belong to me, and half will belong to you, tribe. 20%, give us 20%, and we'll do it." Before Gravel leader Kafue could speak, a family leader couldn't help but say, "Only half." Nymeria said forcefully, "And you are also responsible for the safety of the silver mine." The family leader wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Kraft. Then Kraft nodded and said, "We agree." After the Gravel tribe made their choice, Nymeria briefly discussed the relocation with them. Because she still didn't know what the situation was like at the relocation site, she needed to send someone from the Gravel tribe to check it out, so the content of the discussion was very brief. Specific matters need to be discussed after the Gravel tribe sends people to Tengshi town. When Lind and the others left, there were 200 more people than when they came. 100 of them were elites selected by Kafue from the tribal warriors to join Nymeria's garrison, which was regarded as fulfilling the obligations of the territorial citizens, while the 100 people are the spiritual guards sent by the old shaman, specially used to serve glory, but only in name. The actual person in charge of these 100 people is Linda. Is it really okay to leave the silver mine to them? Nymeria looked back at the hillside where the Gravel tribe was, and said with a little doubt, "Please rest assured that the Gravel tribe is very good at mining." In fact, it was because they were so good at mining that they were besieged by the lords of the valley, driven out of the valley, and have been wandering here. White Deer Wenda explained, "You have no other choice now." Lind was more direct, saying, "The reconstruction speed of Tengshi town is too fast, and the money is flowing like water. You have almost spent the money on hand. You should also read ye the account book brought by Bachelor Fusi. At the current consumption rate, even if I invest my money, it won't last long. You need to have a fixed and profitable income point. The silver mine is your only one at this stage, choice." Nymeria explained her worries and said, "I don't think there is anything wrong with letting the Gravel tribe be responsible for mining. I just think that the location of the silver mine is too far from Tengshi town. If a large number of people are sent from the west to attack them, we are afraid It is difficult to provide timely assistance. Can the people of the gravel tribe survive alone? This is indeed a trouble. Lind also nodded and said. As Nymeria said, if there is a problem with the silver mines on the west bank, the support sent from Tengshi town will either go around the upper reaches of the Mandar River, or use ships to send the support troops to the other side of the river. One of these two methods will waste a lot of precious time on the road, and the other will risk being attacked by someone on the other side of the river. Lind thought for a while and said, it seems that we have to find a way to build a bridge near Tengshi town. Nymeria also nodded in agreement. She also knew that if there was a bridge near Tengshi town to connect the east and west coasts, then she would be able to truly control her territory on the west coast, instead of still allowing large tracts of territory on the west coast lie idle. After returning from the Gravel tribe, he left all issues regarding the migration of the Gravel tribe, silver mining, bridge construction, etc. to Bert and John. He only had to grasp the general direction. Nymeria also followed the same example and handed over the matter to Maester Ives. However, due to Maester Ives' current age, she selected some people with certain qualifications from those who came to Tengshi town to seek a living. Men of knowledge and experience as noble squires assisted Maester Ives in these matters. The fact that Tengshi town accepted the savage tribe as its subjects did not cause much commotion in Tengshi town. At most, it just created another person to talk about in the tavern. Now the thing that attracts the most attention from everyone in Tengshi town is actually the appearance of Glory. Although many people who have seen Glory before have said things related to Glory's huge figure, the people who listened at that time only regarded it as glory. These words are regarded as just bragging, and few people take them seriously. But now when Glory followed Lind back to Tengshi town from the Gravel tribe, those who didn't believe it discovered that those words were all true and were not exaggerated at all. For a time, there would always be some curious people gathering outside the ruined military camp, hoping to see the figure of Glory through the gaps in the railings of the military camp. Compared with Tengshi town, which focuses most of its attention on Glory, the lords and nobles of the seven kingdoms in the outside world are more concerned about the fact that the lords of Tengshi town accepted the barbarian tribe as subjects, and they regard the rumors of Glory just like those who have not seen the Glory with their own eyes. They just regard it as an unbelievable anecdote. Regarding the fact that Tengshi town accepted the barbarian tribe as its subjects, almost all the noble lords viewed this matter with great disdain. They believed that the lords of Tengshi town were committing suicide and even thought that it would not take long for Tengshi town to become Tengshi town's lords. Lords of Stonetown will also become Wilbling lords. The nobles of the seven kingdoms all have the same attitude towards the savage tribes, which is contempt and discrimination. In their eyes, the status of the savages is not even as good as the animals in their hunting grounds. If their subjects poach the animals in their hunting grounds, they will hang these poachers, but if their subjects kill the savages hiding in their hunting grounds, not only will they not be guilty, they may even be rewarded. Even if some lords will hire savage tribes to fight in certain wars, these are only temporary employments. Once the war is over, they will immediately break away from the relationship. It is even possible that the employment will be terminated suddenly before the war is over, and then those who will not be employed soon will be dismissed. The savages who had helped them fight earlier were treated as enemies and slaughtered. Because of this, most of the savage tribes in the territories of the seven kingdoms do not believe in the oaths of the lords. Therefore, when the news about Tengshi town was also known to the savage tribe, their attitude was somewhat similar to that of the lords and nobles of the seven kingdoms. Except that the target became the Gravel tribe. They thought that the leader of the Gravel tribe was so stupid that they believed that the savage tribe could become territorial citizens after hearing the lies told by the lord of Tengshi town. They seemed to have foreseen the scenario where the Gravel tribe would be killed by the lord of Tengshi town after being deceived out of the mountain. Almost everyone is watching the joke in Tengshi town, thinking that something will happen to Tengshi town sooner or later. Even High Court sent several ravens to deliver letters to Bitter Bridge, and then used fast horses to deliver the letters to Tengshi Town. Town asked Lind what happened. Lind had no intention of asking Nymeria to explain the matter of regaining the savage tribe and becoming a subject, because these noble lords had preconceived notions, so it was impossible to explain clearly no matter how they explained it. Therefore, he wanted to divert Highgarden's attention from this matter with other things. And the silver mine was the best bait. Lind had never thought about letting Nymeria hide the silver mine, because this matter could not be hidden, so it was the right thing to tell it first to gain Highgarden's trust. So, he asked Nymeria to reply to the letter as the Lord of Tengshi Town, describing the discovery of a silver mine in the center of the territory on the west bank of the Mandar River, and also mentioned that the Western Territory might already know about this silver mine, and also a request was made to the High Court, asking the High Court to grant the coinage rights of silver deer in Tengshi Town. The guardian dukes of the Seven Kingdoms all have their own coinage rights. In addition to casting some currencies that are only circulated within their own borders, such as Highgarden's rose coins, they can also cast gold dragons and silver coins that can be circulated in the Seven Kingdoms and even the continent of Essos. Deer and copper coins, and other currencies. For example, the Lannister family in the west occupies the largest gold mine in the entire Westeros continent. About 70% of the golden dragons in the entire Seven Kingdoms are produced in the west. The lords of the west headed by the Lannister family have therefore become the Seven Kingdoms. The richest noble in the Great Kingdom, there is a saying that the shit produced by the members of House Lannister is gold. Under normal circumstances, the right to mint money is in the hands of the dukes of each kingdom, but sometimes there is no corresponding mine in the dukedom, so the right to mint money will also be given by the duke to the lords who have corresponding mines. Of course, the lords still need it. Pay a substantial amount of tax. Regarding the issue of minting rights, although Nymeria is very smart, due to the problem of vision, she does not have a deep understanding. She just feels that with the right to mint, she does not need to sell the mined silver ore at a low price. You can cast silver deer coins of higher value yourself and use them yourself. However, Lind knew very well that controlling the power of coinage would control the economy to a certain extent. In many cases, the power of economic weapons may be more powerful than the direct army. More importantly, when he was corresponding with Rhys Falwell, he learned that several large silver mines had been discovered near Slavers Bay on the Essos continent, which caused a sharp drop in the price of silver ore in the free trade city. As long as Nymeria obtains the right to mint coins, Rhys Falwell can transport a large amount of silver ore to Tengshi Town and cast it into silver deer. The price difference is pure profit, which is not much worse than mining silver mines to mint coins. Chapter 72 Letters. There's a reply from Highgarden. Nymeria walked in happily from the door and placed the letter in her hand in front of Lind. On the 6th day after the letter about the discovery of the silver mine was sent via the fleet to Highgarden, the letter from Highgarden was also answered. It was still the old method. The raven was sent to Bitterbridge and then the letter was delivered quickly. After Nymeria received the reply, she immediately sent it to Lind without even reading it. Lind picked up the letter that had not yet been unsealed, opened it and looked at it, frowning slightly. What? Highgarden didn't give him the right to mint coins? Nymeria asked after seeing the change in Lind's expression. Lind did not answer, but handed the letter to Nymeria and let her read it. The content of the letter is very simple, with only 3 lines, and each line tells one thing. The first line is that the Duke agreed to grant the coinage rights to Tengshi Town, but now he must know the size of the silver mine, and Highgarden has contacted the city and sent a relevant bachelor to Tengshi Town to assist Nymeria in mining coin matters. Obviously, the High Court also intends to have a hand in the silver mine. Even if they cannot control the silver mine, they must at least obtain certain rights in the minting of coins, which is directly related to their interests. And they are not taking these benefits in vain. They will notify the Seven Kingdoms and the Iron Throne in an official letter about the discovery of the silver mine. This means that they will take all the pressure from the West. The second line of text once again emphasizes to Nymeria the importance of shipping on the Mander River, and hopes that Nymeria can increase the number of ships, etc. Although the Rose Avenue has returned to normal caravan traffic and is patrolled by cavalry, there is still the threat of bandits, and transportation takes much longer. Unless it is only targeting the lords' territories along the Rose Avenue, otherwise, for goods shipped directly to Highgarden, it is more efficient to go from Tengshi town to the water route. The High Court also received a lot of tax revenue from the opening of this waterway, which made the High Court pay more attention to this route and even proposed to spend a sum of money on ship construction and dock expansion. Neither Lind nor Nymeria considered this proposal, because this waterway is the foundation of Tengshi town's prosperity, and other forces are naturally not allowed to interfere. As for the last line, it was related to Lind. The letter asked Lind to arrange his affairs in Tengshi town as soon as possible and return to the High Court before the end of this month. This was also the reason why Lind frowned. No, how can you leave now? Absolutely not. Nymeria directly tore up the letter in her hand and said, "We will pretend we did not receive this letter." Seeing Nymeria's childish behavior, Lind couldn't help but smile and said, "This letter was not sent by a raven, but by a messenger. It will be useless even if you tear the letter. How about we get rid of that messenger?" Nymeria said with a ruthless look on her face. Lind shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with the courier. Even if you kill one courier, High Court will send someone to deliver the message again. Can you kill all the couriers? In that case, High Courts, no matter how stupid you are, you will know there is something wrong here." Nymeria's face was gloomy and she pondered for a moment. As if she had made a major decision, she took a deep breath and said to Lind, "Let's get engaged. As my suitor, you Lind Terra, be engaged to me." When Nymeria said these words, other people in the office, such as her two female attendants, such as Bert and Maester Ives, who were still waiting to report on the progress of the bridge repair, and the personal guards at the door, all looked at them in shock. Nymeria's face looked as red as if she had been burned, and blood was ready to bleed at any time. Lind was completely stunned when he heard Nymeria's words. He did not expect that Nymeria would suddenly ask to be engaged to him, which made him not know how to deal with it for a while. Although at first Lind only regarded Nymeria as a collaborator, a partner who could help him accumulate original capital, as they got along with each other during this period, Lind did develop a deep appreciation for Nymeria, a straightforward woman. Somewhat favorable. Just marrying Nymeria and becoming the husband of the Lord of Tumbling Stone Town, or even accepting Nymeria's resignation and becoming the Lord of Tumbling Stone Town, has always been the last option on his list of considerations, which means that his other options. Only after his plan failed completely would he consider marrying Nymeria. The reason why he didn't consider it was not only because he was extremely confident in his own abilities, but more importantly, Tengshi town was only suitable for established defenders, not anyone with a pioneering spirit. The geographical location of Tengshi town has determined that there is basically no possibility of expansion here. At the same time, the location is special, and the surrounding lords will never allow a powerful lord to control this territory. Because Nymeria is a woman, even if Tengshi town becomes very powerful, the surrounding lords will underestimate the strength of Tengshi town due to discrimination and misunderstandings against women, and will not think that Tengshi town is a threat. But Lind is different. If he takes control of Tengshi town, then the surrounding lords, even High Court, will probably have concerns about him. At this time, seeing Lind not responding for a long time, and the surprised looks from the people around her, the blush on Nymeria's face turned into embarrassment and annoyance. And she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Impulse. Just when Nymeria was about to bury her head immediately and leave this extremely embarrassing place, Lind stood up, took her hand, and then motioned to the other people in the room to let them leave. "You really surprised me today." Lind motioned Nymeria to sit down, and then said to Nymeria very directly, "I have a good impression of you. If I were asked to choose a wife now, it would definitely be it's you." When she heard that Lind had a good impression of her, Nymeria couldn't help but smile on her face, but she also heard that Lind had not finished what he said, and the unfinished part was definitely not what she wanted to hear. But I can't marry you. Lind said something that made her unhappy as she expected. The reason? Nymeria was not angry, but looked at Lind very seriously and asked. Lind didn't hide anything. He told Nymeria part of his plans and ambitions, and he also detailed the disadvantages that would arise if he and Nymeria were combined. Nymeria's face gradually returned to normal, and she thought seriously about Lind's plan and the various disadvantages they would encounter after combining. Although she did not want to admit it, she also felt that she had been a little impulsive just now. Now calm down and think about it carefully. She does have a good impression of Lind, and there is even a hint of admiration for the strong in her good impression, but it is still too early for her to marry Lind. Pretend I didn't say what I just said, and you have to forget it. After Nymeria thought about it, she took a few deep breaths, suppressed the embarrassment in her heart, and tried her best to appear calm, and said, "Yes, Lord Earl." Lind nodded in response. Nymeria asked in a deep voice, "What should I do now?" "You are going to be transferred back to Highgarden. Do you want to give up on everything here and leave it to me?" I think we all misunderstood. Lind picked up the torn letter from the ground, pieced the last sentence together, looked at it carefully, and said, "It seems that I am alone in High Court. Go back and the cavalry team will all stay here to continue their mission of suppressing bandits." Nymeria guessed. Are they going to change someone to come over and take away your credit? It's possible, but I think the possibility is very small. Lind shook his head and analyzed. After all, you are the lord of Tengshi town, and my cavalry team needs your permission to do anything here. The powerful people in Highgarden may be good at fighting for power, but they will not be so stupid as to think that just sending one person here can take over everything, and the Tyrell family will not allow such a breach of promise. Quote. As he spoke, he paused again, and then said, "But we can't be on guard. Before I leave, I will hand over the people of the Gravel tribe to you. In addition, I will take John away. Bert, and I will cancel his affairs. As an officer, let him take a temporary post in your territory. Scar I's 2nd Cavalry team is composed of mercenaries. I will let him lead people to join your garrison and serve as a ranger temporarily. Only the initial Tilly will be left in the military camp. The cavalry assigned by your family is led by Bryn." "Well, I know what to do." Nymeria nodded and said, "If Highgarden really sends someone to replace you, I will make that person disappear. Anyway, there are so many bandits here. Unexpectedly death is a normal thing." Lind did not object to Nymeria's harsh words. In fact, if the Tyrell family really sent someone else to take over his task of suppressing bandits, then he would really have to do something. When Nymeria left, she very seriously emphasized the importance of keeping confidential information confidential to those in the room, and even more emphasized the severity of the punishment for leaking confidential information. Although Nymeria is usually a peaceful person, at that moment no one thought that Nymeria was just joking, and everyone took the initiative to forget about the scene in the room just now. There are still more than 10 days left at the end of the month in the letter. For Lind, the time is quite sufficient, because it only takes 4 or 5 days to reach High Court by going down the Mander River. Lind has enough time to make arrangements. Various matters. Although the letter simply asked him to return to High Court without specifying what was going on, he felt that it might take a long time to return to Tengshi town this time, so he needed to put all the information together. This matter was arranged as detailed as possible. Almost every officer and captain under his command was called over by him individually to give instructions on various matters after his departure. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner according to Lind's plan. He spent a day arranging things and planned to spend a few more days to clean up the bandits nearby and reduce Nymeria's burden after he left. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and a letter from King's Landing made his originally ample time a little tense. This letter was sent by Varys, and the content only asked him to go to King's Landing. There, was no other additional content, but Lind could guess that it should be related to weapons and armor made of Valyrian steel. It has been almost half a year since I talked to Varys about using Valyrian steel to make weapons and armor. Varys has not sent any follow-up news. It seems that there are some troubles in reforging Valyrian steel, and he also had other things to do, so he didn't write to King's Landing to inquire about the situation. Now that Varys has sent a message, there are only two possibilities. One is that the recasting of Valyrian steel failed, or it was successful. Because it would take several days to travel to and from King's Landing without sleep, day and night, so after receiving the letter, Lind did not waste any time. After talking to his men and Nymeria, he rode with 3 people. Left Tengshi town. Glory wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lind. He asked Glory to move around other savage tribes around Tengshi town to increase their deterrence, lest these savage tribes would come out to cause trouble after Glory followed him south. As Lind expected, he rode 3 horses per person, changing horses without changing people on the way, and traveled all night. Even though the road from Tengshi town to Rose Avenue has been restored, and there is no need to go around the rugged mountains, it still took almost 3 days to reach King's Landing, and 2 horses had already collapsed from exhaustion on the road, leaving only the next one reached King's Landing, almost reaching its limit. Before Lind could think about how to go back, the little bird sent by Wallace to wait at the city gate had already found him and took him directly to a small villa next to Night Shadow Street. Night Shadow Street is close to the Red Keep. From here to the hillside of Aegon Hill are the residences of the Red Keep's powerful people. Now a child who obviously comes from Flea Bottom and an unknown man wearing a cloak and weapons have entered this area. It is very strange. Striking, Lind couldn't figure out why Wallace would arrange to meet him in such a place. After entering the villa, Lind did not see Varys immediately. He should still be in the Red Keep at the moment. After about half an hour, Wallace hurried over. After seeing Lind, he saluted and said, "Sir Lind, we are almost half a year old." Lind interrupted Wallace's words and said seriously, "Lord Wallace, after I received your letter, I immediately set off from Tengshi town. I traveled day and night. It took 3 days and 3 nights and I was exhausted. The best war horse in the bay, come here to see you. Please stop talking nonsense to me and tell me directly why I came to King's Landing. Quote, don't be anxious, sir. Please come with me." Wallace led Lind into a small house, then opened a cabinet, pushed open the secret door inside the cabinet, and led Lind down the stairs behind the secret door. Came to a basement. The basement is not very big. It looks like it should be a warehouse for storing food. There are still some sundries piled here. It feels like no one has come in for a long time. Wallace walked to the corner and pushed a few sundries away, revealing the things underneath. I saw that it was a corpse, a frozen corpse. Judging from the clothes on the corpse, it should be a servant. If there was a freezer here, Lind would not be surprised by the appearance of this frozen corpse. But the problem is that this is King's Landing. Even though the autumn rainy season has passed and winter is coming, it is still very hot here, let alone ice. No, not even snow. But now, a frozen corpse without any signs of melting appeared in front of him, which made Lind feel a little incredible. Chapter 71 Homeless Night Set. What's going on? Lind looked at the frozen corpse and couldn't help but ask Varys who was standing aside. This is also a question I want to ask you, sir. Wallace looked at Lind calmly. Lind frowned and said, what do you mean? Wallace took his hand out of his sleeve, pointed to something pressed by the corpse, and said, sir, what do you think that is? Lind looked over and soon discovered that underneath the frozen corpse were 2 knight swords. The sword blades were completely suppressed by the corpse, and only the 2 sword hilts could be seen. My knight's sword has been forged, Lind said excitedly. Yes. Wallace looked at Lind and said, it was forged more than 2 months ago. I originally planned to send it to you after the full body armor was forged, so I forged it first. I put the sword here. However, your armor is difficult to make. It has been more than 2 months since I even made a piece of armor, so I decided to send the sword to you first. I came here to pick up the sword a few days ago. Then I saw this scene. This body is, Lind asked, one of my servants. Wallace looked at Lind and said, fortunately, I asked him to come down and get it. If I had come to get it myself, I would be the one frozen here. At this moment, Lind could also confirm that the frozen corpse in front of him must be caused by the pair of knight's swords engraved with dragon runes. The reason why the knight's swords did not show such supernatural power at first was probably because the dragon runes had just been engraved on it. Well, it has not absorbed the surrounding magic power and integrated it into the sword body. After being left for more than 2 months, the knight's sword had accumulated a certain amount of magic power, but without Lind, a homeless knight, to channel it, all the magic power transformed from the dragon runes was in a state of activation, and finally the first. Those who come into contact with the knight's greatsword become victims of the dragon rune. In fact, now that the magic power has been completely released, even if Varys touches the 2 knight swords, he will not be harmed. However, Lind did not explain to Wallace. Under Wallace's gaze, he walked towards the frozen corpse, bent down and grabbed the exposed hilt of the sword. Wallace opened his mouth slightly as he watched Lind grabbing the knight's sword, as if he wanted to remind Lind to be careful, but in the end the words of warning were not uttered. However, when Lind grabbed the knight's sword with both hands, there was still a look of concern in his eyes, and he took his hands out of his sleeves. It seemed that as soon as he found something wrong with Lind, he would immediately push Lind away. However, Varys's preparation was destined to be useless. After Lind held the pair of knight's swords made of Valyrian steel, he was not affected at all. However, the moment he pulled the sword out of the frozen corpse, the frozen corpse was broken into countless fragments of ice-like smashed glass. Varys couldn't help holding his breath when he saw this scene, and felt a strong shock in his heart. He had seen various mysterious rituals and mysterious powers in the Essos continent, but none of them could match the scene before him. In comparison, even though he hated magic in his heart, at this moment he couldn't help but have the urge to have this kind of power. Lind was also shocked by the scene of the frozen corpse breaking into pieces, because this scene reminded him of the White Walkers who were harmed by dragon crystals. It seemed that the White Walkers died just like before him. In the memory of the Lost Knight, the swordsmanship of the Lost Knight also has the extraordinary power of cold air freezing, which can freeze people, and even slow down people's movements through the scattered cold air, and continue to hurt people's bodies. But like now, people who have been frozen, the effect of his body shattering into so many pieces does not exist in the memory. Does the effect of dragon runes also vary depending on the world? Lind couldn't help but have a question in his mind. Lord Lind, are you okay? At this time, Wallace saw Lind was stunned in place and had not recovered for a long time. He felt a little worried and wanted to push with his hand, but he felt unsafe, so he found a piece of wood on the ground, put it on Lind's back, and asked, "It's okay." Lind shook his head, temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart, and then looked down at the pair of knight swords in his hands. When he got the knight's sword, Lind felt a cold breath passed into his body. It was the same as the resentful soul energy passed from Glory's body, but the intensity was much weaker, and he could not even causing his skin to undergo abnormal changes. Although the pair of knight's swords in Lind's hands are thicker and wider than the normal knight's sword hanging on his waist, the weight of these 2 knight's swords is lighter, only equal to the weight of a normal pure steel knight's sword. The dragon runes designed by Lind are perfectly engraved on the swords of these lost knights, and are integrated with the swords. It is difficult to even feel the concave and convex feeling after touching it with your hands. It is as if these dragon runes themselves grow in the sword body. This phenomenon is called dragon pattern precipitation, which is a characteristic of the effects of dragon runes and their complete integration with weapons and equipment. Lind engraved 3 kinds of dragon runes on the 2 knight swords, corresponding to ice, hurricane and thunder. Now only the frozen dragon runes have taken effect. As for the other 2 dragon runes, it should take some time for the magic power to be released. Only through absorption and fusion can they be stimulated one by one. Are you satisfied? Varys asked. Satisfied, very good, very perfect. Lind gave a high evaluation. That's good. Wallace nodded and said, let's go up first. I have prepared a pair of scabbards for you. Your current scabbard should not be suitable for this pair of swords. After saying that, he turned around and walked up the same way, and Lind followed. After returning to the top, Varys asked Lind to wait for a while, and then found a pair of scabbards. These scabbards should be made of some kind of reptile skin. They were just the right size for the pair of Valyrian steel knights. Great sword. Lind then couldn't wait to take off the pair of temporary knight's swords, hung the pair of homeless knight's swords on his waist, then walked out of the room, came to the courtyard. In the middle of the small villa, tried to draw the sword, and did after a few simple movements, he put the sword back into its sheath, tried it several times, and slightly adjusted the position of the scabbard until there was no abnormal feeling. Thank you. I'm very satisfied with this pair of knight's swords. Lind thanked Wallace. Again. For Lind, his swordsmanship with the knight's sword is now complete. Now he can't even fight with one enemy. Even if he is faced with the siege of 1,000 people, he is not afraid at all. Wallace could see that Lind was really satisfied, and a smile appeared on his face, because the stronger Lind was, the better it was for him. In Wallace's mind, the current Lind was the same as the Lind a few months ago. Virtue has acquired a completely different status. When Lind left King's Landing a few months ago, Varys thought that Lind was just a powerful warrior who had come into contact with mysterious power. But now, after seeing the changes in Tengshi Town during this period, he vaguely felt that Lind's potential was not only just a warrior. Whether it was destroying Duke Tywin's plan for Tengshi Town, or restoring the Mander River Navigation Channel, etc., it can be seen that Lind has a very good grasp of political trends. Although there are still a large number of bandits and savage tribes around Tengshi Town, Wallace vaguely feels that Lind should be able to solve these troubles easily. The reason why these people are kept here may be for other purposes. In the recent period, what shocked Wallace the most was that Tengshi Town accepted a savage tribe as its territory. He knew very well about Tengshi Town that Lind must be involved in this matter, and he had never heard of this kind of thing before. If this kind of thing were placed on the continent of Essos, it would be equivalent to the wise, good, and great masters in Slavers' Bay treating their slaves as ordinary people. Although this kind of thing seems a bit ridiculous to Wallace, he feels that what Lind has done is somewhat consistent with his ideals, and may even do more than him, which also makes him feel that the ideal may be realized from Lind, so he gradually sees Lind no longer as an object to be exploited, but as a true collaborator. Lind asked again at this time, Lord Varys, can you tell me what problems you encountered in the forging of the armor? I know a little bit of forging skills, maybe I can provide some help. The homeless knight's sword was already so powerful, and he looked forward to the full body armor made of Valyrian steel. It's not that there's a problem with the forging, it's that it can't be forged at all. Varys explained. When Valyrian steel is made, it determines what the Valyrian steel can be used to make, such as it can only be used to make swords, and it can only be used to make armor. Once used to make other things, Valyrian steel becomes extremely fragile. It is said that this is because some kind of magic spell is added to the making of Valyrian steel. As a result, the Valyrian steel can only be reforged into different items through extremely mysterious reforging techniques. Lind was stunned and guessed, I guess the blacksmith I introduced only learned how to reforge swords with Valyrian steel from Qohor, but not how to reforge armor. Yes. Wallace nodded. Lind said solemnly, in other words, if I want to continue to build my armor, I need to go to Qohor. Varys shook his head and said, you don't need to go in person, sir. I can give the Valyrian steel on hand to a friend of mine in Pentos. Illyrio. Lind said the friend's name. Varys admitted, he should have some connections in Qohor. Forging armor with Valyrian steel is not a problem, but he hesitated for a moment, looked at Lind, and said, it's just you. The armor design that was taken out should contain the same mysterious power as these two swords. If I just take it out and hand it over to the craftsmen of Qohor? Are you worried that these will be learned? Lind expressed the doubts in Wallace's mind. Wallace worried. After all, if such a powerful power is mastered by others, it may become a disaster. Don't worry, they won't learn anything, Lind said with great confidence. In fact, when Lind designed the dragon runes on weapons and armor, he added a lot of meaningless content and perfectly integrated the dragon runes into these patterns and symbols. The only thing those Qohor craftsmen could do was complete mimic all patterns. To create a new piece of lost knight armor made of Valyrian steel. Varys also thought about the same question and asked, what if they use your design to create a new armor? Lind patted the sword of the homeless knight on his waist and said, do you think there is anyone else in this world besides me who can use such armor and not die? Varys was startled when he heard this, and immediately realized that these weapons and armor were like a fatal curse to them. After figuring this out, Varys told Lind that he would transport the Valyrian steel on hand to Pentos as soon as possible and ask Illyrio to help find the craftsmen of Qohor to reforge it into armor. Later, he mentioned that before the armor was finished, he had prepared a temporary set of armor for the Lost Knight for Lind. This set of armor was made of ordinary steel without any patterns on the surface. It was just a replica of the armor of the Lost Knight. Just style. After saying that, he led Lind to the room upstairs. There was only an armor display rack in this room, and a complete set of Homeless Knight armor was supported on the rack. The whole set of the Homeless Knight designed by Lind is a combination of heavy armor and light armor. In addition to the general arm armor and leg armor, he uses a heavy armor designed for the body armor, and he has an additional animal skin cape and family armor. The hem of the emblem, coupled with a cloak, makes the armor extremely heavy, while his helmet is a lightly armored dragon crown helmet, which looks extremely gorgeous. Seeing this full-body armor, some memories of the Lost Knight in Lind's mind were immediately awakened and resonated. His inner impulse made him eagerly step forward to remove the components one by one, and then put them on himself. Because the buckle design of the Homeless Knight armor is extremely clever, it is completely unlike other knight armors in this world that require the assistance of a knight's attendant to put it on. Lind moved his body after putting on the armor of the Lost Knight. Although the armor was made of steel and was extremely heavy, it might be difficult for ordinary people to even walk after wearing it. But for Linda's current physical fitness, the weight doesn't bother him. I saw that he was just doing some very simple movements at the beginning, trying out the activities of each joint. After confirming that there was no problem, he quickly moved and dodged in this small room, even wearing full body armor to perform difficult moves such as mid-air rolls. Varys on the side was completely dumbfounded. He was the only one who really knew how heavy this armor was. Not to mention anything else, the armor with the cape, hem, and shawl was already so heavy that a strong man would wear it. He was unable to walk normally, but when Lind put on a full set of armor, it was as if he was wearing only a thin piece of cloth. He could easily make various moving movements that normal people could not do, and he was also able to be so agile, so quickly, which gave him a more intuitive understanding of Linda's strength. Chapter 72 Temporarily leaving Tangshi Town. After testing that the full-body armor of the Homeless Knight without dragon runes could still provide him with assistance, Lind stopped trying. After some intense exercise, he did not feel any fatigue at all, and even his breathing was not disturbed. At one point he thanked Varys. "It is my honor that you are satisfied, sir." Varys bowed his head. Lind handed the two removed knight swords to Varys and said, "Lord Varys, please help me sell these two swords. They are no longer useful to me." As he spoke, he fastened the two broad-bladed half-hand swords that his father forged for him, including the scabbards, into the specially designed buckles on the back. Wallace took the two knight swords and said, "Let me collect these two swords for the time being. When your reputation becomes more famous in the future, maybe these two swords you have used can be sold better price." Lind did not object, and then asked, "Lord Varys, do you have anything else? If not, could you please prepare some good horses for me? I will return to Tangshi town immediately." and take a boat to Highgarden. Quote, Varys looked surprised and asked, "Are you going to High Court? Did you receive an order from High Court?" Lind looked at Wallace thoughtfully and said, "Your little bird is really pervasive, and he can know this kind of thing. It's not my little bird who told me this news, I deduced it." Wallace smiled and said, "Your mission of suppressing bandits has obviously not been completed yet. If it weren't for the order from High Court, you would not have left Tang of Stone Town." Lind smiled and asked, "In that case, Lord Varys, can you guess why the Duke of Metz asked me to drop everything and return to Highgarden?" Wallace thought about it seriously and said, "I think it has something to do with the Shenfa City tournament in 2 months. City of Divine Grace. Isn't that Dorne's territory?" Lind said with a puzzled look on his face. Varys showed a look of admiration and said, "Lord Willis Tyrell has been working to eliminate the hatred between the Reach and Dorne. He has convinced some Dorne and the Reach over the years. It is said that most of the Dornish lords and nobles will participate in the tourney in Divine Grace City 2 months later, so he wants to lead some of the heirs of the lords and nobles in the Reach to participate in the tourney. During this period, a draft peace agreement was reached with the lords and nobles of Dorne." When Lind heard this, he felt that Willis Tyrell was a little too idealistic. The hatred between Dorne and the Reach had lasted for thousands of years, and it could not be resolved by just a few negotiations and exchanges. Lind asked, "The Queen of Thorns agrees with him to do this?" Although Varys admired Willis Tyrell's behavior, he also knew that Willis's trip was destined to fail. He said, "The Queen of Thorns did not object. She probably wanted to take this opportunity to make Lord Willis sober up. Don't continue to indulge in fantasy." Lind immediately understood the intention of Highgarden's order and said, "That means I was transferred back to Highgarden to serve as Lord Willis Tyrell's bodyguard to protect his safety." Wallace nodded and said, "I guess so. After all, who is more suitable to be a guard than you? The #1 swordsman of the 7 kingdoms. Damn it." Lind couldn't help but curse in his heart, because he suddenly thought of something, that is, Willis Tyrell injured his foot while fighting the Red Viper in a tournament, eventually leading to disability. Now thinking about it, it might be this martial arts competition in Shaneen City. But now he has to serve as Willis Tyrell's bodyguard, and the person he wants to protect has returned to Highgarden disabled. By then, he may have to face a storm of accountability from the Tyrell family. There is no benefit in doing this job well, and you will be punished if you do it badly. Lind couldn't help but think, why don't you go back and pretend to be sick? However, after thinking for a moment, Lind decided to go to Highgarden to take over the task of guarding Willis Tyrell. In addition to wanting to get in touch with the Dornish people, more importantly, he remembered Rhys Falwell. As for the horse found outside the City of Divine Grace, he might be able to take this opportunity to capture the horse and give it to Nymeria. As for the fact that Velis is disabled, he will do his duty to remind the other party. In the end, if the other party does not listen to him and seeks death, he does not need to care. Moreover, this is an injury he suffered in the martial arts competition, and he is disabled. No matter how strange it is, you can't blame him. After thinking about this, Lind immediately asked Varys to prepare the horses for returning to Tengshi Town, and left King's Landing without any further stop. However, when Lind left King's Landing, he didn't know whether it was because the armor on his body was too eye-catching, or because his behavior of riding 5 horses by himself was too outstanding. In short, the information related to him was also sent to when it arrived on Prime Minister John Arryn's desk. John Arryn's focus on intelligence was on the shape of Lind's homeless knight armor, which was the dragon crown on the helmet, which made him think of Long family. So, he secretly investigated who the person wearing the dragon crown helmet was, and was a little surprised to learn that it was Lind Terra, the knight newly conferred by King Robert. Later, he learned that this armor was made by Wallace for Lind, which made him even more confused. He didn't know that Wallace had such a good relationship with Lind that they were good enough to give him such a valuable set of armor. However, these investigations were conducted in secret. John Arryn kept silent, but he had already paid attention to Lind and Varys, and recorded their names in one of his lists. The names recorded in this roster are all questionable people, and the list is still growing. Every time he sees this roster, he has the illusion that he is surrounded by enemies. This also made him feel that he was somewhat powerless on his own and needed reliable helpers to help him. At this time, he thought of Petyr Baelish, a person mentioned by several of his officials. During this period, this person seemed to be a talent that could be used. But this idea only came to mind for a moment and then was given up, because there were rumors that the relationship between Petyr Baelish and his wife Lisa Tully was unclear. And such a person could not be allowed to come to King's Landing. At least not until he and Lisa have an heir. Lind, who left King's Landing, didn't know that he was being targeted by Jon Arryn, but even if he knew, he didn't care. As long as he didn't do anything against the Baratheon dynasty, then Jon Arryn wouldn't. What would he do to himself? After all, even the remaining brother and sister of the Long family were assassinated by assassins. Although Wallace provided 4 horses, these 4 horses were all temporarily found by him. Their physical strength, endurance, and speed were all incomparable to the 3 horses that came when they came. They just passed through the royal forest and left from Rose Avenue. Not long after entering Tengshi Avenue, the horses stopped working. Simply at this time, he happened to encounter the 2nd Cavalry team patrolling the road. Lind mobilized 2 horses and rushed back to Tengshi town on the night of the 4th day. Because there was not much time left for Lind, after returning to Tengshi town, Lind urgently summoned everyone, reorganized all the matters that had been ordered before, and explained to everyone that he was going to Gaozhou this time. The possible reasons were briefly discussed. However, at this time, everyone's focus was not on what he said, but on the armor he wore. Back from King's Landing, although there are many exquisite armors in the world of ice and fire, compared to the full body armor of the Homeless Knight, it is obviously inferior. Nymeria was envious of this set of armor and said that she would also build a similar set of armor. At the same time, she was also curious about 2 questions. One was how Lind would urinate and defecate after wearing this set of armor, and the other was how to relieve himself after wearing this set of armor. Wouldn't such a suit of armor be very stuffy? Lind did not refuse to answer Nymeria's question. Although the Homeless Knight's full armor looks like a whole body, it is actually composed of more than 30 different parts. These parts are connected by rings. It ensures that the armor-piercing person can move normally. Lind can even perform various leaping and rolling movements. As for defecating while wearing armor, it is naturally not difficult, and the armor can also be removed when defecating. As long as you master the method of unfastening the buckles, it is not a big problem for a person to remove and wear it. As for whether it will be very stuffy, Lind cannot answer the question, because under normal circumstances, the dragon runes on the armor can prevent the wearer from feeling stuffy. Although the armor currently on Lind does not have dragon runes, the sword of the Homeless Knight around his waist does. When worn on his body, they can also make Lind feel cool and not stuffy. Because Lind's armor was so eye-catching, Nymeria didn't notice the 2 Lost Knight swords on Lind's waist at first, until she saw the hilt of the Lost Knight sword made of dragon bone. Only then did he realize that Lind's sword had been changed. Nymeria has a dragon bone on hand. It is said that this dragon bone is the bone of 2 dragons that died during the Dance of Fire Dragons. It has been passed down as an heirloom of the Fu Deli family. She has played with this bone since she was a child. Naturally, he is no stranger to the special texture on the surface of the keel. Just like a child who gets a new toy and wants to show it off to others, Lind did not hesitate to show Nymeria the sword of the Lost Knight. He pulled out a Homeless Knight sword and handed it to Nymeria. Although the dragon runes in the Homeless Knight sword had absorbed a lot of magic power these days, because of the guidance of Lind, the Homeless Knight, the dragon, the runes are completely sealed. Even if ordinary people touch them, they will not be harmed. They just feel a little cold, like a weapon made of ice. Good ice. When Nymeria held the hilt made of dragon bone, she immediately felt a burst of ice-like coldness coming from her hand, as if she was holding a piece of ice. Because she was unprepared. He let go of his hand, looked at Lind, and asked, "What's going on?" "This is a magic sword," Lind explained. "A magic sword? Is it like the artifact in myths and legends?" Nymeria couldn't hide the shock on her face and looked at the sword in front of her. "From a certain perspective, it can indeed be regarded as an artifact," Lind said with a slightly proud tone. With curiosity, Nymeria held the sword again, and then picked it up from Lind's hand. However, she misjudged the weight of the sword, causing her to use too much force and staggered. After regaining her balance, she looked at the knight's sword in her hand in surprise, then waved it casually, looked at Lind in shock, and said, "Is this a Valyrian steel sword?" "Yes." Seeing the expression on Nymeria's face, Lind felt inexplicably happy. Nymeria then looked at the other sword on Lind's waist and asked, "Is that also a Valyrian steel sword?" "Yes." Lind nodded. "Have you discovered a treasure from the Valyrian period?" Nymeria couldn't help but ask. "No," Lind shook his head and said, "these are Valyrian steel that the Targaryen dynasty collected over hundreds of years, but they didn't use it until the moment of their demise. Now they are unexpectedly missing. It's in my hands." Nymeria looked at Lind with envy, and then asked slightly expectantly, "You still have some left?" "Yes." Before he finished speaking, Lind nodded in response, but when Nymeria showed an excited expression, he added, "But it should have been sent to Pentos on the other side of the narrow sea by now. Why send it to Pentos?" Nymeria was stunned. Lind said truthfully, "I want to use those Valyrian steel to reforge an armor, and the only people who master this craft are in Qohor in the Free Cities Alliance. Make armor. Use Valyrian steel." Nymeria's face was filled with disbelief. "Yes, use Valyrian steel to make a set of armor exactly like this." Lind nodded and pointed to the full-body armor of the homeless knight he was wearing. Nymeria suddenly had the urge to beat Lind up, but thinking of Lind's strength, she had to suppress her anger and could only grit her teeth and say, "I don't want to talk to you any more today." Quote, although Nymeria said so, when Lind left Tengshi town and went to Highgarden, she still went to the dock to see Lind off the merchant ship, and repeatedly told Lind to come back as soon as possible. "When I come back, I will bring you a gift." Lind asked Glory to stay in the cargo hold, then turned back to Nymeria and said. Nymeria also thought that Lind might go to the City of Divine Grace this time, and understood what kind of gift Lind was talking about. She smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it. I'll leave the matter here to you," Lind said to his men again. Everyone said that they would keep this place safe and wait for Lind to come back. Only John, who returned to Highgarden with Lind, was not very happy. He could vaguely guess why Lind took him with him. He felt that he had followed Lind for so long and worked hard but still did not gain Linda's trust. Somewhat frustrated, but he could also understand Linda's thoughts and felt that even if he were in Linda's position, he would still take him away. And he also felt that it was not a bad thing for him to follow Lind back to Highgarden. At least it would allow him to avoid a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if he stayed in Tengshi town to hold an important position, those in his family would definitely ask him to do something. If he doesn't want to do something, he will get into trouble instead. Chapter 73 On the Road. The long paddle boat that Bert arranged for Lind was the largest one. From the captain to the sailors, they were all veterans who had been on the Mander River Channel several times, although they could not say that they knew every location on this waterway. They know everything, but they also know the safest way to go. Originally, Bert was not planning to load the ship, and it was only used to transport Lind and the others, but Lind refused. In Linda's opinion, this boat trip could earn dozens of silver deer, and it could not be wasted like this. So Bert simply stuffed all the furs accumulated in the warehouse into the cargo hold. Lind and the others even had to sit on the goods, which made Lind dumbfounded. Taking a boat is not a big problem for Lind and John, but it is a pain for Glory. It actually gets seasick. From the moment it got on the boat, it has been lying on the cargo, looking listless and motionless. It will only sit on Linda's side. While stroking its head, he stretched out his tongue and licked Lind's palm. However, the dragon rune magic attached to the sword of the homeless knight seemed to be able to help Glory relieve some of the symptoms of discomfort, so Lin took off the two swords of the homeless knight and let Glory hold them in his arms, and they changed slightly. Gotta be more energetic. Although Glory was extremely uncomfortable and could only lie down, unable to show its true style at all, for other people on the ship who had only heard legends about Glory, such a huge shadow lynx was enough to make them feel scared and shocked. Sailing at night is taboo, so in order to avoid any accidents, the speed of the ship is only half of that during the day. It is not until after dawn that the fog on the river completely subsides, and the captain orders the sailors to sail at full speed. By noon, they had arrived at Kuchao, almost half a day faster than before. When the boat passed under the stone arch bridge on the Mandur River, Lind looked at the Bitterbridge castle at both ends of the stone bridge, and couldn't help but feel a sigh in his heart. A few months ago, when he walked across the Bitter Bridge, he was just a knight's attendant. But now that he passed the Bitter Bridge again, he was already a knight who commanded a heavy army, and he was also a knight canonized by the king. The significance of this extraordinary. At this time, he thought of the blacksmith's son who had caused him some trouble, and asked John about that man. After all, John was also an implicated person and almost died due to the irrational revenge of Baron Bitterbridge. Naturally, he was very interested in the culprit who caused all this, so he would also ask people for information about that person. John thought for a while and replied, "Someone saw him appearing at the dock of Tor City in Dornay and boarding a cargo ship heading to the other side of the narrow sea. He must have escaped to the other side of the narrow sea." Lind didn't show any emotion after hearing this and just nodded. The ship did not stop at the Bitter Bridge, but continued to move forward. However, the section of the Mandeb River from the Bitter Bridge to the Long Table Hall is the gentlest of all the stretches of the Mandeb River. It is so gentle that the ship needs to spread out the sails, relying on the wind power and arranging some people to row, can keep the ship's speed at normal sailing speed. It is precisely because this section of the river is very gentle that a large amount of silt washed down from the upper reaches accumulates on this plain. In addition, the Lamboon River, a tributary of the Mandeb River on the other side, also brings a large amount of silt from the upper reaches, making it the land in this delta plain is extremely fertile. Any seeds planted can grow and mature on their own without careful care, and they can mature several times a year. Unfortunately, this place is just on the side of the Rose Avenue, close to the Kingswood. Next to it is a large number of mountains and forests where you can hide. A little further to the southeast is the junction of Dornay, the Reach and the Stormlands, so the bandits entrenched in this area are not at all vulnerable. There are no less than the bandits in the surrounding areas of Tengshi town, and there are even many more, because many Dornish people like to pretend to be bandits, come here to rob, and then escape back to Dornay. Therefore, although this land is extremely fertile, no one is willing to risk their lives to cultivate it. However, as the Duke of Highgarden begins to focus on wiping out the bandit gangs entrenched on both sides of Rose Avenue, it will not be long before this fertile land becomes an important food production area for the Tyrell family. On the river, Lin could see groups of cavalry galloping past on the riverside road from time to time, and he could also see groups of ragged farmers dragging their families forward. It was not difficult to see that the Duke of Highgarden was interested in determination to govern this land. Because it was traveling very slowly, the ship did not reach the junction of the Lamboon River and the Mandur River until late at night, the territory of the Marawise family in Long Table Hall. After a day and night of sailing, the sailors were exhausted, and the captain could only let the ship dock at the dock of Long Table Hall for one night before continuing the voyage. The pier of the Long Table Hall is located in a natural river bend on the east side of the castle. Judging from the condition of the facilities on the pier, it is not difficult to find that this pier should be newly built. However, due to funding and manpower issues, the pier facilities are not complete yet, but the tax official has already made arrangements. When Linda's boat docked at the dock, the tax official came over and asked for the transit fee. Because there was no light in the middle of the night, and because Glory turned the fur on his body back to black, he was completely hidden from the taxman. After the captain handed the tax exemption certificate stamped with Linda's seal to the tax officer, the tax officer's face became a little ugly and he left cursing. It is not difficult to see from the tax officer's attitude that the lords along the Mander River were very dissatisfied with Linda's tax-free rights. Owain Maravius of Long Table Hall can be said to be one of the few die-hard royals in the Reach. During the Mad King's period, he was deprived of his territory and title by the Mad King because of his inability to conquer Robert, the usurper at the time, and was expelled Westeros. However, there is also a rumor that Earl Owen, who was the prime minister at the time, had seen that the Targaryen dynasty was bound to come to an end, so when he conquered Robert, he deliberately let loose to give Robert enough time to grow stronger. Now it seems that this rumor may not be false, because after Robert ascended the throne, Prime Minister John Arryn immediately sent people to the Essos continent to retrieve Earl Owen and his family, the originally deprived territories, and the title was returned to him. For this reason, Earl Owen is very loyal to King Robert. In name, he is a vassal of Highgarden. In fact, he directly takes orders from the Iron Throne. It seems that the Iron Throne is an important nail in the Reach. Because of this, Earl Owen was very disgusted with various orders from the High Court, which naturally included the tax-free rights in the Reach given to Lind by Duke Tyrell. He believed that Duke Tyrell was deliberately robbing him the wealth of the vassal, and his view more or less affected the thoughts of the lower-level officials in the Long Table Hall. However, for Lind, this is not an important matter. As long as the other party does not deliberately cause trouble for him, then there is no need for him to conflict with the other party. After a night's rest, Linda's boat was on the road before the sun came up in the early morning. After the Mandeb River passes through Long Table Hall, it enters the Middle Reaches. Although this section of the waterway is very fast, the river is not very deep. There are a large number of shoals and reefs on the river. Fortunately, the water flow here is not too deep. It's so fast that even if you find shoals and reefs, you still have enough time to avoid them. When the ship entered the danger zone, the captain asked a sailor with good vision to climb onto the railing, observe the movement on the river in the distance, and direct the ship to avoid danger. As the Mandeb River enters the Middle Reaches, there are more and more ships on the river. These ships are all flexible shuttle-shaped boats. Although they do not carry a lot of cargo, they are flexible enough. No matter how dense the reefs and shoals are in the water, it can also move freely inside. However, with the opening of the Mander River Channel, the long paddle boats in Tangshi Town also took away some business from these small boats to a certain extent, making them very resentful of the long paddle boats. However, because the long paddle boats were usually equipped with guards equipped with crossbows, they did not dare to do anything to the long paddle boats. They could only spit at the long paddle boats when they passed by them. Because this section of the river is very complicated and cannot be navigated at night, Linda's boat docked at a simple pier in a small fishing village called Fresh Fruit Village. Before dark, this small fishing village happens to be located in a natural river bend, which is very suitable for docking boats. In addition to Linda's boat, there are more than 20 boats docked here. 13 of them are long paddle boats from Tangshi Town. This small fishing village belongs to the territory of the Cider Hall. It may be on the edge of the territory all year round, so the Cider Hall seems to have not realized the value of this small fishing village. Otherwise, the small wharf should have been expanded 3 or 4 times by now. Because there are so many ships docked here, each long paddle boat has a guard, which makes people feel safe here and relax their vigilance. In the early morning of the next day, when the river fog cleared, I heard people on several boats shouting that their cargo had been stolen. Fortunately, not many things were stolen. Compared with others who never knew who stole the goods on these ships, Lind saw through the eyes of glory last night how these people climbed onto the ship from the water, stole the goods, and then escaped back to that small fishing village. The stolen ships all came from Green Valley City in the upper reaches of the Blue Boon River, transporting goods from the Stormlands. Although there is no competitive relationship yet, sooner or later it will cause some obstacles to the freight in Tangshi Town. So they were damaged. Lind is happy to see the results. The section of river back from this small fishing boat was a little easier to walk. There were not so many shoals and reefs on the river, and the speed of the long paddle boat was also much faster. Just after noon, we arrived at the cider hall. Almost all ships sailing on the Mander River will inevitably see the Fossaway family's magnificent castle across the Monde River when they come here, and they will also sigh from the bottom of their hearts about the profound heritage of the Fossaway family. If one were to count down the oldest families in the entire reach, the Fossaway family would definitely be among the top 3. Their family originated from the archer Fosso, the son of Garth Greenhand, and their family background was only slightly weaker than the Gardiner family, which originated from the eldest son of Garth Greenhand. Therefore, after the Gardiner family was destroyed by Aegon the Conqueror, the Fossaway family should have been the strongest. A family that was qualified to become the Lord of Highgarden was passed over by the Tyrell family as stewards. In the eyes of the Fossaway family, this was simply equivalent to a servant seizing the master's property. So all this time, the Fossaway family has been causing trouble for the Tyrell family overtly and covertly, always thinking about pulling the Tyrell family down from the throne of the Warden of the South and the Duke of the River Bend, even if they split into green apples and red apples. Apple, whose strength has been greatly reduced, still has no intention of giving up on the throne of Lord of the Reach. Although the Fossaway family now recognizes the Tyrell family's status as king due to various reasons, people in the entire Reach know that this recognition is just a verbal recognition, and the Fossaway family will not hesitate to do so if given the opportunity. He hesitated to attack the throne in Highgarden. Perhaps it is to maintain a high enough reputation for his family in the Reach, or perhaps it is for other purposes. In short, the heads of the Fossaway family in the past generations like to hold martial arts tournaments in the cider hall. Basically, as long as there are any major festivals, a tournament will be held. Although the championship bonus cannot be compared with King Robert's championship bonus of tens of thousands, for those hired knights and wandering knights, the tourney in the cider hall is the best place to become famous, and the nobles of the Reach also like it. Find knights you like and hire them at the tourney in the cider hall. Therefore, these tournaments have indeed given the Fossaway family a good reputation in the Reach, where chivalry is prevalent. Even wandering knights in remote places know the reputation of the Fossaway family in the Reach. Once they know the Fruit Wine, the hall holds a martial arts competition. Unless you really can't make it, you will rush to participate in it no matter how far away you are. When Linda's ship arrived, the cider hall happened to be holding a tournament. Judging from the excitement on the shore, it was not much worse than the tournament in King's Landing. A rough count of the noble families hanging on the walls of the castle emblem flag. Almost most of the Reach nobles came, which also shows how high the Fossaway family's reputation is in the Reach. Among the flags, there are also members of the Tyrell family, but I don't know who the Tyrell family sent. I think it might be Master Garland, John said, looking up at the banner of the Tyrell family. Why? Lind asked. John said, I heard that Lady Olenna has fallen in love with Miss Leonie of the Fossaway family and plans to get them married when Master Garland comes of age. Lind asked, will the Fossaway family agree? You shouldn't refuse. John wasn't so sure. After hearing this, Lind looked up at the flag of the Tyrell family. He quickly discovered a detail. The Fossaway family actually placed the flag of the Tyrell family and their own flag together. It seemed that the Queen of Thorns' the plan should have been successful. Although the sailors on the ship all hoped to go to the shore to see the excitement, Lind had no intention of stopping at the cider hall, so he ordered the captain to let the ship pass through the river below the cider hall castle and continue to the High Garden. Compared with the section of the river from the Long Table Hall to the cider hall, which is full of shoals and reefs, the river after the cider hall has become much smoother. Not only is the river wide and deep, but the speed of the water is also much faster. The boat can sail quickly on the river with almost no need for paddle assistance. And more importantly, even at night, there is no need to worry about hitting any reefs or the like, and naturally there is no need to find a place to park for the night like before. After nightfall, the captain arranged for 2 groups of people to take care of the ship, respectively. They sailed through the night and finally arrived at High Court in the afternoon of the next day. Chapter 74 Big News. The High Court is located on a hill beside the Mander River. The entire castle is built layer by layer along the hill. This castle was not completely built at the beginning. It was built since the Gardiner family settled here for thousands of years. The last time it was built was when the Tyrrell family took over Highgarden hundreds of years ago. The hills where Highgarden was originally located were all built up, and it was impossible to build new buildings higher up. However, the Tyrrell family still stood on Highgarden Hill. A circle of land was surrounded at the foot, and a circle of walls and towers were built. The enclosed part was filled with trees, and the trees formed maze gardens. In the minds of the nobles and lords of the 7 kingdoms, the most majestic building is the Great Wall in the north. Anyone who has seen the Great Wall will sigh from the heart for its majesty, but when it comes to the most gorgeous castle, all anyone can think of is Highgarden. Any lord who has been to Highgarden will lament that his castle is simply a slum. Flowers, trees, and vines cover the entire interior and exterior of the High Court Castle. The white marble city walls emit a faint light under the sunlight through the green plants. Various aromas from the plants permeate the High Court all year round, making everyone people feel that they are one with nature. There are rumors that when Highgarden was first built, the Gardiner family prayed to all the old gods and received blessings from the old gods. As a result, Highgarden always had good weather and was surrounded by countless farmland and orchards. If you stand on the tower of the Highgarden Wall, looking around, even to the limit of sight, it is impossible to see the edges of farmland and orchards. Hundreds of villages are scattered on this land, and they enjoy the harvest after every work. The concept of hunger does not exist here. As long as you have hands and feet, you can eat enough, so in the eyes of many people, this is the world promised land. The area from the northwest wall of Gayoting to the Mandeb River is the outer city of Gayoting. The Marina Bridge crosses the Mandeb River and is directly connected to here. The dock area, commercial district, tavern district, etc. can be seen in other towns. You can also see urban areas here, but there are no slums. The dock area of Gayoting is very large. Almost all the areas near the river belong to the dock area. A rough count has at least 30 docks. But even with so many docks, when Linda's ship arrived here, it still couldn't find a place to dock. It could only stay on the river for a while, waiting for a ship to finish loading and leave, before it could dock. On the dock, Lind stood at the entrance of the cabin and looked at the city in front of him. He couldn't help but admire the beauty of this city. Moreover, this city also reminded him of Beauclair Castle in Toussaint, another city he saw in the game in his previous life. Although the appearance of the 2 castle buildings is very different, the feeling given to Lind is so similar. You don't have to wait for me. Go back as soon as the cargo is loaded and unloaded. It will take a while for me to return to Tengshi town. After putting on the armor, Lind ordered the captain. Yes, my lord, the captain responded. Sir, your arrival should cause quite a stir, right? At this time, John looked at Glory standing up on the cargo in the cabin and couldn't help but worry. Lind understood what John meant. He turned around and looked at Glory, who couldn't wait to leave the cabin. He was also wondering if it was a mistake to bring Glory here, but when he thought about how he would lose his spirit because of the distance between Glory and contact, then things could be worse. Now Lind could only let nature take its course, so he ordered, lead the way. You are familiar with this place. Should we find a place to live first, or should we go to the castle to see the Duke first? John asked. Lind said casually, of course I'm going to see the Duke. John nodded to express his understanding, then walked out of the cabin and walked onto the brick pier on the wooden planks. Lind walked out of the cabin with Glory and jumped directly to the dock. Before Glory's limbs landed, a burst of panicked screams came from the dock area, and then people on the dock were seen running around like crazy. Some people even jumped directly into the water and headed towards swim away from Lind. Although they had foreseen such a scene just now, the fact that it actually happened still made Lind and John feel dumbfounded. As the culprit, Glory had no idea how much trouble he had caused. Lying on the ground and stretching, I wanted to get rid of all the discomfort I had felt during the past few days on the boat. The Rose family's garrison guards were also very responsible. When there was a commotion here, 2 teams of 30 garrison warriors rushed over from the street at the end of the pier with spears. However, when they rushed to the dock where Lind was located and saw clearly the cause of the commotion, all of them were so frightened that their hands and feet were weak. However, their duty, belief and sense of honor still supported them in holding the spears in their hands and maintaining their strength. The battle continues. Looking at the performance of these Rose family garrison warriors, Lind couldn't help but sigh. The Rose family's ability to secure the position of guardian of the southern border seems to be more than just being good at maneuvering. John stepped forward at this time and said loudly to the captains of the 2 teams of guarding warriors, "Suno, Conti, have you 2 guys forgotten me since I haven't been back for only a few months?" When the 2 captains heard the familiar voice, they immediately recovered from their panic. Their eyes shifted from Glory to John, and then they exclaimed in unison, "Master John. Why are you? Why can't it be me?" John and these 2 captains can be said to be old acquaintances. Before he became Roger's steward, he had been the captain of the guards for several years. The 2 men in front of him had once it's his men. "Master John, what is that?" One of them pointed at Glory and asked in a panic. "That is Lord Linda's pet Glory. The Duke knows about it. You don't have to worry. Lord Lind will not hurt anyone at will in Glory." John introduced the situation. This time Lord Lind received the call from the Duke. The order was sent back to the High Court, and I accompanied him as the steward. Lord Lind. The 2 of them were stunned for a moment. Only then did they see Lind standing next to Glory. Although they had never heard of anyone named Lind among the big shots in Highgarden, the gorgeous armor he wore was enough for them to confirm that he was definitely a big shot they couldn't afford to offend. However, even if the 2 captains did not recognize Lind, there were several soldiers in the garrison who had been hanging out in the tavern all year round who immediately realized who John was talking about. They asked curiously, "Master John, is Lord Lind the bear hunter? Did he really kill 100 people in King's Landing a few months ago?" After hearing the questions from their men, the 2 captains also realized who Lind was. "Master John, Lord Fotimo has ordered that Lord Lind should take him to the castle immediately after he arrives." Someone immediately told John the order from above, but he was a little embarrassed and said, "However, Fotimo Lord Mo has never mentioned such a giant beast. Master John, are you sure it will not be dangerous?" John patted his chest and said, "I promise there will be no danger. Just lead the way and disperse the crowd to prevent anyone from getting too close." After hearing this, the 2 people immediately agreed that it was okay, and led the people to disperse. When Lind came, they led the way. At this time, the people who had fled in panic also discovered that the giant beast that jumped off the boat did not make any attack movements, and there was a person standing next to the giant beast, which felt like a captive animal. Beast. For a moment, curiosity overcame fear, and they couldn't help but move closer to the dock. Hid in some corners or houses, looked outside, and whispered about the giant beast and the heavy armored knight next to it. Identity. At this time, some people also recognized John's identity. After all, John was quite famous here, and they seemed to know what John's current position was. Then they saw John facing the heavy armored knight. Attitude, which allowed them to quickly deduce the identity of the heavily armored knight. When Lind led Glory and followed the guards leading the way towards the entrance gate of the castle, some people who liked the song of the bear hunter very much and guessed Lind's identity stood in the houses on both sides of the road, shouted towards Lind, "Bear hunter! Bear hunter!" Lind heard the shouting, looked over there, and waved without stopping. Lind's actions undoubtedly recognized his identity, and he even underestimated his reputation in High Court. Wine, poetry, and knightly legends are always the themes of Highgarden. From the noble lords to the common people, they all like these romantic things. The Bear Hunter's song is undoubtedly the most fascinating song in the past few decades. And some even think it is the most fascinating song in the past 100 years. More importantly, the Bear Hunter's song has completely broken the pattern of all poems sung now and has formed a new style, developed a new poetry system. The bard living in Highgarden spared no effort to study the composition of this song, studying every note, and even developed into the Bear Hunter chanting school in just a few months. Unlike the bards who focus on the songs of the Bear Hunter's song, ordinary people pay more attention to the content of the Bear Hunter's song. When Lind was still on his way to King's Landing, the Bear Hunter's song had already reached Highgarden and became the most sung song in Highgarden Tavern. The reputation of Bear Hunter Lind had already spread in Highgarden at that time. Opened later, when Duke Tyrell led the participants in the tourney back to Highgarden, the story about the Bear Hunter Lind was continued again. In the Royal Forest, he received a cub from the Shadow Lynx as a gift, participated in the tourney and completed 100 kills. Stories that only appeared in legends, such as being knighted by the king after defeating the king, now appeared around them, and this legendary figure was from the Reach, which made them even more excited. Ordinary people in Highgarden regard Bear Hunter Lind as their idol, especially after learning that Bear Hunter Lind has accepted the task of suppressing bandits from Duke Tyrell, and is suppressing bandits north of Bitter Bridge, and is hanging around in Highgarden. Many of the wandering knights have already begun to want to go north of Bitter Bridge to find Linda's team and follow him. Afterwards, Lind annihilated thousands of bandits, assisted the Lord of Tengshi Town in rebuilding Tengshi Town, and restored the upper reaches of the Mandar River. News of the arrival of the Long Oar boat reached Highgarden, and the reputation of the Bear Hunter Lind became louder. Now the news that the Bear Hunter Lind has appeared in the outer city of Highgarden spread quickly in the dock area, and along with this news spread the glory of the giant beast that came with Lind, and many people rushed there. The street wanted to see what the Bear Hunter Lind was like, but when they learned that Lind had already gone to the castle entrance, the crowd rushed towards the castle entrance again. When we arrived at the square at the entrance of the castle, it was already crowded with people. Even the roofs of some houses were full of people. 8 outer city guards were responsible for blocking the crowds and preventing them from getting too close to glory. This also made Lind, who was standing at the entrance of the castle waiting for a reply inside, more eye-catching. Before meeting Lind, everyone had their own opinion on what the Bear Hunter Lind looked like, but now they saw Lind wearing the suit of the Lost Knight, with the giant Shadow Lynx standing next to him. All of them, everyone thinks this is in line with the legendary figure mentioned in the Bear Hunter's song. At this time, I don't know which bard who was doing something good suddenly played the song of the Bear Hunter. Other bards who were watching the excitement also joined in one after another, and then ordinary people also sang the song they were familiar with. The lyrics, although the sound is messy, sound majestic and make people's blood boil. Why did you kid make such a big fuss when you first came here? Ah, what is this? After receiving the notice from the castle guard, Furtimo rushed over. Before he reached the castle gate, he heard the song of the Bear Hunter sung outside the castle. When he turned around the gate, he couldn't help but scolded him, but he still couldn't help but. Before he finished speaking, he saw the huge glory standing in front of him. He was immediately startled, took a few steps back, and instinctively put his hand on the long sword at his waist. Sir, I haven't seen you for a few months, but you are still so energetic. Lind took a step forward, stood in front of Glory, and saluted Fotimo. Lind, are you Lind? Fotimo heard a familiar voice coming from the dragon crown helmet. He looked at the knight in gorgeous heavy armor in front of him. His eyes fell on the long sword emblem at the hem of the armor, and he was surprised. Road. Lind took off his helmet, held it in his hands, and said, "Yes, Lord Fortimo." "Where did you get this armor?" Fortimo pointed to the armor on Linda's body in shock, and asked. No wonder he was so surprised, because he had never seen such a full-body armor. Whether it was the gorgeous style or the plate armor covering the whole body, he had never seen it before. If it hadn't been for Lind just now taking 2 steps in front of him, he Even doubted whether he could still walk wearing such a heavy suit of armor. A friend helped me build it. Lind replied vaguely. Furtimo didn't ask which friend it was. He suddenly thought of something, pointed at Glory, and said, "Is it your shadow lynx cub?" "Yes." Lind nodded. Furtimo gestured to the size of Glory after he last saw it, and said, "How many months did it take to grow this big?" "Maybe he ate too much." Lind responded with a smile. Furtimo's face immediately showed an expression like, "Are you kidding me?" And just when he was about to ask other questions, the cries of bear hunters and bear hunters suddenly came from the entrance square of the castle. "Come in first. If you continue to stay outside, we don't know how much noise will be made." Fotimo looked at the chaotic situation of people pushing back and forth in the square, and immediately ordered the guards to open the city gate and let them in. "Lind will enter the castle first." Sure enough, after seeing Lind and Glory enter the castle and the castle door was closed again, the inexplicable enthusiasm of the people quickly subsided. However, the crowd did not disperse, but stayed in groups talking about what had just happened.